For a little context, just share your current score, your goal score, and when you're taking the LSAT.
Okay, my current score is like 153, 154. And well, my ideal score is like in the 170s or 168s, hopefully 170s. And I'm taking it in November.
November. Okay, awesome. And what's your biggest challenge or pain point that you're experiencing right now?
Reading comp.
Reading comp. Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
Now, when it comes to reading comp, a lot of students have trouble with note taking, highlighting, all that good stuff. What's your current approach like there?
I try not to highlight everything, but I do try to write down each, like, the main, I guess, conclusion or the main thing that each paragraph like wants me to grasp. But at the same time, I feel like writing it down on the test day is not going to help me because sometimes I write a lot down. So I'm trying to like manage how it like best works for me. Because sometimes highlighting, what if I highlight the wrong thing and then it's like I go back to it, but then it's like not what I wanted. So I'm just trying to like figure that out.
That's exactly the issue, right? Because it's time consuming to write things down. It takes time to make your notes. It takes time to look back at your notes later. Now, how long are you spending allocating your time between the passage text and the questions?
Right now I'm not doing it timed. And I haven't timed myself, but I do sometimes, like with scientific paragraphs, I take like forever because I can't manage to like let go of something I don't understand. So I have to like read it and reread it all over again.
Got it. So you know that it's taking you longer than it should, but you're not timing yourself strictly.
Yes.
Okay. Now, because your LSAT is only a month and a half away, you're taking it in November. Like a lot of folks who are joining the live stream are also taking November, right? And so you got to think about transitioning from untimed to timed so that you can get a real world sense of what's going to work for you on test day, right? Because it's not enough to get the questions right. You got to get them right under test day conditions, considering the pacing, time management, how you allocate your time over the course of the section. So my first thought is let's get you into the real world conditions under which you'll actually be taking the LSAT. And then
Okay.
you can make a more informed decision about what approach is going to work best. And you know that what you're currently doing isn't working that well. I'll say for context that the students who do the best on reading comp tend to mark very little or possibly not even at all because it takes time to write, it takes time to read.
Yeah.
So do you think that you could start introducing timed reading comp sections on a regular basis, maybe at least a couple a week?
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Okay, and have
Definitely.
you been taking full length practice tests as well?
Not strictly, but I'm starting this week. I'm trying to
Okay,
do at least like two, since
two
I'm
a
not
week.
working. Yeah. Um, but I mean, that's the goal.
Okay, and when are you taking those two?
On Saturday and Sunday.
Okay, so that's 2 consecutive days.
Yeah.
How does the Sunday exam feel after having just done one on Saturday?
I mean, I'm trying to manage my time and try to do them early in the morning so I have the rest of the day to just do whatever I have. And then Sunday, um, just because I don't know if I should do it like a weekday, and then there's so much like people around me and it's like I can't concentrate. So Saturday it's like everyone leaves and I'm just like alone. So I
So it
don't know
sounds
if
like the
that's
Saturday exam is a better one.
yeah.
On test day, will you also be able to are you taking it from home on the test day itself, do you think?
No, I'm going to center.
Okay, good. So you won't have the distractions of people
Yeah.
around you. That's good. I mean, generally speaking, I tend to recommend against taking timed exams on consecutive days
Okay.
because it can lead to burnout. It's pretty exhausting to
Yeah.
do a full test in general, let alone do another one the following day. And then
Mhm.
my other question is, when are you able to review the Saturday exam?
That's true. That's, yeah.
So maybe you want to take that exam on Saturday since the home environment's pretty quiet,
Hmm.
and then you review it on Sunday.
Hmm.
And if you could only do one exam a week, maybe that's all you can do.
Okay.
And then maybe the other days over the course of the week, if you don't have time to do a full sitting, maybe you can do couple of individual sections, do you think that you could carve out, say, an hour and 10 minutes to do 2 timed sections back to back?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
actually what I've been doing, like 1 or 2, and then I just review them because it takes a long time to, like, review them and write them down, and I'm doing everything. So it's like it takes, like, a good hour for me to just be like, "Okay, so I'm doing this one untimed, and then I'm reviewing it, and then I'm doing this one timed, and then I'm reviewing it." So it does take time. So I'm doing, like, 2, actually. I'm not doing, like, 4, but I'm doing 2
Okay.
each day.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, listen, you work with what you've got. As long as you can get at least one sitting a week under real world time conditions, that will allow you the opportunity to see what it's like to work out your reading comp strategy, note taking, not taking notes, highlighting, underlining, extracting the main point, and then you'll also build up your endurance at the same time as well. We want to get to a point where you've had enough at bats or exposures under real world test day conditions so that
Mhm.
when test day rolls around, you've seen it all before. There's
Yeah,
nothing new. I mean, the typical student tends to drop possibly up to 5 to 8 points from their practice to the actual. And there are ways to mitigate that. One of the ways is to make your practice tests match the conditions of your reel. And so some folks will take 4 individual sections over the course of the week, add them together, and call it a full practice test, but that's neglecting the endurance factor, right? And so
yeah.
if you can take that one exam on Saturday, you're going to be ahead of a lot of folks. If you just do that
Okay.
over the next month and a half or so, you're getting 5, 6 exposures under your belt. And you, whatever, have you done practice tests up to this point so far? A little bit here and there?
Yeah, a little bit here and
Okay,
there,
good.
like, specific.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. And then what other struggles are you facing right now with your prep to get you those next 10, 15 points?
Um, I guess just, I mean, I'm also doing LR, and the I don't know why the must be true right now, it's like killing me. Um, and I don't know why, because sometimes I have like good days, and then sometimes I have like bad days, and it's just like it's a struggle. It's a struggle to like sometimes I'm like extremely confident, and then when I don't do the way I want to do on the practice test on a section, it's like I get very frustrated, and I'm just like, oh, like, why am I struggling with this all over again, if that makes
Hmm.
sense.
Yeah. I mean, we got to raise your baseline. That's the biggest thing. And then within must be true, you've got different types. You've got formal logic, you've got informal logic. You have some questions
Mhm.
where they're looking through to just extract a paraphrase from the
Yeah.
stimulus and then look for that paraphrase in the choices. You have other cases where you've got a diagram conditional statements.
Hmm.
Then you also have within inference as an umbrella category, you have must be true. And you also have most strongly supported.
Hmm.
And so if are you focusing on must be true specifically here, like most strongly supported, you're good?
Yeah. Most
Okay, yeah.
strongly
So must be trues. We're looking for something that is 100% guaranteed,
supported.
leaving no ambiguity at all. So you want to gravitate towards more moderate language in the choices, more likely to have been required than more extreme language would be. And you can also drill these. I mean, inside the program, we have all the categorizations and lists that you've seen in your study plan, right? So you
Yeah.
want to take those categorizations and lists and just drill, baby, drill on those must be
Yeah.
true questions. And that's something to do over the course of the week. If you don't have time to do a full exam, or you don't even have time to do 2 sections back to back, maybe you just drill 10 to 15 must be true questions. And then, of course, you can review them using the Socratic review method. You can bring them to coaching or
Mhm.
class or whatever as well to discuss.
Yeah, that's what I have to do, because I have been drilling them. Because I know there's a list of like all the types of
Hmm.
LR. Um, but the questions, like, I've been writing the questions that I need help with, but I haven't had, I guess, the time to go to class and be like, hey, I'm like, I need to work on this, or this question's been like I can't, like, I try to talk it out as well, but it's like some of them I just can't, like, I can't grasp why I got it wrong and why the right answer is the right answer. Even if I'm like, okay, this looks like, okay, it might be, but like there's some that is just that I can't, like, very specific ones that I'm just like, okay, I need to talk this out. I need to go to class. Um, but yeah, I have to just go to class and ask.
Yeah, carve it out. Make the time, carve it out, make it a priority, block it off on your calendar if you
Mhm.
can. Let's say every week, at least one night a week or 2 nights a week, I'm going to
Mhm.
show up for class on logical reasoning. I'll send in my questions that I want to cover. We always aim to create the agenda for the classes around the needs of the students in the group. And so if you say, I want a class devoted to must be true questions, or I want to cover these specific logical reasoning questions from these exams, we can add those to the agenda and we'll cover it live. Ideally, if you can join, that's great, of course. But even if you can't join live, we'll still cover it and then send you a link to the video afterwards. And that's another way to get practice and exposure and clarity on your understanding of those particular questions.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely do that.
Yeah, but definitely I would say the biggest recommendations for you would be full exam every week, only on Saturdays, not Sundays. Do some individual sections over the course of the week to work on your pacing. If you could do 2 sections back to back, even better. And then if you know that must be true is a particular pain point, definitely work on that as well. Prioritize that because it's one of the most common types. The 3 most common types in logical reasoning are necessary assumption, inference, and flaw. Those are the highest leverage question types because they show up the most frequently. And so must be true is one of those under the category of inference. You said you're good on most supported. We also separately have flaw questions and we also have necessary assumption. Are those areas that you struggle with as well, do you think, or are you feeling pretty good on those?
I'm feeling pretty good on those.
Okay, good. All right. So then just focus on must be trues. Focus on must be trues and pacing and endurance. Those are my biggest recommendations for you at this stage.
Okay. All right. Also.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
I don't know if. Okay, so I took this test. I took it like 2 years ago, and I did like the writing section, but I just don't know, and I can't like. I'm just, I guess, blocked right now because I have like everything on top of me. So I don't know if I should do the writing section again. If it's like yearly, do you by any chance know?
Yeah, great question. So if you've done the writing sample before, you're good. If it's on record, you completed it, you don't have to do it again. You can if you would like to, but if you did it before and you feel okay about what you did, I wouldn't stress it. You know, the scored portions of the LSAT matter so much more than the unscored writing sample that I wouldn't give it any attention. And the biggest thing I would say about it, right? Yeah, you're good. I mean, the biggest thing I would say about it is that you've just got to have it on record for them to release your score. And so when folks' scores don't come back on score release day, sometimes it's because they didn't do the writing sample. And so that's the biggest concern I would have, is just to make sure that you have, for anyone out there watching this, that you have it on record, that you complete it. And if you haven't gotten your score back, that's probably why when scores come out, if you're waiting, like, where is it? But I mean, for you, Camila, I mean, you're good. You're set.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Let's see. I have one last question.
Yeah. I do one last question. Shoot.
Okay. What should I do, or what do you recommend when, like I say, I take, like, let's say a practice exam or a section and it's not the way I want it to be, and I just get very frustrated. Like, I'm just like, oh, like, I'm so over it. Or when I'm like, I feel like I'm burned out, or like, I don't know, what do you recommend, or what did you do? Because sometimes it's very stressful.
I hear you on that. I mean, burnout is real. We build days off into your study plan for a reason. At least 1 day off per week, ideally, just to get a refresh and a reset. So for you, that might be you're taking Sundays off. That you take your practice test Saturday, you review it, or at least review part of it same day. You take Sunday off, you pick up on Monday again with a bit more review.
Okay.
And then the other thing is to build up your endurance overall. And so maybe that means that the 6 days a week that you're studying, you're doing at least one timed section every single day to build your focus muscle, so that you can sit there for 35 minutes at a stretch and be able to maintain focus throughout. And if you're in the middle of the section and you feel like you're spiraling, like it's not going well, you can just close your eyes, you take a breath, inhale, exhale. Box breathing is great, where you just do a timed breathing exercise of a couple seconds in, a couple of seconds inhale, a couple seconds exhale, pause, as a mental reset of sorts. And then try to remember that while the LSAT as a whole is important, of course, no one particular test date will make or break you, because you can always retake. Law schools don't average multiple scores. They only take the highest. And if you're in the middle of an exam and a passage didn't go well, or a particular logical reasoning question didn't go well, that's okay. You can still get a great score missing a question here or there. And who knows, maybe the one that you had trouble with was the unscored experimental section anyway.
Okay. All right.
But keep at it, Camila. It was a pleasure to connect with you again. Keep
Thank you
showing up to
so
class, put in the work, and of course, keep in touch if you have any questions or need anything. I'm happy to help.
much. Okay, great. Thank you so much for your time.
Of course, my pleasure. Have a good one.
You too. Goodbye.
Or you have Bria up next. Hey, Bria, how's it going?
It's going good. How about you?
I'm good, thanks. I'm good. Tell me what's going on, how I could help. If you could share some context, your current LSAT score, your goal LSAT score, and when you're taking the test.
My current LSAT score is a 141. I'm taking the test in February. My goal LSAT is a 170.
Okay, so we're looking for about 30 points in about 4.5 months. Okay,
Yes.
and how many hours a week can you put in between now and February?
20 right now, studying in the morning and doing the classes in the afternoon. So, ideally about 15 to 20 hours a week right now.
Okay, that's pretty good. 15, 20 hours a week over the course of 4.5 months. That scales up really nicely. We're talking about hundreds and hundreds of hours that you can devote to this to build a really strong foundation.
Mhm.
Now, are there any particular weak areas or pain points or struggle that you're facing right now?
Right now, my biggest question, well, my struggle, is with reading comp and remembering what I read. So, mainly when I summarize each paragraph, I'm not sure how to decide what's important enough for me to remember and then what I can safely ignore. Maybe like some tips on if you can help me identify, I guess, skills that I can use to like quickly understand the key points. So when it's time for me to answer the questions, I won't have to spend so much time rereading the passage to make sure I have the correct answer.
Yeah, for sure, totally. So my biggest thought for you here is to make sure that you're understanding what you're reading in the passage. If you could paraphrase it as an exercise where you take one of those older reading comprehension passages and you rewrite the entire thing in simpler language, like you were going to explain it to a 5-year-old. Sounds silly, but as an exercise, it's incredibly effective when you can go sentence by sentence, line by line, word by word, and force yourself to distill the information. The way to prove that you truly understand it is by showing that you can paraphrase it. So that's my biggest thought for you to start with.
Mm-hmm.
If you could just rewrite it, simplify, explain it to a 5-year-old. That's my number one recommendation for you at this stage right here. You have a lot of practice tests available to you. They have them numbered from 101 to 158 in LSAC's Law Hub. You take the oldest exam questions, maybe 101 to 120, and as an exercise, you just simplify those passages. You've got 80 passages that you could work with. That would be a really effective starting point for you. Is that something you might consider doing?
Yes,
Okay,
I'm pretty sure that's something I can implement. Yeah, so thank you.
of course. And then look at particular topics. I mean, you've got 4 different categories of reading comp passages. You have natural science, social science, humanities, and law. Out of those four, is there one particular topic category that you struggle with more than others?
I'd say the natural science,
Hmm.
a lot because sometimes the passages are very dense, and I'm trying to make sure I understand, like, I guess from the top to the bottom, but sometimes I forget like what was read in the middle of the passage.
Yeah, totally heard on that. Yeah, I mean, natural science, I don't love those either, and I think a lot of pre-laws struggle with them having more of a humanities background. The thing, of course, is that as you know, the topic never really matters. It's the structure of the passage, how they go about presenting the information and backing it up with support. And then you also want to know who, if anyone, is promoting or advocating a particular position. And it's easy to get lost in the sauce in the middle of the passage. I want you to say, okay, well, what is the one central thesis statement, for example, where they articulate the main idea of the passage and just hold on to that? It could be at the very end of the first paragraph. It could be at the beginning of the second paragraph. It could be towards the end. In other words, it could be anywhere. But you find that one key line and you hold on to that for dear life. That is your anchor. That's your North Star. You use that to help you knock out the main idea question associated. Pretty much every passage is going to have at least a main idea question or a primary purpose question, and you focus on that. You focus on holding on to that. LSAC's articulation of that is the best thing that you should be looking at for there. And then the details, the supporting examples, you can always go back to find them when you need to help you solve a particular question. How's all that sounding? Have you been doing that already?
Um, Not so much. I think because I'm early on in my studying, so no, but I think I can go back and do that and it should work for me. I'm hopeful it'll work.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think that's probably the best course of action going forward. And then a lot of folks will summarize paragraphs, for example, but you can't always trust paragraph breaks. And some paragraphs, to be frank, are just more important than others. Some of them are really just chock full of details that you don't really need to absorb at the upfront. You can always go back to those later over the course of the passage to help you solve particular questions, but you don't need to absorb all that information up front.
Okay. Thank you. I'll try this method. I'm sure it'll work. So thank you.
Yeah, of course. Any other particular challenges you're facing?
I do face challenges with like logical reasoning questions. I probably get like 1 to 2 correct, and then after that is like I'm just unable to get any other answer correct within like that particular reading. I'm sorry, logical reasoning section. Like if it's a necessary assumption question or like flaw questions, I have a hard time just like staying consistently getting correct answers.
So you find that like you start off strong and then you kind of lose momentum here and there.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So my thought for you there is logical reasoning questions are presented in a general order of difficulty, meaning they get tougher as this section goes on. So it's only natural that the easier ones earlier you would get right, and then you start to hit the level 3, level 4, level 5 questions as time goes on, and then your accuracy drops off. And so part of me is thinking if you're at a 141 or so, there's still a lot of foundational work to be done in
Mm-hmm.
general. So my thought for you there is let's work you through the curriculum, let's work you through the syllabus, let's give you a strong foundation in every section, every question type. In logical reasoning, you've got, say, 15 or 16 different kinds of questions, necessary assumption, inference, flaw being the three most important ones, but you've also got strength and weaken, parallel, resolve, and so on. And so rather than doing tons of timed sections or full length exams and burning through valuable limited material, I would say follow your study plan, build the foundation first, go through the course material on each of those question types, and then you'll be in a much better position to take sections because you'll have a better understanding of the proper perspective from which to view each section and each type.
Okay. Thank you. That sounds like a plan. I'll do that and then hopefully I'll see some improvement.
Okay, awesome. And of course, if you ever need anything, have any questions, always email me, text me. I'm always happy to help.
Of course. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Bria. All right, folks. So we're live ahead of the September LSAT score release. Scores are dropping at 9 a.m. Eastern in about 10 minutes. I saw we've got some comments here in the chat. Well, Robert's saying he already got his score. Congrats, Robert. How did it turn out? Folks who haven't gotten your scores back yet, I'd love to know what you're hoping for today. Are you hoping for 150s, 160s, 170s? Or maybe you're hoping for a perfect 180. I'd love to get a sense of where you're at and what I could do to support you here as scores are coming in. And so I could talk you through next steps as well. So Robert, how are you feeling about your score? Are you happy? Are you sad? Are you thinking of a retake? Now, of course, if you are thinking of a retake, we've got a couple of tests coming up. The LSAT's offered 8 times a year. And so if September didn't go your way, you still got November coming up about a month and a half. You have January in 3.5 months, February in about 4.5 months. You're thinking of a retake. Okay. Yeah. I mean, if you didn't hit your goal, I always say it's worth retaking because law schools don't average multiple LSAT scores. They only take the highest score on record. And so there's really no downside to retaking. And let's say that you were PTing, your practice tests were around a 168, let's say, and you scored a 168 on test day itself. Fluctuations are normal. So you could retake and get lucky and score a few points higher. If you do, fantastic. You cross the 170 threshold, which for optics looks great and feels great. And law schools are just as susceptible to that bias around the 170 versus the 169 as anybody else is. The data shows that actually, strangely enough. And so while it shouldn't matter, it does. And so if you could, by retaking, get a few points higher, it's well worth going for that retake. And if you don't score higher, no big deal, no downside. Now, when you're looking for a retake, you think to yourself, well, what could I do with just another couple months, another couple weeks? We've only got 2 weeks till October, not a ton of time. If you gave yourself till November instead rather than October, you are tripling your study duration, and you can turn things around in just a month and a half. And of course, with 3.5 or 4.5 months, really, the sky's the limit. For folks of those of you who don't know me, I'm Steve Schwartz. I've been teaching the LSAT since 2005. I raised up my own score from a 152 to a 175. And one thing that we specialize in is helping students achieve major gains, even on tight timelines. We create for you a personalized study plan, considering your schedule availability, your learning style, your weak areas, your current score, and your goal score. And when you are studying for a retake, my biggest advice is to let go of the past. If test day didn't go your way, if you had a bad proctor, a tech issue, nerves got the better of you, you can reset and learn for the future. But you've got to believe that it's possible. If you don't think you can, you won't. If you do think you can, at least you've got a shot. But you can improve 5 or 10 points or more in just a month or two. It is possible. We see it all the time. Part of this is just committing yourself fully to the process. You tell your friends, your family, your coworkers that this is your plan. Get their support, help them help them help you, so they can carve out the time, get out of your way, so that you can focus. Now, of course, when you get your score back, the LSAT test makers, they don't release the practice test itself, meaning that you don't get to see your score report. You don't get to see your weak areas or what you had trouble with, what you got wrong. But you do have all your previous practice tests, right? And so you look at, well, I have the 5, 10, 15, 20 practice tests I took prior to the LSAT. All of those are going to give me useful data in terms of where I should focus my study time going forward. So as your scores come back, just drop them in the chat. Let me know what you scored, what you want to score when you're taking the test, and then I'll be able to give you some personalized guidance and recommendations. I see we have Maya joining us. Hey, Maya, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. I'm good. So tell me where you're at. What's your current score? What's your goal score? When are you taking it?
I'm currently at a 155 and I want to take it again in January.
Okay, 155, taking it in January. We've got 3.5 months. And what's your goal?
My goal is 170.
Okay, so 15, 20 points or so by 3.5 months. It's pretty doable. I mean, what's your biggest area of struggle or pain point right now?
Right now, I'm working a lot on assumption questions, but I'm also I'm pretty evenly scoring low on assumption and then inference and parallel.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
So assumption, inference, parallel, 3 biggest areas of struggle. Now, everybody hates parallel questions because they're so long, they're so time consuming, but because every single question on the LSAT is worth the same, regardless of question type, regardless of difficulty level, regardless of where it appears on the exam, my biggest thought for you is let's put parallel to the side, put it on the back burner, and focus a lot more on necessary assumption and inference, because those question types are far more common. They're higher leverage. You'll get more bang for your buck to devoting your time there. Now, there are 2 different important distinctions I want to call out within the assumption and inference category. Within the assumption umbrella, you have necessary assumption and sufficient assumption, asking for very different things. Necessary assumption is a lot more common, so I'd focus on that. Then within inference, you have must be true and most strongly supported. So just be clear on those distinctions, get into the nuances, because the LSAT, of course, is all about nuance.
Yes.
So if I were crafting a study plan for you, and of course you have a study plan. So in that study plan, you'll see that we start you off with the necessary assumption and inference earlier in the plan, and parallel comes a lot later. So just follow the study plan that we laid out for you, and start off with necessary assumption and inference. Drill those. We gave you categorizations and lists of questions to focus on.
Yes.
So work on those questions. Don't time yourself on them for now. Just focus on your accuracy to start with. And then the timing will come later in the context of an individual timed section where you get better at allocating your time.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Are you comfortable with negation?
I'm currently not really, not well.
Okay. Yeah. So I would focus on negation to start with for necessary assumption in particular. This is one of the best ways to determine the answer. You just basically For necessary assumption, they're asking you what needs to be the case in order for the argument to work. Meaning, if that thing were not the case, the conclusion would fall apart given the evidence, the argument would no longer work. And so
Yeah.
you ask yourself, what needs to be true? What is the assumption the argument is relying upon? You go through each choice and you ask, does this need to be the case? If it weren't true, meaning it were not the case, and you're negating it, you're doing a logical negation, the correct answer when negated destroys the argument. So if we had a sentence saying, it is sunny today, we just insert the word not and say, it is not sunny today.
Okay.
And of course, it gets harder than that. You have quantity words like, it is always sunny. And then you say, it is not always sunny, meaning not all days are sunny, meaning at least one day might not be sunny.
Mm-hmm.
So if we find an exception, that negates it, destroys the argument. So practice negation. We have drills on negation. We have lessons on negation. That's the number one most powerful tool I would recommend for necessary assumption questions. And the funny thing is that necessary assumption questions are actually a very specific kind of must be true question.
Mm-hmm.
And so this ties into inference, which is the other big area that you talked about, where you also want to be relatively more moderate. And you want to look for what was already required or guaranteed by the stimulus. Big difference being necessary assumption questions, you're dealing with an argument. For inference questions like must be true and most supported, you are sometimes dealing with a fact set, meaning there's no argument there, just a bunch of information, but you're still looking for what you can infer or deduce or pull out of the stimulus.
Okay.
But for now, just drill. We have the LASER approach that orients your study plan. LASER is an acronym standing for Learning, Accuracy, Sections, Exams, and Review. Because you've got 3.5 months and you're looking for that 15-point increase or so, 155 to 170, I would start you off with the learning and the accuracy. Learning is going through the foundation, going through the lessons on the platform inside the LSAT Unplugged course. And then for the accuracy, you're drilling questions from the actual previously administered exams.
Okay.
And by the way, start with the older ones. You've got enough time where you could work through the most recent, say, 20 or 30 practice tests. In other words, don't do the exams in the 150s now because those are the newest.
Yeah.
I would want you to start off with the ones, say, in the probably the 130s or maybe even the 120s, and then work your way from old to new.
Okay.
What else? Any other challenges that you're facing right now in particular?
I guess also timing was one of my issues I found on my score, and like running out of time, I guess, and like having to guess on all the rest. So that's also something that, well, based on the method, I'll probably start working on timing later than that. But that was another concern of mine.
Okay, yeah, timing will come. I wouldn't even worry about it yet.
Mm-hmm.
That's the third phase with individual sections, the
Yeah.
S and LASER. So the L and the A come first. So
Mm-hmm.
don't run before you can walk. In other words, just focus on accuracy and understanding the proper perspective from which to view each section and each question type. And then the pacing will come once you've raised your baseline for accuracy.
Okay.
The way you get faster at anything is just by getting better at it.
Mm-hmm.
It becomes more automatic. It becomes more routine. It becomes more subconscious in a way where you have the muscle memory and pattern recognition so that when you see a new question, you can more easily bucket it into a certain category based on everything you've seen before. I mean, the reason that I can solve LSAT questions fast is because when I see a new question, I have seen so many others like it, where even if the surface level topic is different, and of course the actual words are different, the underlying method of reasoning relates back to probably dozens of other exams from the past.
Mm-hmm.
So there's never truly anything new. And if you were to understand even 10 exams inside out, you'd seen them all before, there wouldn't be a whole lot new that you could come across on test day.
Okay. Okay.
Biggest things for now, just go through the lessons in the course and then drill.
Okay.
And focus on those more common types, necessary assumption to start, as well as inference.
Okay.
Anything else?
I would also say, like, just amongst assumption questions, I find that I struggle most with the sufficient assumption.
Mhm.
So, but I know that's one that appears less than necessary assumption. So is that something that you feel like I should study in a group, like together, necessary and sufficient, or target those one by one?
I would target those two types separately because
Mhm,
they're asking for very different
mhm,
things. The only time that I would mix them together is if you were, as an exercise or as a drill,
mhm.
trying to practice your ability to distinguish between the two.
Okay.
A lot of students will lump them together. I hear people constantly just saying to me, assumption, assumption. I'm like, there's no such thing as an
Yeah.
assumption question. There's necessary assumption and sufficient assumption. And so if you want to
Mhm.
practice distinguishing them, you mix them together as a set. And then you say, can I properly ID this one being necessary, this one being sufficient? And the key way you tell the difference is just based on the word or phrase in the question
Yeah.
stat. So necessary
Mhm.
assumption, they say words and phrases like depends upon, requires, and assumes. Sufficient assumption, words and phrases like allows, enables, properly
Mhm.
inferred if assumed, and logically follows if assumed. So as long
Yeah.
as you can tell the difference, you're good, but then drill them in isolation.
Okay.
And sufficient assumption, by the way, has a bit more formal logic involved. Sometimes diagramming can be useful to begin with, but I would eventually move away from that if you can.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Anything else comes up, just email me, text me. I'm always happy to help.
Okay.
All right, folks. So it's 9:05 a.m. Scores have been coming out. See, Gavin got a 163 LSAT. Gavin, how are you feeling about it? Are you considering a retake? Folks, feel free to drop if your scores did come back. If you did take the LSAT in September and got your score back today, talk about where you're at, what you scored. If you're planning on retaking, we've got November coming up a month and a half from now, January, 3.5 months. A lot of folks are asking me, is the January LSAT too late? No, it is not too late. Not even if you're applying to law school in Canada. I was just talking to my coach, Mark, on the live stream on Monday, and he was telling me he's Canadian. He was saying that, contrary to what I thought, the January LSAT's not too late, even for those taking in Canada or applying in Canada where the cycle is a bit earlier. But you can make significant progress over the next month and a half from now till November. And with 3.5 months, the sky's the limit. And folks will say to me, well, isn't it more important to apply early? And I'm like, well, all else being equal, yeah, I would love it if you could apply the second applications opened in September. But the thing is that all else is never really equal because if you had another month or two or three or four, and you could devote that time to studying, you could raise your score. And better to apply with a score even just a couple points higher in November or January than to apply in September with a relatively lower score. And so if your goal is X, let's say your goal is 170, you got a 167 today, not a bad score. It's still below the medians for T14s. So depending on where you want to go and what kind of scholarship outcomes you want, maybe it's worth giving yourself another month or two to retake the LSAT and give yourself a higher score to make for a stronger application. So Gavin's saying to me, he says, I'm feeling pretty good. LSU's my target school and their median's a 157. He got a 163. So you're 6 points above the median. That's awesome. I'd be curious to know if you're also above their 75th percentile. Ideally, if you want scholarship money, if you want a full ride, you want to be above not just the median, but also above the 75th to maximize your scholarship outcomes and odds of admission. And I'd also want to know what's your GPA, right? So if your GPA, Gavin, is below the median, then you already need your LSAT to be above the median just to get in, ideally. Of course, there are always exceptions. Your results may vary, but just looking at the data, looking at the stats, it's primarily numbers driven when it comes to law school admissions. It's a function of your LSAT and your GPA. Law schools combine these into what they call an admissions index, where they say basically it's a formula. They publish, most schools actually publish these formulas. You could see it on LSAC's website. They say how much they weight the LSAT, how much they weight the GPA, and it's a function of those two together. So Gavin's saying their top 75th is 159. You scored 163. So you're great on the LSAT front. Still the missing puzzle piece, though, there is GPA. If we know your GPA and how you relate to their GPA median, you're saying it's below the median, but you've got a strong resume. Okay, yeah, that might help. Yeah, I mean, definitely a resume is nice. Personal statement's nice. All the soft factors do play a role. I'm not saying that they're irrelevant, but the most important things are LSAT GPA. So you're probably in a pretty good place overall. I'm not saying you got a retake, you might be fine. But if you are considering a retake, might not be a bad idea. I guess the other thing I'm wondering is, what were your practice tests going into this test? So if your practice tests were, say, a 165 or 167 and you scored a 163, you underperformed, and then maybe with another attempt, another at bat, you might score higher to your PT average, and there's lots of room for improvement. If you were PTing at a 160 and you scored above and got a 163, then you got lucky. You're saying your strongest PT was a 164, so you scored around where you were probably expecting to score. I don't think you need to retake. Honestly, I'm not going to catastrophize and say you should always retake or you always need to. I think that you've got to weigh it again. There's considerations, right? I mean, you've got to consider that, yes, you would be applying a little bit later if you were to retake, and you might not feel you have much more that you could do. I never really believe that personally. I think there's always more opportunity, but you're probably in a pretty good place, honestly, I would say. I think that there are many more people who have reason to retake than you do. That's what I'll say. I'll leave it at that. Got a question here from Smoxium asking, can someone who attended an online university who's accredited by WASC and got a 399 get into law school? So I'll be honest, I don't know what WASC is, but your GPA is great. I mean, you got a 399. The T14 LSAT medians, or the T14 GPA medians, are all in the 3.8, 3.9 range. And so you're basically above all of those medians with your GPA. My question is, what's your LSAT? And until you actually have an official LSAT score on record, everything's hypothetical. And there's almost no point even in speculating about what your odds would be for any particular given law school. I always recommend going to an ABA approved law school just to maximize your employment opportunities and potential employment outcomes. So don't go to any of those sketchier ones that are not accredited. The online law schools are still kind of in their early pilot stages. There are, of course, some reputable schools that have online law school. There's St. Mary's in Texas. There's Mitchell Hamlin. There's Syracuse. These are all really popular these days that folks are considering these particular law schools. So it's actually very competitive because there are fewer slots than there is interest in going to these. And so the requirements to get into an online law school are a lot higher than to go to the regular in-person version of that law school. Now, you say, I'm planning on starting my LSAT prep next week. How long would you suggest I study for? Depends on your goal. I mean, until you take a cold diagnostic, I don't really know where you stand. So we got to know where you're at relative to where you want to be to give more tailored advice. And so if you could share your goal LSAT score specifically, and then if you could take a practice test and let me know your goal score, your current score at some point, that'll give me more useful context to better advise you. I typically recommend allowing at least 3 or 4 months at minimum, starting from scratch to achieve your fullest potential. If you could do 5 or 6 months, even better. I'm not saying that you need to. And folks have criticized me sometimes for saying I'm saying that you need to do 5 or 6 months. You don't need to, but given the relative importance of the LSAT in the law school admissions process, it's well worth giving it the time. I mean, the LSAT weighs more heavily than your undergraduate GPA for almost every single law school in the country. And they shared this data in their publicly available law school admission indices, plural of index, where they take your LSAT and your GPA, they combine them into a formula, they give them different weightings. And then based on how they weight each of those, that determines your chances, so to speak. I'm not saying soft factors are irrelevant, but they pale in comparison to the importance of your LSAT and your GPA. And so this person who smokes him saying he's got a 399, goals 165 LSAT. We got to know where you're starting, though. We got to know what your practice test is to better give you a recommendation or advice on how much longer it's going to take you. If your cold diagnostics of 130, it's going to be a longer road. If your cold diagnostics of 150 or 160, it's a much shorter road. I mean, I started off at a 152. I ended up with a 175. 23-point increase. Took me personally an entire year. And at least half of that was a total waste of time. If I'd done it properly, I could have knocked it out probably in just a few months of serious studying, at least 20, 30 hours a week, because the LSAT is a test of pattern recognition. If you can spot the tricks and traps, you can avoid them. It's as simple as that. Now, a lot of folks will over-index on the theory, the lessons, the foundation. You want to do some of that, of course, but I recommend prioritizing at some point, just getting into doing the reps. In that laser approach, learning, accuracy, sections, exams, and review, which we use to create personalized study plans for all of our students, We devote some time to building foundation, some time to drilling, but then we quickly get you into doing timed work because test day is not a drill. And it's not enough to get the questions right. You got to get them right under test day conditions, which involves pacing, time management, and endurance. And whether you're just getting started with your LSAT prep, you haven't even taken a cold diagnostic yet, or you got your score back today and you're planning on retaking, I'd be happy to help you out putting together that plan of attack. I'm actually offering free LSAT tutoring lessons to everyone out there studying for the LSAT. For every single pre-law watching this live stream today, free LSAT one-on-one tutoring lessons. You can book your free call at unpluggedprep.com/start. The link is in my bio on Instagram. The link's below this video description on YouTube. You can also check out the QR code over here and scan it. If you're watching on the computer, you want to scan it on your phone, you can fill out the application to book a free, no obligation tutoring lesson with me. I'll walk you through a question with you live. We'll talk through your situation, your current score, goal score, and help map out a plan of attack for you. I'm offering these free one-on-one LSAT tutoring lessons to everybody out there watching this for today. After today, because I'll be going all day and I'll need a break after this, I won't be offering them for quite some time. And so if you do want to get one, the best time to book it is now through the link in the description. Now, talking up through, if you took your test today, you got your score back, you want to make a plan of attack for the future, the first thing I recommend is doing a performance autopsy. Unfortunately, LSAC does not reveal your score report in terms of the details about what you got wrong or had difficulty with on your LSAT officially, but you do have all your practice tests from all the exams you've done before. Ideally, you've done at least 5 or 10 in the lead up to your official LSAT, but work with whatever data you've got, whatever analytics you got, and think through your test. Were your issues with pacing? Were they with accuracy? Or were they with endurance in particular? Were there particular LSAT question types that gave you trouble? Like some of the students who joined us earlier were talking about inference questions, necessary assumption questions, reading comprehension. You probably know your weak areas. You probably don't know the areas that you don't like to, but where when you see this question, you just dread it. If you hate natural science reading comp passages, for example, you know you don't want to deal with those. You want to avoid those. If you're struggling with necessary assumption questions that you just groan or grimace when you come across those, that's all useful data, an indication of where you've got to drill. You look for patterns and maybe in conditional logic or causal logic, for example. One other thing I'll recommend is that you keep a mistake journal or an error log of some kind where you track your mistakes. For every single question that you get wrong or have difficulty with, I want you to document your biggest areas of struggle, because that is useful information for the future. If you can extract a key takeaway or insight from your review of those questions, you can then hopefully avoid making those same mistakes again. For folks just joining us, please drop in the chat if you can, if your score came back, what was your score? How was it relative to your practice tests going into September? When you're taking it going forward, all that useful information can help me better guide this conversation and give you recommendations and support for where to take this next going forward. Now, one other thing I think about when it comes to retake prep is upgrading your resources. If there is some sort of resource or prep tool that you did not use in the past, but you think might have helped you, you might want to consider using that next time around. Going beyond the free online materials, of course, my YouTube channel is great, but it's only scratching the surface. We can't cover actual official LSAT questions there due to copyright constraints, LSAT's intellectual property and all of that. And so we can't go over actual official LSAT questions. But of course, one-on-one coaching context, we can go a bit deeper, go into more depth and give you better guidance with example after example. Maybe you want to consider investing in a course or coaching or a prep book or a video course of some kind. All of that could be really helpful to give you a better foundation. And ideally, with some coaching, you get feedback on what you're getting wrong and why. And of course, it doesn't have to cost a dime because we're offering free LSAT tutoring lessons today, unpluggedprep.com/start. So Kittens and Mittens is saying, I reached my goal. I got 165. Congrats, Kittens. That is great. Hopefully you're not needing to retake and you're good with your goal relative to where you were hoping to score. And you're done. And by the way, if you did hit your goal score, congratulations. Time to switch gears and focus on your application essays. you can still, if you take the next week or two to work on your personal statement, diversity statement, optional essays, addenda, resume, hopefully you have your letters of rec in there already. You can then hit submit in the next week or two. Then you can move on from all of this. But even if you need another month and a half till November or 3.5 till January, it's well worth the delay to reach your fullest potential. Now, when you're mapping out a strategic study plan for your LSAT retake prep, I recommend mapping it out ideally down to the day so that you can remove all the guesswork about what to do and when. You want to know, I'm going to take my practice tests on these days. I'm going to want to do individual sections these other days, and then drill my mistakes or drill my weak areas by type on these days. And you look at, for example, we were speaking earlier with Camila, talking about, say, taking a full practice test on Saturday, reviewing it later that day, taking Sunday off as a rest day, then reviewing more on Monday. On the days that you're not doing a full exam, you can still do an individual section, maybe 2 sections back to back to build up a little bit of endurance. And that might be it. We actually build personalized day-by-day study plans for all of our students inside the LSAT Unplugged program. We lay out for you exactly what to do every single day, working backwards from your test day. And so if you're taking it, say, in November, and you've got a month and a half, you could then say, okay, I'm going to take exam 158, say 2 to 3 days prior to my official November LSAT date. Then work back 3 days from that and say, on November 1st, I'm going to take exam 157. On October 28th, I'm going to take exam 156. And you work back. So you say, okay, well, on September 24th today, or September 25th, I'm going to take exam, 140. And that way you know that you're not going to be working on exam 120 today and then risk never even getting to exam 158. And by the way, I mentioned 158 because the more recent exams are more relevant. The older ones are still useful also, of course. I'm not saying they don't matter, but you don't want to do older material at the expense of the newer material. And so if you never did exam 101, but you did do exam 158, that would be a good thing. If you're taking the exam in a year and you have a lot more time, then yeah, sure, you could work through everything. But when you have limited time, you've got to make a rank order prioritization. It's triage. You do the older, you do the newer exams, and you don't do the older, and that's okay. And by the way, a really common concern I hear from students around retake prep is, for my gunners out there, I love you, gunners. If you've done every exam ever and you've used up all the material and there's nothing else that you could do because you've seen it all before, you're like, well, I can't study because I've done all the practice tests. And I'm like, well, yeah, you've done them all. And if you were to redo them, your LSAT score might be a little bit inflated because you already remember some of it. But unless you would get a perfect 180 by redoing that exam, there's still something to be learned from that practice test. And very few people getting perfect 180s redoing an exam. And yeah, you'll get a few more right. You'll remember things. You'll go faster, sure. But there is still a valuable insight to be gained by redoing that. And there are, of course, a couple of out-of-print exams that are not in Law Hub for whatever reason. And you can practice those too if you really want to dig deeper. Of course, again, they're older, less recent is less relevant. Aside from the 58 exams in Law Hub, you also have the additional practice section in Law Hub with drills and individual sections as well. So you could, if you had a year, you start with the drills and the individual sections so that you're not burning through full exams. And then you start with exam 101, 102, 103, up to 158. And part of how you avoid the problem of having burned through everything is that you don't do everything now. If you're taking the LSAT for the first time, let's say, and you've got the exams in the 140s, 150s, and so on, you save or pull back reserve a handful of those to do in the future. In other words, you're not doing everything right now. You're saving some for later so that, let's say you're going for November, you want to save maybe 3 or 4 from the 150s. And then you do those for your January prep, worst case scenario, if you had to, in fact, retake in January. So just food for thought in terms of planning and preparing. Now, I feel like a lot of students neglect the review process, and review is underutilized. It's far too easy to take exam after exam after exam. You measure your results, you're happy, you're sad about them, and then move on. I mean, how many of you are guilty of that? I was guilty of it too. It's okay. The thing is that, yes, you get the immediate feedback, you get the dopamine hit of seeing a result, but unless you learn from your mistakes, you may end up just making those same mistakes again. And the way that you avoid them is through learning from them. We use a review method at LSAT Unplugged called the Socratic Review Method. It's a cornerstone of my courses and my coaching. The idea being that every question that you get wrong is an opportunity to learn something new. And until you learn the lesson from your mistakes, you're just doomed to repeat them. And so we give you spreadsheets and tools and templates. You could use a Google Sheet, you could use a Google Doc, you could use a physical notebook, but we make separate columns ideally. And the columns will lay out for you the stimulus, meaning the argument in logical reasoning, or the passage in reading comprehension. You have your question stem, and you have the answer choices. And when you're breaking down the stimulus or the passage, you look at, where did I go wrong when I was reading the initial source material? Was there a particular trick or trap that led me to not fully understand the passage or the text? Was it, for example, that they buried the conclusion in the middle of the stimulus? Or did they fail to include key indicator words like thus, therefore, hence, or so? Did they fail to include key indicators for evidence like because or since? Did they include annoying words like unless, except, until, or without? Did they lack indicator words altogether? Did they include sub-conclusions or counter-premises? There are all different ways here you see that they ramp up the difficulty level of a stimulus. And you got to understand which of those ways throws you off. If you could better understand the tricks and traps that you fall for, you can avoid them in the future. Maybe your mistake was the question stem. Did they refer to a common LSAT question in an unfamiliar way? For example, in a lot of the later exams in logical reasoning, they'll use less common wording. They'll use paraphrases and synonyms to refer to a common type in a less common way. And if you can't recognize the question type, maybe you are then, unfortunately, more likely to be thrown off by it. But a lot of the time, the mistake is in the answer choices. You have traps of encouragement towards the wrong answer and traps of discouragement away from the right answer. And so you want to know what was tempting about the wrong answer choice that made you pick it, and what ultimately makes it wrong, and what was unappealing or discouraging about the right answer, and what pushed you away from it. A lot of times, for example, they will make a tempting wrong answer look really good in the first half, but then the second half is where they go astray. And one little word, of course, can make all the difference in turning it from right to wrong. For an unappealing right answer, they just make the wording terrible. They just make the wording so far off from what you would have predicted that it doesn't even look close. But a paraphrase can still be accurate, of course. It still has the same meaning. Or maybe they refer to it by negation. And so, for example, if they say, like not raining, could mean that it's dry in reading comprehension. But they're not including the word dry. They're just saying not rain. And so on a quick scan, it's hard to recognize that sort of thing. But it's still there. Just you're not going to catch it on a quick scan. So that's another thing to be looking out for. But my point here is that you've got to get review out of your head, because it's too easy to look at the right answer and say to yourself, oh, I get it now. How could I have been so dumb? But then because you haven't really gotten down to the root cause, you're just looking at someone else's perfect explanation written with the hindsight bias of having already known the answer when they created the explanation, which is, of course, is cheating in a way. You're not really getting down to the root cause in terms of what personally threw you off. And so I always like to recommend articulating your thought process. And you could do that in your physical notebook or in your Google Sheet or your Google Doc. I recommend keeping some sort of journal of some kind, or even better, you talk it out with a coach or a study buddy or a tutor where we can really get into the patterns in your mistakes. And then that way, if you keep it logged, You then have a reference you can look back to later, where over the course of weeks and months as you're studying, you'll see trends in terms of what you're getting wrong and why. That data is really quite useful to help you make sure that you are improving, that you're not just making the same mistakes every single exam that you take. And you can also that way better identify if there are certain question types or methods of reasoning that you are particularly prone to struggling with. So keep the data, log it. Ideally, you are not studying alone in total isolation. Of course, there are many, many of you on the live stream here. I know there are tens and thousands of people taking the LSAT. We had, I think, around 22,000 took it in September. We'll probably have even more in October and November. So there's a whole world of people out there studying for the LSAT. I talk to all of you every single day, and we organized courses and classes and study groups and coaching for this very reason inside the LSAT Unplugged community. And of course, if you want my support, you can book a free tutoring lesson with me, unpluggedprep.com/start. You could also check out the QR code up there and book that call. I'm happy to help you out. We've got Daniel joining us today. Daniel, welcome. How's everything going?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. I'm good. So tell me a little bit about where you're at, how I could help, your current score, your goal score, and when you're taking the test.
So I am taking the test in October, and I had a diagnostic about 168, 169, and I'm trying to get like a 174. So I was kind of prepping for reading comprehension because I was kind of not getting the score, like getting like almost perfect in that section. So I wanted to kind of focus on that section. And I guess like I had some also like some weaknesses for the LR, especially sufficient necessary questions.
Yeah, gotcha, sure. So we're looking to go from 168 to 174 by the October LSAT in about 2 weeks. You mentioned reading comprehension in particular, maybe some logical reasoning types as well. What's your current approach like for reading comp right now?
So I kind of read the entire passage. It usually doesn't take me that long. Like I'm a quick reader, maybe like a minute, maybe 2 minutes maximum. And then I kind of try to, before looking at the questions, I want to summarize what the passage means and what I can kind of predict what maybe the questions would ask me. So I know the first question usually starts off with what's the like main point of the passage, or what's the author's kind of purpose of writing this. And so I kind of predict what the entire passage means, and then I go off from that.
Good. Okay, cool. So you're saying that you're spending a minute or two reading the passage. You're reading with anticipation, trying to predict what the questions will be about or what the answer will be.
Yes.
Okay, cool. I mean, a minute, I'll be honest, a minute or two actually feels a little bit fast to me for an initial read. Do you feel like when you spend only a minute or two, you're still able to get the gist of it, the main idea and the author's opinion?
I usually do, but there are instances that I will say that sometimes I kind of forget maybe like what's important in the passage, right? And I have to go back to it, and that kind of does hinder me like in the later questions.
Okay, so you're often getting it, but not always.
Exactly.
Got it. Yeah, I mean, you might consider slowing down. I mean, like I said, a minute or two feels pretty fast to me to read 450 words on an unfamiliar topic. You might try slowing down a tiny bit and play with that and see if that could maybe increase your understanding a bit.
Right. Yeah, I'll slow down. Do you have like a time estimate? Maybe?
Yeah, I mean, my general recommendation would be about 2.5 to 3 minutes for the initial read. And with the understanding you can get from spending 2.5 to 3, that should then give you enough context or information to at least be able to knock out the more general global questions like main idea, primary purpose, passage organization, title, tone, author's opinion, things of that nature.
Do you also recommend never looking back in the passage to save more time, like in the questions? So kind of just trying to like the first reading of the passage, you should always know everything from the passage, and then so you won't have to look back for a question.
I wouldn't necessarily recommend never looking back. I think looking back is okay to do sometimes, especially more for the detailed questions. The key is that you want to know exactly where to go back to when you need to help you solve a particular question. So when you're reading the passage and maybe giving yourself a bit more time to read it, like I'm recommending, if you could then, as you're going through the passage, think to yourself, okay, well, this part of the passage is where they articulate the main idea. This is where they give you evidence. This is where they give you details and supporting examples. This is where they tell you who, if anyone's advocating a particular point of view. You then, for the detailed questions, can go back to those specific paragraphs or specific lines even. So you're, in other words, you're trying to form a mental map or outline of the key details and know where you can go back to help you solve a specific question.
And I know, like, for the reading comprehension, so like for the science-based, like I guess STEM based sections, do you also recommend like kind of reading more scientific-based like articles to more? Because I'm not, like, there's a joke, right, that attorneys go to law school because like STEM isn't their biggest strength. So do you recommend, like, before like some of those like science-based passages, do you recommend like reading more STEM-based articles and like books in order to like kind of get that background knowledge? Because that's like my weakness as well, like some of those science-based passages.
If you had a year, I would say yes, but you've got 2 weeks till your test in October. And so I would instead say, why don't you just read actual LSAT passages about science topics?
Okay.
And the idea, by the way, isn't to act. I'll challenge one particular thing that you said, which was about to get the knowledge. I don't think you're not going to get the knowledge because they're drawing from such a wide range of topics. I mean, think to yourself, on the one hand, you have like the riddled basins of attraction passage, one of the hardest reading comp passages ever. You also have the one on, I think it was like macrotoporous bugs or something. Like, I don't even know what that is, but like you have such a varied set of topics that they pull from that you're not going to learn all of science. Nobody knows all of natural science, but you can increase your comfort level getting exposed to unfamiliar topics just by doing more reading comprehension passages themselves. You've got about 400 passages released, and you've got 2 weeks till your test.
Right.
And so I would say dig back into some of the oldest ones that you're never going to touch and otherwise, and just read them on the beach or in the bathroom, whatever. Read them to help you fall asleep at night. Just get some more exposure to the difficult, dense text on unfamiliar topics and see, can I get the main point here?
Do you recommend kind of just doing one section, like doing reading comp basically every day, or do you like recommend like maybe taking it full timed, the full exam, like maybe once a week or twice a week before October 4th?
For you in particular, because you're looking to go from, again, 168 to 174 in 2 weeks, my focus for you would be timed exams, at least one a week, maybe two. I mean, do you have other obligations, or are you studying full time?
I'm basically studying full time because
Okay.
later.
So if you're full time, 2 exams a week, I think is reasonable, along with detailed review of those exams. That would be my primary focus, number one. Secondly, if reading comp is your biggest area of struggle, I would also do timed sections of reading comp in addition. I would prioritize only timed work because of your limited time frame. If you were on a longer time frame for, say, January, February, I would slow down and do some more untimed. But for you, I think timed plus review is the way to go.
And I guess for the logical reasoning, is there any like helpful tips that you have for like solving the necessary sufficient? Because that's like one of my weaknesses. Like I think at most other logical reasoning I'm pretty well at. Like I'm basically near perfect, but those are the questions that I kind of struggle with, and it's like a 50-50 chance of me getting it wrong.
So you're talking about necessary assumption and sufficient assumption?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, yeah, for sure. I mean, I would drill each of those in isolation to get more clarity on the proper perspective or approach from which to view each. I'll quickly summarize here for you, but then dig into the course material for more. For necessary assumption questions, you're looking for something that needs to be the case in order for the argument to work, meaning if it were not the case, the conclusion would fall apart. Given the evidence, the argument no longer works. And so you're looking for a very specific kind of answer where you can negate it, and the correct choice when negated destroys the argument because the argument relies upon that underlying necessary assumption. In contrast, for sufficient assumption, you're looking for new information that, if true, will guarantee the argument 100%, leaving no ambiguity at all. So it doesn't matter how strong it is, as long as it achieves the objective of guaranteeing the argument. So necessary, more moderate. sufficient assumption, more extreme. You could drill these here and there, but I think, again, with your very limited time, just watch 1 or 2 of the course lesson videos that I did covering these topics, full-length class recordings, going in depth with example after example. I think giving you some targeted clarity there would be really helpful, but reading comp, I think, is even more important for you because it's a third of the test. And I think just the small adjustment I'm recommending of giving yourself more time reading the passage, if we double your time from a minute or 2 to more like 2 to 3, 2 to 4, that's going to make a major difference in helping you to deepen your understanding of what the passage is actually saying. And then you'll still have time to go back to. But I'd work on that pacing to say, can I double my time reading the passage while still having sufficient comfort and security knowing that I could go back to the passage for those more detail-oriented specific questions?
And I guess like adding to that, do you recommend like maybe 5 or 6 minutes for the entire section? Because I think there's 4 sections of reading comp. What was your recommendation based on the timing for those?
Yeah, so you're right. You have 4 sets, 3 long passages, and then 2 dual shorter ones, but we'll say 4 for simplicity. 35 minutes for the section divided by 4 is 8 minutes and 45 seconds per passage. Within those 8:45, you're giving yourself, let's say for clarity, simplicity, 3 minutes on the passage, and then 5:45 for the associated questions. Now, 3 minutes on the initial passage read with 5:45 remaining gives you just under a minute per question. So I'm not saying you want to go beyond 3 minutes on your read because then you're cutting in too much to the questions. But yes, all else being equal, as an average, I would say 8:45 per set. But some will be harder than others. And so some you'll go faster, some you'll go slower.
So I was going to ask, do you recommend maybe skipping some of the harder questions in the in passage, or meaning in the let's say there's 5 questions, right? Do you skip maybe question 2 and then go to 5 and then go back, so I won't get stuck on a question? Because there's usually a question per passage that I get stuck on that takes a lot of my time, and I have to rush because I usually do it in chronological order. I've never really skipped around, but do you recommend doing that maybe?
Yeah, you can jump around. I'm not going to use the word skip because I do want you to eventually do everything, but I don't want to inadvertently confuse anybody. But I want to say that you can do the questions out of order. In fact, I recommend that to a lot of folks. In reading comprehension, you have 3 main categories of questions. You have global, local, and inferential. Global is big picture questions like main idea, primary purpose, title, tone, author's opinion, passage organization. Local would be more detailed questions like examples, details, where you're going back to specific lines supporting a given choice. In the paper LSAT, these had line references. In the online LSAT, they highlight it in turquoise. Then for the inferential, those are more hard. They're harder, to be frank. They require you to read between the lines more, and they will have questions that are analogous to logical reasoning, like parallel, strength, and weaken. I would save those for last. So yes, I would recommend jumping around, going from easy to hard to build your baseline understanding as you go.
And do you also, I guess, on that note, so I don't know how the order is in terms of maybe humanities section first of the passage and then science-based, but I don't know do you recommend skipping maybe the harder passages and then doing the easy ones first to get that out of the way?
Yeah, good question. So you have those 4 categories of topics: natural science, social science, humanities, and law. Those 4 could be in any order. It's not like humanities is always first or always last. The dual passage could also be anywhere in the set of 4. I generally like to just say do them in order because it takes time to decide on topic, because you're reading it, you're getting invested, then you're saying, actually, no, I don't want to do this right now. But if you see that you read a topic and you just kind of hit a fight or flight mode and you freeze where you're like, I cannot deal with this in the moment. Yeah, sure. I mean, skip it, come back to it later. I think that's fine. If you want to do the dual passages first or last, they're so easy to recognize. I think that's also fine too. But for a 174, you do need to attempt and bubble in every single answer with full effort.
Right. But yeah, I think that's all my questions.
Awesome, Daniel. It's a pleasure. If anything else comes up in these final weeks, just reach out, email, text. I'm happy to help.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, for sure, man. All right, Avery, you ready? Let's do it. How's it going?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. I'm good. So tell me for context where you're at right now, your current score, your goal score, and when you're taking the test.
Yes. So my previous test score is 169. I'm retaking in November, and my last two PTs were a 176 and 171.
Nice, solid. So you're in a pretty good place here. There are some fluctuations, of course. How many practices have you taken in the past, month, or let's say?
Past month, I've started studying like 3 weeks ago, so 2.
Okay, all right. That's the
Yeah.
fun, I think. But you're taking it. Remember your target test date?
November.
November. Okay, so we got a month and a
Yeah.
half. What's your planned or schedule or cadence of practice tests going forward?
So I think for like the next 2 weeks, just one each, and then I'm gonna start, or maybe the next week it's gonna be one, and then the next two is gonna be like 2 per week.
Okay, and what else do you have going on? Are you working? Are you in school? Or just
I'm in
studying?
school.
Okay, so you're in school. Is it full time? Is your course load pretty busy?
It is full time, but it shouldn't be too busy because I really tried to minimize like extracurriculars and everything. So I'm like it's not too heavy.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, I think that 2 exams a week is still a lot.
Mhm.
But if you're really strategic with your calendar, you could squeeze them in. My only concern
Uh-huh.
would be, will you still have sufficient time to review them as well as taking them? Because each exam, 2.5 hours, that's 5 hours to take them, plus review could be another 5 hours, that's 10, plus your coaching sessions with your coach, for example, or joining classes or working through the other material too. Do you feel like you can handle that all? How's it been going so far?
You know, I actually had a question about that.
Yeah, sure.
How much does course load matter going into the first quarter, of my senior year? I'm thinking of taking like 3 classes instead of 4, to focus on like the LSAT, but wondering, if law schools really care about course load.
Good question. I mean, I'll say this, that they care about your undergraduate GPA. They
Mhm,
care that you earn your BA at the end of the day. But
mhm.
if you took relatively fewer credits one semester versus another semester,
Yeah,
as long as you graduate in time, I don't think that should really matter.
got it.
Are you still in a drop period where it would not be catastrophic to drop a class here or there?
Yeah, I go to,
Okay.
UCLA, so actually first class is today.
Oh, nice.
So,
Cool.
lots of time, yeah.
Nice. Well, I appreciate you joining despite class. If you're at UCLA, it's probably pretty early in the morning for you right now, huh? Appreciate
Yeah.
you signing on. Cool. Yeah. So I mean, I think it's fine if you can. I think it's a good idea, honestly, to be frank.
Uh-huh.
If you can take a lighter course load while you're studying for the LSAT,
Mhm.
because the LSAT's going to weigh more heavily than all of undergrad combined. And
Yeah,
so, if that means you're taking 1 or 2 classes fewer for one semester,
yeah,
that's a pretty small percentage of your overall undergraduate career. And as a bonus, taking fewer classes will also help your GPA and it'll help your LSAT score even more, of course, which is what really matters.
got it. Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, for
Steve,
sure. And you
is
can
this
also,
time can you is looking over personal statements, talking about resumes, is that what this time is for too? I was a little confused in the text.
yeah. Yeah, we could talk
Okay.
about that also. Yeah, tell me your questions on, I mean, we can't go over a draft right now, but if you want
Yeah.
to talk it through, we can.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm for my personal statement, I'm talking about well, I'll just like say the first line was like in an effort to fight climate injustice, I went undercover in a commercial real estate firm. And I sort of
Ooh,
talk about an experience that how I used to really be like more of like an advocate, was talking to representatives, advocating for like a certain act, and I kind of go into the storytelling of that. But then I talk about how going into college with like peers and professors really like expose the limitations of my perspective, and how the example of climate gentrification where the injustice was obvious but the mechanisms were not, and that really kind of led me down this path of like trying to understand finance, because it was so connected to climate gentrification. And then I talk about how, I joked with a friend, like, what if I worked in commercial real estate? And so eventually, like, I did end up doing that. And it really, like, I guess, changed my mind about how the financial system works and how it, like, really connects with like social and environmental issues, and how I guess the regulatory side of that is really what inspires me to go to law school. That's kind of how I have it laid out.
Got it. I mean, that sounds like a really fun story. I'm actually gonna are you able to stick around for like another half hour or so, Avery?
Yes, I was planning on it. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, because we have our next guest coming on. I think she's going to get a kick out of your question. I see her laughing in the backstage here. Yeah, I think it's going to be a fun one for her to tackle as well. I'll just give you my quick take on it, which is that I
Yeah.
think this story going undercover seems to have quite a bit of drama to it, which could be interesting. I think that could be a lot of fun, actually. Yeah, so I'm curious to get Anne's take when she joins us in a little bit. But I think you've probably got the makings of something there in my non-expert take on the admission side of things. I think that could be fun.
Yeah.
But to bring it back to the LSAT for a moment
Yeah.
here, because we have a little more time on you, I want to stick to the LSAT if we can.
Mhm.
We're looking. What's your ultimate goal score specifically? Because you mentioned that you're at 169 now. You're looking for 171, 176, right? Those are your two
Yeah.
practice test scores.
Yes.
And you're taking it in November. You've got a full course load, but you're looking to lighten it a little bit.
Mhm.
And what's your biggest struggle right now on the LSAT side of things?
I would definitely say, like, would you mean like in terms of like the actual questions and things I'm getting wrong, like wrong answer patterns, or more just like general broad issues with my LSAT studying?
Any of the above, really. I mean, what's the biggest barrier to you getting the next 5, 10 points?
I think variability within like in terms of my timing, because there are some tests where I'm like, I have like 5 minutes left, some sections, and then other sections where I have like 1 minute left. And I definitely see like a difference in my score when I have like a lot of time left versus no time left.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So we got to think for you here about running out of time and what causes you to run out of time within certain sections. Do you get bogged down or do you get stuck? Are you able to recognize when you encounter a question, is this a question where I'm going to be able to hammer away at it for another minute or two and get some additional clarity? Or am I in a place where I'm just kind of spiraling and I can't move on?
Yeah.
Can you recognize when you've got to flag it, skip it, and come back later? Are there certain question types where you're like, lengthy parallels towards the end of the section, I do not like, or really technically worded stimuli on natural science topics, for example, or philosophy or aestheticism? When I encounter those, should I, you know what, just take a pause, take a deep breath, flag it, skip it, come back to it later? Can you recognize quickly what you don't like to deal with?
I think so. Not 100% confident on that, but for the most part, yes.
Okay, so the first step is recognizing it. The second part's actually doing it.
Okay, because I think what ends up happening is the questions that I do flag are usually the ones that I end up getting wrong. So I know that there's in me like recognizes that I have a hard time with it.
Okay, good. All right, so I think that you probably already know what you're prone to have struggles with. The thing I would recommend for you for just a time allocation, time management perspective is let's flag it. Let's not deal with it anymore right now, because every question on the LSAT is worth the same. But not all of them are of equal difficulty, and some will take you a lot longer than others. So my recommendation is, first, you know what you don't like to deal with. Secondly, you actually flag it. Third, you move on from it and don't spend any more time on it. Don't throw good time after bad. Complete the section. Then and only then come back to it. That way you've locked up all the easier points. You've built up some momentum, and you have a time bank that you can then use to come back and tackle the tougher ones later, when you already have the security of knowing that you've completed the section.
Right. Okay.
And then
I have a
go ahead,
question.
please.
Oh no, I was just gonna ask about reading comprehension. Like a specific question I had was, I was curious, like for top test takers, how much time, like once they read that passage, how much time do they go back and reread? Like, is it them mostly staying on the question and going through the questions, or do they go back and reread a lot?
I wouldn't say they go back and reread a lot, but they go back strategically to target specific lines in the passage to confirm particular answer choices.
Okay.
And there are some open-ended questions where you have no choice to go back, because unless you can hold the entire passage in your head, which is a pretty tall order. One last thing I was going to say for you, Avery, on the logical reasoning side was, with the particular question types that give you struggle, they're the ones that you're most prone to flagging, skipping, coming back later. Beyond everything else we talked about, my last recommendation was going to be to actually work on your weak areas outside of the context of a full exam. And so if it was the parallel reasoning, or if it was the technical science passages, for example, you then drill those areas separately to raise your overall average understanding of those topics or question types, so that when you come back, you'll be able to adequately tackle them.
Got it. Okay. Then that makes sense.
Yeah, of course. And Avery, please stick around. If you could write up a quick summary of your personal statement question, I think we could probably talk about it a little bit more in a bit.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of course. All right, folks who are just joining us here, September LSAT score live stream, if you could just drop it in the comments what your score was when you took it, if you got your score back, if you're planning on a retake, how your score related to your goal score, and when you're taking it, we can then try to give you some advice and recommendations for your retake prep if you are retaking in November or January or beyond. We're all here and happy to help you out. And now, if you're ready, do you want to join now? Or you want to give it a few more minutes? Join? All right, awesome. Hey, Anne, welcome. Thanks for joining.
Thanks for having me. It's early here for me and for Avery, so.
Awesome, cool. Well, I appreciate you taking the time. I know the time.
Yeah.
It wasn't me who scheduled this. It was September LSAC actually, who chose when scores come out.
I've been getting the emails for an hour, so no big deal.
All right, cool. So you want to share a little bit about your background in terms of admissions, what your experience has been like in the industry?
Sure. So long and short of it is I started lawschoolexpert.com 22 years ago. And before that, I was director of admissions at different ABA-approved law schools. And so all I've been doing for 22 years is advising law school applicants on an individual basis through the process. I'm also the author of The Law School Admission Game, which is in its 6th edition currently. So it's just an overview. There's more about me at lawschoolexpert.com, but you and I have been interacting on this stuff for almost as long as I've been in business, I think.
Yeah, awesome. Well, I love your book. I appreciate. I've always been promoting it, recommending it to law school applicants. There's been a lot of changes over the years, and we could talk about some of those in a little bit. As we get into this cycle now, are there any particular surprises that you think that applicants don't usually realize about the process as we enter the fall 2025 cycle?
I think that as much as they don't realize, I think they listen too much to groupthink on the internet, and they don't think about necessarily what's best with that for them as much as they should. There's this groupthink that the November LSAT is too late, which is not true. That's total BS that the November LSAT is too late. If it'll get you that extra 3-4 points, it's 100% worth waiting and taking. Things like that. I think there's some misconceptions. Like if you don't apply September 1st to law school, you're not getting in. Like there's some junk out there that I wish people wouldn't pay attention to. But I think the biggest thing I've seen this year is an over-reliance on AI.
Yeah, huge one, right? For the personal statements, do you think?
Yeah, I am starting a few months ago. I've been reading the worst personal statements of my entire career from really bright, qualified applicants. And I had to actually add to my welcome message when people sign on with me that they are agreeing to not use AI as part of the brainstorming and drafting process, because I've seen such a downturn in the quality of essays. I mean, from the phrasing to the cheesiness to the transitions between paragraphs to all of it, it's just been complete junk. So I would say that's probably the thing people aren't aware of, that adults are all smart enough to see that this is AI generated.
Yeah, there's a lot of giveaways, like the M dashes and the sentence structures, right?
Yeah, I mean, the clauses and the repetitive phrasing, and I mean, it's just a mess. So I would just say, trust yourself and your own voice.
Yeah, I mean, exactly.
Yeah, I think Avery had asked a question about class credits. Can I jump back to that for a moment?
Yeah, please.
So I think, she can correct me if I'm wrong, I think she was asking, like, can she take one fewer class? Will that look bad if she wants to focus on her LSAT prep? It could look bad, honestly, in a senior year to take a lighter load. It kind of depends where her GPA is. For people that need to show upward trend in GPA, your grades are going to be shown, for the fall quarter, especially if you're taking a November LSAT, they're going to see those fall grades when they review your application. So I would say just be careful about it. You don't want it to look like you're taking it easy. And if you're not also working or also doing other things, and all you're doing is taking a reduced course load to get your extra 3 points on the LSAT, that I would only do it if you absolutely have to. That's what I would say. Like if you absolutely cannot fit in what you need to do. But for me, someone who's already scoring at a high level on LSAT, they probably don't need to take a reduced course load just to go up the 2 or 3 points they're scoring on their practice test, or they want to score on their practice test. But obviously it's a very individual decision. You know what you can handle and what you can't, but certainly don't go to a part-time load this quarter or this semester.
Fair enough. So part-time would be probably overkill, you would say.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
only 9 credits would look strange if someone weren't also like working full time to support themselves. You know, it's not something I would do just to grab 3 points on the LSAT. And most people who are already scoring where Avery's scoring on the practice test, she doesn't need an extra 15 hours a week to study for the LSAT. Like that's not what she needs. So I don't think it's necessary to take the reduced course load, but if she starts the term and she's completely stressed out, then great, drop a class, no big deal. It's no big deal to drop a class. But I wouldn't decide that before classes even start.
I guess there's also if classes are just starting today, she's still got some time to make a decision before dropping.
Yeah, for sure. And I am getting about the personal statement topic. So I was laughing because she's obviously put so much thought into this topic, which is plus for her that she's put so much thought in this topic. But it sounds so complicated to get across in 2 pages, double space, 12-point font. Like, it's so much. There's gonna have to be some simplification that would happen there. I can definitely see a first draft at 6 pages that I would help someone whittle down to 2. It's just a lot of stuff, and you have to make sure that you're really talking about yourself and not about this area of finance or law that interests you. You know, it's like very complicated. And I love the sophistication of it, but remember, you have very precious real estate in your personal statement, and you really have to choose how to use it. Especially like I'm using UCLA as an example. That law school one's 2 pages, double space, 12-point font. Like you can't fit that whole story into that well and do it well. Sometimes the best ideas are a little more simplified.
My biggest concern was the number of like 5-syllable words that she was using about the gentrification and all climate gentrification and all that. I was like, yeah, there are probably simpler ways to communicate those concepts, or maybe just narrow the focus a little bit, right?
You know what I always say when someone runs a personal statement idea by me, Steve, is I really can't tell till I see it in writing about anything, because I can't tell how it's executed. Because every time I might give a comment like this on someone's personal statement, they'll come back with, but I did do that, or but I did take care of that. Okay, well, I didn't see it. I'm going off what you told me. But in most cases, it's really difficult to tell if a personal statement idea is good until you see it, in writing and how it's being told and how it fits together. But yes, I do think there is generally this trend of let me put really complicated words and long sentences in my personal statements. I think that's AI also, to be honest. The thing about personal statements, I always say I have 2 buzzwords with personal statements, or everything in the application, to be honest, but credibility and authenticity. And the credibility comes through the facts of the story and the voice of the story. And the authenticity is also voice, and that you can back up what you're saying your goals are, what you're saying your reasons are for having these goals with the facts. They go together. And AI just crushes both of those things. It doesn't know your life story, doesn't know your facts, and can't get your authentic voice right. So you don't sound like a likable, relatable, interesting, captivating person if you don't have those 2 main ingredients. And those are like the 2 buzzwords I've always used with personal statements. And I think it's even more important today to have a standout personal statement, because everyone else is using AI.
Yeah, definitely. I actually saw that I think it was University of Michigan Law. Initially they were banning AI, and then they made an essay where they required AI. So that makes me feel like they just don't know how to handle it.
Yeah, it's an optional essay. Like, what would your prompt be, if you were asking this? Wow, is that that is a really complicated question to do well, right? Like, but I love that they're asking it. And a few applications have already come out this year with how have you used AI, like Gail, how have you used AI? How have you used AI in your application process? And that's fine. Like, they're not saying don't do it, but I think a thoughtful response is super important. And honestly, I would just say stay away from AI. Like, you don't need AI for this. This isn't what AI was meant to do. This isn't how it was meant to help us. It wasn't meant to help us explain our life stories better. Like, it really, that shouldn't be the intent of it. And I think, I know, because I have 2 daughters in college, and I understand the role AI is playing in their lives now. I actually had parents weekend this weekend at my daughter at Vanderbilt, and I sat next to her in her calculus class. And meanwhile, she's on AI, and I wrote on my little piece of paper with pencil, cheater. And she's like, no, Mom, I just do this during class to help me understand and follow along. I don't do this for homework. I'm like, so, I mean, it's such a prevalent part of your lives, but it shouldn't be what creates your personal statement. You're all incredibly bright, qualified people to tell your own life story. I mean, what I do is different. I'm giving feedback on, are you telling the right story in the right way? Does it sound like you? How do we make it better? But if you plug in some of these ideas to AI, it's such crap.
I find that like it always agrees with you. Like if you ask, should I do this? They'll say yes. If you ask, should I do that? It'll also say yes. And like, well, you can't do everything.
You know, what I just did, I'm not an AI person, obviously, but I just did a road trip out to Nashville. And I thought, okay, I'll ask AI, like if I only want to drive 6 to 8 hours a day, where should I stop? When should I leave? How long will it take me before I get to Nashville on such and such date? And it messed up even that. Like it put me 2 nights in one place. It put me one day with 4 hours of driving and one day with 12. Like it was dumb, like a simple question. It didn't do well. So I don't think AI is where we needed to be to trust it enough to tell our life stories yet.
I think so too. It's just a moderated average of everything with no actual expertise.
So tell me what do you think people want to know? I see the chat room. I'm getting, just some blanket advice I'm giving to my clients already today. Don't make any life decisions or LSAT decisions on the day you get your LSAT score. I'd like to just pause at that. Yeah. Okay. There's no reason you have to make any decision today. You don't have to cancel a score today. You don't have to decide you're waiting till next cycle. There's no life decision that has to be made today. Okay. If the score was if you prepared adequately and the score you got was more than 3 points off where you were expecting it to be, then retake it in November. No big deal. No big deal. Okay. No big deal. If this was a result of lack of preparation, it's very unlikely in the next month you're going to have time to really make a big jump. That's my opinion. And I do think January is too late for this cycle for people trying to go to top schools. Okay. If you're trying to go to your neighborhood regional law school, January LSAT is probably completely fine. But for people gunning for top schools, January is too late. November is not too late. But again, don't make any major life decisions today. It's just not necessary. There's no reason today to decide you need a gap year. You can still register for November. You have options. This is the best LSAT schedule I've ever seen from an applicant's perspective. I mean, that you have all these early in the month LSATs. I mean, this November LSAT used to be a mid-December LSAT date. Like the fact that you can even take the LSAT first week of November is amazing. This is the best schedule I've ever seen. So this is not the time to panic about a November LSAT. It's an absolutely fine way to be. I do recommend getting everything else in your application ready so that as soon as that score comes back, you're ready to start applying. But, I also get a lot of questions. Should I apply with this score and then again with my new score in November? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That's a terrible strategy. First of all, you're dividing your time when you should be focusing on that November LSAT prep. Second of all, no one's going to review your application if you have an LSAT pending. And third of all, if you'd be happy with the schools you could be competitive for admission with this current LSAT score, you would never be retaking the test. So it's just a waste of energy. It's like an anxiety response rather than a well thought out strategy.
I think that's all really fair. I mean, I love the schedule as well. You got 4 consecutive LSATs, August, September, October, November. So you take any of those, you're still in pretty good shape for this cycle. I think that's solid. Also, what you said regarding the cancellations, you've got score preview now, which is a blessing, but you also have 6 calendar days to decide. I mean, I think that's a money grab on LSAT's part.
It's a total money grab.
Yeah, it's a money grab. But
it's a total scam. I mean, let me just say this. It's the highest score that the law schools care about.
Right.
All of my data, all of my clients, I track every year where they get in. They're always getting the schools based on that highest score, not on some amalgamation of the scores. Like it's such a money grab. I'm philosophically against the score preview, but in either event, if it makes people feel better, fine. Just don't use it as a gut check. Like, oh my God, panic response button. It's not, there's no reason for that. And especially if this is your first LSAT score, please don't cancel it. At least you can go to law school, right? Like don't cancel a first LSAT score. And guys, if you already have an LSAT score and then you cancel one, everyone's going to know it was worse. What are you hiding? There's no reason to panic here for sure. And you said something else that I was thinking about, Steve. Anyway, it'll come back to me. But I mean, geez, now I'm stumped because you gave me a really good idea and it just left.
Well, I was talking about the schedule of eight LSATs per year, right? So you've got multiple opportunities to retake. I personally recommend that a lot of folks retake if they don't score above their PT average, because as you said, they don't average scores. They don't take the highest. So why not give yourself the at bat?
I give similar advice, like the last 5 scores, take out the high, take out the low. What were you scoring? If you're more than 3 points off that, take. But here's what I was going to say. The rolling admissions is less of a deal now than it was a couple years ago. Okay. Way less emphasis on rolling admissions. First of all, it's taking the law schools a lot longer to review applications now that there's a bazillion essays, interviews, etc. Second of all, they are waiting for those November LSAT scores to make decisions. The only school where statistically I've seen a difference between people who applied before November and after, and in November / into early December is Harvard. Everywhere else makes no difference. Yale and Stanford don't even do rolling admissions. So, and all the other schools, there's no difference in outcomes. Now, if there's a binding early decision deadline that does not allow November, that's different. But some people, I know in undergrad, applying binding is a huge deal, right? It makes a huge difference in where you get in. You have to go big or go home to get into your goal school. But that's not the case with law schools. Very few people apply binding to law school. And, what it does is and especially since many law schools don't even offer binding. So people don't want to preclude their chances of admission to other schools by binding themselves to another. But also many binding programs come with scholarships automatically, which makes them actually more competitive than general admission to get. So binding is not some panacea cure-all. I would not worry so much about binding early action or early decision deadlines. It's worth waiting to take the LSAT if you strongly believe you're likely to go up by 3 points.
Yeah, that's fair. I agree. Similar. I mean, my thought on the binding is that you lose all your scholarship negotiation leverage. I mean, why should they give you anything?
Right.
If you've committed.
They won't give you anything. They
Right.
won't. I mean, it'll be like a little coupon gift. It's you're not getting significant. If scholarships are important to you, you cannot go with binding and, that's non-scholarship related. The other thing is, I have done this for a long time, and I've always seen that at the beginning of the cycle, people only care about ranking, and at the end of the cycle, they only care about how they're going to finance law school. And so I counsel clients to balance their schools list in the beginning so they have that choice to make come April, and they're not like, oh my God, signing on the dotted line, freaking out, right? You want to give yourself options, because how you feel about the process, how you feel about where you go to law school, even how you feel about the region in which you want to go to law school when you're young can change dramatically in 9 months. And so I really believe in creating a schools list that gives you options. And in line with that, I often see too many people do a T14 or bust attitude. And I think that is, unless you've got your 175, 4.0 and perfect resume, perfect everything with no red flags, that's not a great strategy. It's just not a great strategy to say, I'm not going to law school if I don't go to a top 10 school or a T14. Very few people can pull that off. And especially recently with, this inflation of LSAT scores that we've both seen, let's be honest, it's been ridiculous since COVID. So I would just, between accommodations and between online, between the multiple retakes, the more sophisticated LSAT prep, like LSAT scores are super inflated, and a 170 isn't what it used to be. And so I think it's important for people to be cognizant of the level of competition at those top schools and keep their bases open, keep their options open when applying.
So in other words, T14 may not always be as realistic as people think it is, and it may not even matter as much as people think it does. I mean, on the other end, looking at employment outcomes in your experience relative to the law school someone attended, I mean, when you also consider the financial aid they might get at a lower ranked school.
Yeah.
What do you typically ultimately see as being the end game here, the outcome?
The lawyer in me wants to start with a disclaimer, which is I really try to stay in my lane, Steve. That's like my whole brand, law school expert and nothing else, because I'm not an expert on employment outcomes. I'm an expert on the getting into law school. However, anecdotally, personal experience, stories I follow, I'm a big believer in the big fish, smaller pond method of success in life. It's not for everyone. I understand the value of a big pond, but there's more than one way to get somewhere, to get to the same place. If there were a lockstep way to get to a certain place, everyone would follow it. That's not how it works. Life would be boring. So what I mean by this, for example, you can see this. I wrote a book about more than a decade ago, 2011, called The Law School Decision Game, where I interviewed 300 lawyers. And some of it wouldn't still be relevant today, but some of it would. And one example that sticks in my mind is I interviewed 2 very high up entertainment lawyers. I think, if I remember correctly, one was chief counsel at HBO, and the other had the exact same position at BBC. I mean, those are pretty similar things. One went to Harvard Law and one went to Southwestern, and they both got to the same place in the end. So I like to point that out. There's more than one way to get everywhere in life, and the same way doesn't work for everyone, nor should it. So I'm not bashing the fantastic law schools that we have at the top, but I'm just saying that they're not the end all be all either. If that's where you're going, great. If that's where you should be, great. But if you feel like I'm only going to law school if I go to Harvard, then you probably don't want to be a lawyer.
I think it's a fair point. Yeah, ultimately, there are a lot of other factors that go into employment outcomes, such as networking and people skills and personal relationships and gumption, exactly, ambition, making the big ask, seeking out the opportunity, driving hard, right? I mean, same with, there are multiple ways to get a top LSAT score, multiple ways to gain admission in the first place.
Yeah. And just like there's no one perfect candidate to law school. Some people have been paralegals, some people have nothing on the resume related to law school, and they've been computer programmers. Like, it takes all kinds, right? There's not one lockstep way. And that's the beautiful thing about law school, is that it's not medical school where you had to take all the same classes, all the same tests, all the same shadowing, all the same, right? Law school is different than that. That's kind of what makes it interesting.
Yeah. And you'll learn a lot of the same things at different law schools regardless, right? It's not as if
it's the same everywhere.
Same curriculum. Because you got to pass the bar.
Yours are different. Yeah, it's different. Yeah, exactly. So I don't have my reading glasses on. I can't see the chat. Anything good I could answer?
Yeah, let's see what's popping in here in the comments. Folks, yeah, if you have questions, folks, feel free to drop them in the comments, and we'll get to as many as we can here. We've got a question from Instagram. It's a chances question. Chances, and this person, of course, we need context, right? So this person's saying, I'll just read it verbatim. What are the chances for applicants in their mid-30s with 165 on the LSAT and 3.2 cumulative GPA in aerospace engineering? So maybe there's a comment here around GPAs from different majors.
Yeah. Okay, chances for what?
That's the thing, right? Chances for what law school?
I mean, you're going to law school, 100%.
Yeah, you're getting somewhere.
But I can think of somewhere good. But I can think of so many variations that could make this candidate amazing versus red flaggy, right? So things that could make this person red flaggy. Okay, they have the degree in aerospace, but they've never worked in it, and they've had some other weird jobs, or nothing on their resume, or they have character and fitness issues they have to report, or you could have someone who after that went on to get a PhD, who was director of an aerospace company, who, like, there could be 1,000 things, but this also sounds like a person who might want to consider a part-time program. You can get into great law schools part-time. And also someone who may have potential to do better on the LSAT if that's their only LSAT score, if they have time to prepare for it. But that person's going to law school. So that person has to look at, do I care about going to law school where I already live? And what if they have a family in Oklahoma? They want to stay in Oklahoma. Like, everyone's different. Or is this someone who's like, they want to take their shot and move to the big city, be in Boston, be in New York, be in Philadelphia? Everything changes based on all of those factors. But at those base levels, if there's no major red flags in that application, that person's going to a good law school, but that person's not going to a T14 law school.
Right. I guess my curiosity here, maybe, I don't know if you ever share a similar question. I mean, my thought is, this person majored in aerospace engineering. Why do they suddenly want to go to law school now? Because that's not the typical background.
We can solve that easily.
So what would you say? What would you say in their application?
Well, I don't want to give those words out, because I don't want them to be construed as magic words that they have to say to get into law school. What I do is I look at each person, find out what the authentic thing is, and how's the best way to phrase that. But someone with that background who wants to go into patent work, for example, huge demand for that, huge. So you want to make a case for why this is the next step in their career, but they don't have to go overboard with it. If someone's really been working in that industry for a decade, that's going to be incredibly valuable and interesting and appealing to law schools. So you don't have to bend over backwards, say why law. You just want to make a credible argument within the personal statement for, based on my career, based on what I've learned, based on the things I've been involved with, based on the way that regulations have played and have impacted how we do things, blah, 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 I want to go to law school. But you don't have to, it's not something I want to say you have to. A lot of times people try to do this, they sound like they're apologizing for not being in law before. Really, no one has been in law before, except they've been a paralegal for a couple years, or, it's not a big, people often spend too much time focusing on what they think their perceived weaknesses are, rather than their strengths. And I find this a lot. Like people come at me with, well, I don't want to write about that because it's on my resume. I don't want to write about that because it's not law related. I didn't want to write about that because, and it's completely paralyzing, right? There's no magic words. I always tell people, let me be the critic. You stop being stop being your own critic. Let me be your inner critic, because this is what I get all the time from people, Steve, is, but what about this? And they're going to worry about this. Stop with the worry and go with the positive. Stick with what's positive. And don't tell the law schools what they should be worried about with you. Don't apologize for not having more legal experience. Tell them what you do bring.
Right. So you get to set your frame, essentially. You get to tell the narrative.
Yeah, that's the whole point. That's why we don't want AI doing it.
Exactly. Now, I know that the students will typically have to write multiple essays, and now more and more with the removal of the diversity statement, have these adversity statements instead. And so
diverse perspective.
Right. So I guess I'm wondering, like, how do you help applicants navigate choosing where to tell which story?
That's a great question. I think my most diverse applicants struggle with where their diversity statement ends and where their personal statement begins. Okay, because there's often overlap between their story, their goals, etc., their areas of interest, and their diverse background. Not always, but often. And so what I like to say is the diverse perspective essay is usually based in your growing up experience before college, right? It doesn't always end there. Sometimes there are workplace issues or school issues or affinity groups you've been involved in that can work there. But for the most part, those stories come from our growing up experiences, whereas your personal statement should be about endeavor and since starting college, not before. So that's one easy way to delineate. Now, a diverse perspective essay, the prompts really are varying between schools. Some are more inclusive than others, and then Harvard, you have theirs required, right? So it really depends on the candidate, but almost anything is fair game here. Now, I only want someone responding to a diverse perspective essay if they really have a story to tell. If it's your grandmother's story, please don't tell it. If it has no impact on you and it's just, oh, your grandma, this was her life, please don't do that. Because you have to understand the next application they're reading before yours and after yours is someone who actually was an immigrant themselves or had real adversity in their lives. And so it comes back to credibility and authenticity. If it's not a credible, authentic story to you, probably shouldn't be telling it. But it is a very flexible thing. I think there are good diversity statements about being one of the few females in a male-dominated subject matter in college or industry. It could be religion. It could be, really anything. It's all about just telling it authentically to you and making sure the story is about you and not repeating the personal statement.
Right. So separate topics, separate focus for each one.
Yes. But you should sound like the same person. Don't tell me in one that you want to do immigrants' rights and in the other you're talking about corporate finance. Don't do that. I see that a lot too. Mm-hmm. Remember, the diverse perspective essay doesn't need to have anything to do with what you want to do with your law degree. I see too many people starting with, trying to lead that with, therefore I want to go to law school or advocate for others like me. That's not the point of the diverse perspective essay. The point of the diverse perspective essay is really, how are you what perspective will you bring to discussions in class, and how will you relate to clients and all this stuff. But it doesn't have to be therefore law school.
Right. Just more personal in nature in general. I saw an article talking about how for undergrad admissions that a lot of the schools are looking for folks who are less dogmatic in their perspectives and are looking to be willing to change their minds. Is that something that you see that law schools 100%. Are looking for as well?
And there are optional essays about it too. Even Stanford has one this year, Absolutely. I think that everyone realizes in this world we are too polarized. We don't come together and we don't listen to each other enough. And the law schools are the place where this tone can really be set as a culture point for the country. These are future leaders. These are the people who'll be leading these discussions. And these, in 20 years, the people who are in college now, they're going to be in positions of power. And if we don't start, the law schools, I think, are very worried about the climate on college campuses currently. They also said it, so it's a little bit of a, anyway, don't get me started, but I could probably go on and on about this for a while privately, but I think, it is important to law schools that they get people who are willing to open their minds and have discussions with others. We just don't see it enough.
Yeah, so they're looking for students who are going to be willing to add to the classroom discussion and debate, I guess, in a more respectful, non-dogmatic way where they can contribute positively, avoid controversy or confrontation, right?
I don't even know if I'd say it that way. Not avoid controversy or confrontation, but more, guys, don't be so sure you're right all the time. I think that's just a general rule for humanity. If we were all a little less sure we were right, discussions would go a lot better. And I think that there's a lot of humility and maturity that comes with having that attitude. I mean, some feedback that I give on essays all the time for people is, if you sound arrogant or so sure you're right, it's a turnoff to the reader, just like it would be in a conversation at a cocktail party, right? Well, let me tell you, I know more about this than you, and I follow so-and-so on Instagram, therefore I know. It's a little humility, a little introspection is attractive and is a mark of intelligence, and law schools want that. They want intelligent, mature thinkers. And being so dogmatic, as you say, is antithetical to that.
I mean, you're there to be a student, not to be the professor.
I like that.
Fun, yeah.
Yeah.
We had a follow-up comment from our aerospace engineer.
Oh, let's hear.
So he said that he freelanced for 3 years as a motorsport engineer for local rally teams to take a break from studies, 6 years of competitive exams for central government bureaucracy in India.
So is the undergraduate degree from India?
That'd be my guess here, yeah.
So that changes everything to have the foreign GPA, even if it's an English-speaking institution. His entire application is basically going to be judged on his LSAT score and work history. And if I don't know from that whether he's currently in the US, but that can make a difference too. So the why going to law school in the States is part of it. I think there may be more, maybe opening up a can of worms that I can't really address in this context. But if that's the case, then even the GPA will kind of, I mean, this is someone who's going to law school if their LSAT score is already into the 160s. There's a law school for them in the US, and a perfectly fine good law school. But it's hard for me to comment on GPA and chances of admission given those additional facts. I wouldn't say they're red flags, but they're question marks.
Right. My understanding is that for international applicants coming from outside the US into the US is that the law schools don't consider undergraduate GPA and they focus on the LSAT. Is that correct?
They have no choice because the GPA comes up as 0.0 and it's evaluated as superior, blah, 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 blah. But the law schools can't report that GPA. So it's a tougher road to hoe.
Maybe, yeah. But I mean, that means that the other factors then become relatively more important, right? So that means the LSAT is higher and the essays are higher.
Correct, but that person would need to apply to law schools where their LSAT is at around the 75th percentile. That would be where I would focus them.
Which, as you said, out of 200 ABA approved law schools, there are plenty where they're going to be above the 75th.
Perfectly great, fine law school.
Yeah.
And I would say, especially if you look in places that are in less desirable locations, like not the big cities in the Northeast, right? You start looking in the middle of the country and there's a bunch of great law schools that would, probably work very well.
Mm-hmm. Yes, well, I know we're coming up on time, and I really appreciate your jumping on today and score release. I know it's a really busy day for all of us. Any parting words or last advice you'd want to share with folks watching now? Don't
panic. Don't make any major life decisions on the day you get an LSAT score. Cry for an hour, move on, make decisions after 24 hours. Any questions, you can reach me through lawschoolexpert.com. I almost never check social media, so please don't Instagram me, DM me. Please just contact me through my website.
Yeah, lawschoolexpert.com. It's right there on the screen. Thanks so much, Anne, for joining. Talk to you soon.
Day. Bye.
Bye. All right. Hey, Max, welcome. How's everything going?
Oh, it's going good, Steve. Thanks for welcoming me to the live stream today. I got to say,
of course, thanks so much. Thanks so much for joining. Awesome. Yeah. So everyone, Max is one of our coaches over at LSAT Unplugged. I'd love to just share a little bit more about your background for folks in terms of your own LSAT journey or any student successes you're having. I know it's a busy day with September LSAT scores coming out, but Max, can you share a bit about what you do for students, how you work with them?
Yeah, absolutely. So for a little bit of context from me, I took my very first LSAT back in July of 2023. It was a 142. My final actual score on the LSAT was a 171 in the August 2025 LSAT. So I've had a long and layered history with the LSAT, but one of the things that I bring as a coach and believe is that all that experience translates, right? I made just about every mistake in the book, gone through all these prep tests. I've truly done everything wrong, so that way I can help teach people do things right. But yeah, what was the other question?
Yeah, so just in terms of like any experiences you've had in terms of your successes for students, right? I mean, you've improved roughly 30 points. I know you worked with one of our coaches, Sean, for your own LSAT journey. When you improved those 30 points, what was the biggest unlock or breakthrough that you think led to that result?
Yeah, so I put that one in my biggest mistake category of not really internalizing my wrong answers. And one of those things that Sean, and of course, all prep tests and prep courses, they're always like, oh, make sure you pay attention to why it's wrong and really internalize it. But I would breeze through it, right? I would go through the questions and I go, ugh, stupid mistake. I missed this one. It's most, not some, right? And I'd blow on by it. And that wasn't doing anything, right? I would get stagnated. I would get stuck and I would just keep going, I keep making these mistakes, keep making the mistakes. But internalizing it and really going through and go, okay, why do I keep missing this one? Take a page of notes, fill up 2 pages on your iPad, fill out a whole notebook with why am I getting these necessary assumption questions wrong? And that's when the patterns start to reveal themselves a little more and you really start to retrain your brain to actually understand the logic of these questions. And that was that biggest mistake I was making, in particular with logical reasoning, right? I wasn't identifying with necessary assumptions, what was truly necessary. I kept telling myself, oh, I know the difference, but I really didn't. And going through and, filling out a page of notes and forcing myself to actually rewire the logic in my brain to get those questions is what made that huge improvement.
So you would say number one is the review process, slowing down, learning from your mistakes, tracking the patterns, right?
100%. And especially for students who, either if you excel at the LSAT or you're really struggling, it's going to work for everybody because it's a brute force method that forces you to change your thinking, right? And whether you can change it real quickly with a little bit of notes, that's great. But we want to make sure it's rock solid, right? We're going to make a page of notes that tell me exactly why you got this question wrong, what the logic was wrong, why the right logic is right, and just do it over and over until it clicks. Everybody's on a different timetable and everybody struggles with different learning styles, but with that kind of, I don't want to say substance, but that quantity and quality, it'll work for everybody. Just the timetable is always a little different.
Exactly. And we see students sometimes, they'll come to us on a score release day like today, and they dropped maybe 5, 8 points from their practice test to their actual. And we got more LSATs coming up in October and November than January and beyond. I mean, what would be your biggest piece of advice for test day to potentially mitigate that kind of score drop that we often see?
That's a good question just because I had that same issue when I took my very first LSAT. I dropped about 5 points from my average score. And mindset is interesting, but I like to say it's just be calm, be collected, take a breather, and remind ourselves that it's not the end of the world. The LSAT's not going anywhere. Law school's not going anywhere. And alleviating some of that stress of just, it's not going anywhere. If you don't make this October test, then okay, you know what? You can always take it in November, take it in January. You can wait another year because law school's not going anywhere. It's about taking that pressure off of that, oh, I have to perform. I have to do 170. I have to do 175. It's not going to help you stressing yourself out and overwhelming your brain. Breaking it down and just going, okay, it won't be the end of the world. I like to call it as removing that disaster thinking, right? When I was a kid, my mom was like, oh, like 99% of the things we worry about don't happen. And so reminding yourself it's not the end of the world if you underperform, because you can always take it again. It's not going anywhere.
It's true. I mean, the LSAT as a whole is incredibly important, but no one particular test date's going to make or break you because you can always retake. I mean, the LSAT used to be offered only 4 times a year. It was February, June, September, or October, and then December. Now it's 8 times a year, and there's always another one around the corner. And so what I'll tell folks is, I mean, let's say you're signed up for November going forward, that's your true target. You can still sign up for January as a backup, even not planning to take it. It's $250 going to LSAC, which sucks, but it's a drop in the bucket compared to law school. If it gets you even a point or two more on November by having that peace of mind, well worth the investment. So I think the de-stressing makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Now, go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh, sorry.
No, you please.
Oh, sure. No, I just, I like to tell people that, opportunities present themselves in weird ways. And with the LSAT, that one extra point, yeah, it could be another, $10,000 in scholarship, but just having that little peace of mind of, hey, it's going to be all right. You know what? Maybe you take a gap year, you get some more work experience, you take it 6 months from now, right? that could be 3-4 points increase. Sometimes those things that we stress about, we go, oh, I have to study this. I have to get, a perfect LSAT in the June of my final, or my third year of undergrad. So that way I can be from kindergarten to JD, and all that stuff starts to overwhelm you. Just taking a breath, remembering it's just a test. It doesn't define who you are. You are still a human being with thoughts, feelings, and experiences way outside of this test. I actually could call it this test because I've said the word LSAT so many times. I'm like, I don't even want to say it, but it's going to be all right. And maybe it ends up being for the better, right? With my own score, I took it in November of 24 and then January of 25. It was not at all where I wanted to be. Now I'm calling in from University of Chicago, where I'm here as an MPP. With my score now, I'm applying as a joint degree JD MPP candidate. So sometimes these things that ruin our day and get us all flustered end up being good things.
Yeah, I couldn't say it better myself. I mean, another year means very little in the grand scheme of things, whether you're in your 20s or 30s or 40s. Another year now, it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, you're still going to get your JD. You'll still have another 10, 20, 30, 40 years of practicing as an attorney. Nobody's going to care whether you graduated in 2028 or 2029 or 2030. At the end of the day, it's really not going to make a difference. No one's going to care. No one's going to ask, were you straight from K to JD, or did you take a year off in the middle? Did you take a year as a paralegal, or a year just studying for the LSAT or whatnot? It's truly not going to make a difference. If you get the JD at the end, they're not going to look at a random gap from 4 years ago on your resume. They're going to want to know, did you finish law school? Did you pass the bar? What was your law school GPA? And that's pretty much it. And they're definitely not going to ask your LSAT score 5 years from now. No one talks about it. It doesn't matter. It only matters if you teach the LSAT, and that's when you're applying. That's the only thing that matters. Now, when you made this 30-point increase, you talked about the review process. What did your review look like? Did you write things down? Did you take notes?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the things that I did that I didn't do in the beginning, which again really hurt me, is I was taking notes on paper and I was keeping them short, keeping it brief, just because I was like, oh, I don't want to run out of paper. And it's like I switched to the iPad and then told myself, okay, well, it's infinite paper. So I'm writing paragraphs of every single question that I'm missing. I'm going through every single answer of A, B, C, D, E. A is wrong because of this. B is wrong because of this. C is wrong because of this. D is correct because of this. And then I would write an additional set of paragraphs about why my logic was wrong. What did I stumble on? Like, was it I misread something? Was I going too fast? I mean, I'll pull them up just for the audience to see real quick. So I got my iPad sitting over here. But it was going through those notes at, I don't even know how to say it nicely, but just like brutal depth, to the point where it's like, wow, this is awful. Like, this is really boring, but it's important. I got here 172 pages of notes, and you just keep going. You have to write it all out. So that way, at least for me, being like a more visual, but also kinesthetic learner with the writing of the hand, I can start to rewire it and retrain myself. Okay, with these necessary assumption questions, I'm getting confused about what the difference is the two. And then I'd write out necessary assumption, necessary, it must be true. It is crucial to the argument, sufficient, it guarantees. And I'd write that out 50 times. And it's that brute force method that really changed it for me. And it was slow and it was arduous, but learning to slow down was something I was always told as a kid through school. And for the test, it rings just as true. Breezing through those question types and just going, just silly mistake. I misread it. That's why it's C. That's not going to cut it, right? That's not how we get flawless logic. That's not how we get to the point where we're missing 5, 6 questions, right? That's how maybe you can get to 20, 25 if you're lucky. But for me, I couldn't get under missing about 25 questions every time doing that. And I had to change that. So taking crucial and extremely long notes, stuff that hurts your ego, the kind of stuff of, okay, clearly I'm making this mistake because of this, because of that. That's what made that huge difference. And especially with logical reasoning, that's my go-to tip. That's the one I always tell people: take your time, tell me why it's wrong, tell me why it's right. And that's actually what the tutor who works with you guys, Sean. So if Sean Igna took his somewhere out there, if you guys see him, he's great. He's awesome. Best tutor out there.
Yeah, so Max here with us today, and Sean is also one of our coaches. So Max worked with Sean to get his 30-point increase. And I think what you said about brutal is actually spot on. This has got to be a brutal process to take those notes, to review your mistakes. And yeah, I mean, it's not fun to focus on what you're not good at. It's much easier to focus on what you are good at. But if you have both reading comp and logical reasoning on the LSAT, you're good at logical reasoning, you're terrible at reading comp. Reading comp probably has more opportunity for improvement, and it's going to be a little more painstaking. But there's more reward on the other end of that. through taking these notes, through reviewing. I think that the iPad notes you showed are beautiful. They're beautiful. They're beautifully brutal, or brutally beautiful, because I think that that's where the gains are going to come from, right? I mean, I wish I still had my notes from 20 years ago. I wasn't doing anything digital back then. It was a physical notebook paper that's lost now. But I think that the emphasis on documenting your mistakes thoroughly is actually similar to what you're going to be doing in law school, taking notes on cases, where it's going to be detail oriented. It's going to be nuanced. It's going to be time consuming, but what you're doing now is setting you up for success and practicing what you're going to do in law school.
Yeah, and it's and for reading comp, actually, I think it's equally important to note that your notes are going to be even longer, right? You're going through this big, dense stimulus, and you're going to have to parse out a lot of things, especially if you're struggling with it. You're going to be parsing out a lot of information about, okay, what am I looking for in tone? Why did I miss this? Why did I get confused? And like I said, it's painstaking, it's long, but it's a skill that's going to come in handy. And not that I would know because I'm not in law school yet. So having that, I would say, like, breaking down of the ego. I really can't find another way to say it, but accepting, okay, clearly I'm making this mistake because I don't understand it, and not just giving yourself easy outs. That was, at least again for me, that was really difficult. That was a struggle, and I find that some people do struggle with that, right? Separating yourself from, okay, I am still a smart person and a good person outside of these things, and just because I make a mistake or two does not change any of that fact. But if we want to get to where we want to be, we have to start separating that. We got to start breaking that down.
Yeah, I think that one of the benefits of the coaching is that we actually make sure that you're not leaving points on the table when it comes to going deep enough in your review process. I think it's too easy. And I did this too. It's too easy to look at the answer key, look at the answer and say, oh, I get it now. How could I have been so dumb? Then you just move on and do the same thing again, because you're not really engaging in that brutal review process. And you can do it yourself in the notes like you showed us on the iPad. But I think in coaching, that's something that we do live for students. I mean, how do you walk students through that process when you're working with them in that one-on-one context?
Yeah, so with students, I try to do it almost as if I'm the iPad. It's a little silly, but I like to have them read aloud the stimulus, read aloud the questions. Typically for their first question, I want to see how their brain's working. I want them to go nice and slow so I can follow their logic, follow their thought pattern. I mute myself, and then I try to, like, cover my mouth because I know I have a tendency to smile if they're going to get the answer right. So I'm like, okay, I gotta be a little more stoic about that. So don't play poker with me because I give it away. But all that to say, we'll go through the thought process, we'll run through the logic, they'll read the stimulus. I want to see how they attack it. And when they go through the questions, I want them to reason through why they think it's A, why they think it's B. And then if they flag something, cool, keep going, once they select it, I go, okay, you've selected D, and then why. They justify it. And if they're not too confident, I keep going, okay, but what about this? Prod it a little more. And in truth, I do like to kind of press different students. If they're getting really, high scores, they're really confident about these things, I like to push it a little bit just to see how rock solid the logic is. One of the other things too is that right before I finally would move on and we keep going, I like to ask, okay, how confident are you that it's this answer? And at that point, if it's right or wrong, that's where it differentiates a little bit. But from there, breaking down, okay, you selected D, let's go back and take a look at the stimulus. If it's wrong, let's parse it out again. Let's go through the stimulus way simpler, way slower. That's also been one of my big tutoring tips, probably my biggest. Going through the stimulus a lot slower and simpler because it's dense. There's so much information. And again, this one's my silly thing. I like to paraphrase these things, and I like to paraphrase them in silly things that I would at least understand. So like, there's one question I will never forget. This one is about, like, chimpanzees and the relationship between, like, their affection and protection. I like to think of it as just everybody loves a silly chimp who shares his bananas, but nobody likes the angry, like, edgy chimp. Simple as that, right? It gets the substance of the argument, but it makes it a lot more digestible. And so when you're going into the questions, it makes it a lot more fun, a lot easier. And so all that to say, going through them a lot simpler, slower, paraphrasing. That's one of the things I love to take students through. I walk them through as if I'm the notes. And instead of having to write all that out and get hand cramps, they can just verbalize it, which, again, for me with Sean, that really helped too. If you like verbalizing your thoughts, that works. If you like writing them on paper, I feel like most people don't, but everybody's different.
Well, I think what you do that's a lot different from a physical notebook or a document is that you're actually, when you said prodding, I thought that was really interesting, where you're pushing and prodding and you're walking them through that evaluative process to develop the understanding for themselves, but also challenge them so they can really take a moment to pause and clarify their understanding before ultimately choosing an answer. Because I think that students tend to go on autopilot and frankly just rush when they're solo. There's something about, like, I have to complete the exam, I have to complete this section, I want to do X questions in Y time. And there's a place for that later as test day approaches, doing timed exams. But earlier, where you're still building your foundation, or later when you're reviewing your mistakes from that practice test, you've got to slow down. You've got to slow down and thoroughly understand the argument, understand the choices. And that what you're doing sounds to me like a Socratic dialogue, which is what it's all about.
Oh, for sure. And it's interesting that you raised the slowing down when you're reviewing. I think that's arguably the most overlooked component because you spend whatever hours and 35 minutes doing this test and you're tired, your brain's exhausted. But the reviewing process, that's the one that's hard. That's the one that's going to take double, triple, quadruple the length. In my experience, I would take a day simply to go through and review all these questions, right? Because going through the answers and picking your one, you only get a minute per question, roughly. You get a little more sometimes, but you don't have the time to be going slow on those ones, right? Unless you got unlimited time through accommodations or something, you don't got time to go slow. The review process is the slow, boring, and arduous stuff, but that's where the improvement is, right? That's the meat and potatoes of this stuff.
Exactly. That's where the biggest gains come from, right? I mean, when you look at beyond foundational work, I mean, you learn the basics where you go through the different sections, the different question types, and then at a certain stage, you've already got the understanding of how to approach a strengthening question or weaken, and you're not getting questions wrong because of the question stamp time. I mean, I find personally that when there are students who are at the 160 to 165 range, they typically already have the foundation. At that point, they're just getting hard questions wrong because they're hard.
Oh yeah,
like level 4, level 5.
Exactly, the curve busters, and those are the ones that it's not. It's going to be even worse because you think, oh well, you have the foundational logic, so when you're reviewing them, it'll start to click a little faster. Nope, that's when you're sitting there and you got your page of notes, and again, I get a little frustrated. I'm sitting there looking at this question, going, okay, I know it's intuitively E, but I can't follow the logic, and it's frustrating. It takes 30, 45 minutes. It's really annoying, and especially at the 60 to 165 range, you've clicked it, you got it, all the little tips and tricks and whatever, and you're probably getting all the level 1, 2, and 3s right, but it's those 4 and 5s that are throwing you for a loop. And it's about cutting down your margins on the 4s and then starting to cut them on 5s and then seeing, can I get all of them right in one section? And it's, again, of course it is because it's about curve. It gets harder and harder as you go. And so it's not as rewarding as you think, but once you're there, you're good. You have to pour that time, that effort, that really uncomfortable feeling of, okay, this is a really hard question. It makes me angry just looking at it, but I have to figure out why it's right. Otherwise, I'm not going to improve.
Exactly. That's really where the gains are going to come from at that later stage. Now, when you have a student who's, say, taking the exam in November, they've got roughly a month and a half, how would you recommend they allocate their time between practice tests, review, and drilling weak areas? Like, and how do you help them determine what to work on at what point?
And that's a really good question. I think that every student, of course, is unique, but my hottest coaching take is that I don't find drills to be that effective for deep learning. I find that in a lot of students' cases, when we're going through drills, you kind of start to follow this logical pattern. I look at a lot like when you're doing math questions. If you're doing one type of math question over and over and over, you're going to kind of just follow that routine because that's what the questions are. That's only what they're asking for. And unless they're throwing you for a loop or giving you a way harder one after, you're going to just keep using that same tool set. It's not going to train you the same way that performing on a test where 1 minute you're using your set of sufficient assumption tools, and then the next second it's the opposite with a necessary assumption. It could be a lot of different stuff real fast. And so learning to train at a different pace, it tends to be a little more my speed, but for drilling, I find that to be better for just getting the general gist of it. But all that to say, my big thing with students, especially on a cram timetable, prep test, and like I said, extraordinarily deep review. I know it's not as glamorous or as pretty as, do this once a day or twice a day, but I find that taking your prep test and then reviewing it in very big depth, take one whole day to go through all the sections. I want almost an essay about all the questions you've missed or aren't confident on. I want explanations. And then when you go back and you review it and you have the answer sheet, I want you to look at everything you wrote, see what's wrong, parse it out. I want you to be annotating, underlining, try that, what was it, the rubber duck method, talk to the duck. I talk to my dog just because he'd be sitting there and I'm like, all right, well, this is why I went wrong. But I want you to go through that excruciating depth. And by the end of it, not only will you see the pattern of, hey, I missed 3 or 4 necessary assumptions. I'm just gonna keep going to that one. That's the one I struggle with the most. You missed 4 of those. So okay, clearly something's not right with those. And then if you still got the juice in your brain, you can go back and go, why am I getting these wrong? It makes it a much more, I don't want to say intrinsically understood process, but it's a process that you spent 3-4 hours going through this prep test. You know it like the back of your hand. Hey, I stumbled on this section. I remember reading this one wrong, and that's why I got it wrong. But that's not enough, right? That's my go-to. I still think drills are a good thing to do if you're not super confident, you want to work that confidence up, but I don't think they're as good for deep learning. I'm 100% putting my thumb on the scale of take a prep test, blind review the hell out of it, take a lot of notes, and I want an essay for every question you did wrong.
I think that's fair. I think that drills are probably better used earlier in the process to build that foundation. And once you have the foundation, then unless there's a glaring gap in something you missed earlier, it's probably more about taking practice tests, reviewing. And I'm with you on the fact that review takes quite some time because you're looking at every question you got wrong, every question you had difficulty with, every question where you guessed and got lucky, but it could have gone the other way. There's a lot of material to be gained from that.
Oh yeah, and especially when you're on that rush deadline, think of it just in terms of, okay, let's say we got 5-6 weeks. There's only so much that can be done in that time, right? Our brain can only do so much in one given day. Maybe you're a student, maybe you work full time. It's really hard to choke down, a prep test and a blind review and go through all the questions in one day, unless you're just sitting around hanging around. And even then, it may not be effective study. Differentiating between quantity and quality is another big thing. I would always lean towards have it be 2-4 hours a day of really good, deep, focused study time. No distractions, no cell phone, no people pinging you, none of that. Because if you're doing, let's say, 6-7 hours and you're just kind of going through the questions, you're not really paying too good attention, that is, again, in my opinion, not nearly as effective as 2 to 4 hours of good, hard studying. And that, again, that's one of the other mistakes I made. When I first started, I would, I got my computer open and there's, a Washington Post article that I'm like, oh, that looks interesting. Let me go take a look. Or, your buddy texts you and you're on the phone. It's like, no, this is studying time. There are no distractions. You're focused. And if you do 2 to 4 hours, that's the important part. Your brain can't perform deep focus for 5-6 hours, right? You're going to get tired. That's when you go take a break, go do your other stuff. But that's my other big thing. Focus hard and treat it the way you would a real prep test, right? You're not letting someone call you in the middle of a prep test and you're pausing it and talking about what you want to go for drinks later. Like that's not what we're here to do. We're here to improve. We're here to give it the effort that it deserves.
Exactly. I was wondering if you could clarify a little bit about the rubber duck method you alluded to earlier. My understanding is that that's from like the programming world around articulating your thought process. And then we also had a question around someone who tried self-study. It didn't work for them. Then they're considering one-on-one support. So if you could address the rubber duck and the self-study versus tutoring or coaching. I've got to take a quick bio break. So I've been on for a couple hours. I'll be back in a few.
Awesome. So, all right, guys. Well, it's good to be here. I do apologize about that noise in the background. That is my dog. He has kennel cough. He's sick. So I gave him his medication before I hopped on this call. But we'll start with the rubber duck method. It's interesting that he brought it up as programming, but besides the point, I haven't heard that one in a while. So the rubber duck method is just talking to a rubber duck on your desk, right? Talking to it as if it's a person. I find that with tutoring, one of the best things is having that human connection, right? Kind of like going to lecture. When you sit in a lecture and there's other people and everybody's paying attention, or you're at the library and everybody's studying, it makes you want to study harder too. With the rubber duck method, it kind of mimics that as best you can when you're explaining the questions and the logic of like, oh, I got this wrong because of this, or here's what the stimulus says, here's what the question's looking for, and now here's what we're trying to do. The rubber duck obviously won't talk back to you and give you advice or pish and prod where you need to be. That's where tutors come in. But it'll be a good way to start verbalizing your thoughts, and especially if you're a verbal learner. Everybody's a little different, right? I'm kind of more of a kinesthetic learner. I don't love talking through my thoughts. I didn't find that part helpful for me, but if it helps for you, absolutely do it. Talking through that question with the rubber duck, explaining these things helps just reinforce that learning, right? The whole goal with understanding this test, because it's a skills test, not a knowledge test, is to rewire this logic in your brain and make it click, make it work in your internal thought pattern, and get it so that you just look at these questions and you kind of just know how to do it on autopilot. And that's where the rubber duck method I find is valuable. It doesn't have to be a rubber duck. I mean, you can use like bobbleheads, you can use the dog. I would appreciate if he stops coughing on the live stream, but that's okay. Talking through those questions, whether it's a partner, a thing on your desk, an inanimate object, can be whatever you want. But I find that to be extraordinarily valuable, especially for logical reasoning. With reading comp, it's longer, a little more dense. I don't feel as though it's as valuable, but logical reasoning is definitely worth taking a crack at the rubber duck method. Then with that one, considering a tutor is a thing that most people should do. I'll be honest. I resisted it for a really long time. Self-study, it's hard because it requires this level of discipline and I don't want to say intrinsic knowledge, but you have to know not only how you learn, how you will process information, and setting this own schedule and keeping yourself accountable, which is it's a Herculean effort, right? It's a lot for one person to manage, especially if you're working, if you're a student, if you just have a lot of commitments outside of this big dense test, right? It is a huge commitment. It's really easy to fall by the wayside when I don't know, you're working and you come home from work and you're like, "Ugh, I'm tired. I've been filing contracts all day," or God knows what you do. Maybe it's a physical job and you're like, I don't feel like I have the energy to get up and study, but a tutor will hold you accountable for that, right? Because one, you're paying for it and you're like, well, I want my money's worth, right? But also, we'll be there to push and prod you where you need to be. We will meet you where you are. I'm going to pull an old line from when I was a professional trainer at actually during my undergrad years. We put the personal in personal coaching, right? That's what we do here. It's about you. And so when you're tired and fatigued, we can find things that'll help you improve, but at a different way. And who knows, maybe just that like face to face, hey, there's another human being here. It kicks you into gear. But if not, then we help you set study goals. We help you set study guides. We check in. We look at where your prep tests are at. We try to look at your diagnostics. We try to find what's working, what isn't. And that's the part of a tutoring company, right? We have these resources to put together for you, but also with a tutor, we have that one-on-one connection to, I don't want to say be your iPad for you, but that's the way I look at it, right? We're here to be your iPad, but to talk back to you, to explain things to you, to help prod you and push you in a way and navigate this test in a way that makes you improve instead of going down little rabbit holes of, oh, I got to learn every little question type and learn all these things. Because I spent all this time going through all the videos and trying to learn every question type. So I memorize, oh, there's sufficient assumption, there's necessary assumption, there's, necessary assumption, missing links. Like sometimes it's not worth it. Your time is better spent getting those questions right and breaking down the ones you're getting wrong. So I would always say, consider a tutor. It may be a little pricier. It may be a little more, I don't say a punch to the ego. That's how I felt when I first signed up with Sean. I was like, oh, man, I have a tutor now. Like I thought I was good at this stuff, but I promise you, there's no shame in it. We're here to help you. I had a tutor. Everybody else has a tutor, right? I'm going to go back again to my first training years. My coach for training said it. Even never your coach has a coach. That's just how this stuff works. It's one of the best methods out there to improve, and you deserve nothing but the best. So why cut corners and not get yourself a tutor?
I mean, the way I look at it is that every Olympic athlete has a coach. If you're looking to score in the top 1%, top 5%, if you want to score 170 plus or above, you don't want to leave any points on the table. And the thing is that when you're studying on your own, you don't know what you don't know. And so having some expert guidance, if it can make your path that much smoother, if it can maximize your score, then why not go for it? And we're offering a free LSAT tutoring lesson to everyone. You can access it through the link unpluggedprep.com/start. Also the QR code up here. Free, no obligation session with me personally. And then, of course, if you like it and you want to move forward, you can work with Max or any other of our great coaches here. And the link's in the description below the video as well. Link in bio on Instagram. Max, I really want to thank you for joining, for all your great advice. I'd heard the rubber duck thing before, never thought of applying it to the LSAT. So I appreciate your sharing that. If anyone wants to work with Max, if you join our kickoff package, after you sign up for the free lesson, you can request to work with Max and we'll set you up with him. But thanks for joining, Max. All the best.
Thanks so much, Steve. Good to be here. Bye-bye.
Bye. Yeah, folks. So like I mentioned, we have this free LSAT tutoring lesson, unpluggedprep.com/start, linked below. Or so take a picture of the QR code to join. We're going to set you up with a free LSAT lesson. I'm offering these to everybody joining the live stream today. You can book a free lesson with me personally. I'll walk you through your LSAT study process. I'll set you up with a review of a single LSAT question together. Then we could talk through some options. On that page, after you book the free LSAT lesson, you'll have an opportunity to upgrade to our kickoff package, where you get 3 hours of private one-on-one coaching. For everyone who purchases and joins that 3-hour kickoff package today, I'm also offering a private cocktail hour via Zoom at 5 p.m. Eastern today to everybody who gets the kickoff package today only. If you join that kickoff package during today's live stream, between now and the end of the live stream at any point today, you'll then get a special private link to join the cocktail hour at 5 p.m. Eastern time via Zoom, just for those who got. And that way I'll be able to talk with you personally live today on your situation. If you're looking for guidance on having, say, taken the September LSAT, you got your score back, you're looking for your next steps going forward for a retake, or you're just looking for guidance because you want support as you're embarking on your LSAT journey, whatever your struggles are, whatever your needs are, I'll be able to walk you through the process personally and guide you in terms of your next steps for your LSAT prep. Now, we were talking with Max a little bit ago about the review process. I think that is often underutilized. A lot of folks will either fall into the trap of doing nothing but drilling questions by type, or they will fall into the trap of only taking practice tests. They're drilling or they're taking practice tests, but either way, what they're leaving out is the review process. And I think that's really where the coaching can add another important element to level up your prep, because when you're studying on your own, you don't know whether you are reviewing properly. You don't know whether you're leaving any points or understanding on the table. And so we can make sure that you are reviewing properly, that you are engaging in depth using that Socratic review method that we use to guide our courses and our coaching programs. And we can also help guide you better for your own self-study, whether you're doing it on an iPad like Max is, or you're using a Google Sheet or a Google Doc or a physical notebook. We can make sure that you're looking at the question from every single angle so that you're solving the questions as efficiently as you possibly can. Because even if you're getting it right, could you gotten it right faster? Because the LSAT is a strictly timed exam. Every minute matters, every second matters. And sometimes if you can shave off precious seconds here and there on the easier questions, you'll have more time for the tougher questions that truly need and demand that additional time. And we walk you through that process in the coaching, in the classes, and with the free LSAT lesson with me, we'll be able to talk about it a bit. If you upgrade to the kickoff package after you book your free lesson, you'll have some more time. You'll get 3 hours of private one-on-one support. We'll also build for you a personalized day-by-day study plan as well to guide you from now until your LSAT take, whether you're taking it in November, January, February, or beyond. And we'll also be able to give you access to those live semi-private sessions as well. Again, that's only available after you book the free LSAT tutoring lesson, unpluggedprep.com/start. And it's also only available today to get the cocktail hour session with me privately via Zoom today at 5 p.m. Eastern. And so I hope to see as many of you as I can there a little bit later today. Again, that's only good if you join the live stream. Now, Brigitte, are you ready to join? Hi, Brigitte. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. Thanks for joining. And so I'd love to have you dive in and tell us a little bit about your background in admissions, schools you've worked with, your experience, all of that, anything you could share about how you got here today.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me. I worked for many years in a different career, but then I worked for them for a couple of years in their admissions cycle and then moved on to working privately with my clients about 7 years ago.
So that was University of Virginia. You cut out for a second. Okay.
That's right.
Okay, fantastic. And so what are you seeing this cycle in terms of applicants' biggest mistakes they're making or areas of confusion around the process? I know there's been a lot of changes in the world of admissions.
Yeah. I mean, I always feel bad for the students in some ways because I do think law schools make it harder than they need to in terms of changing rules, changing length, so many different requirements. But one thing that I see is that students get really nervous and then they bring all that nervous energy to the process. And sometimes I try to help them just, let's have fun with it. Let's schedule it out so you can have as much fun as possible. Or at least do your best job without bringing all that stress.
Okay, I'm going to play devil's advocate here. What would be fun about this?
Well, okay, fun may not be the right word as I'm saying it, but just bring some calm, and some steady to it, because the nerves, they might make you feel like you're working harder, but I really don't think it ends up with better applications.
That's a fair point. Yeah, I mean, I suppose, I used to really love creative writing. Maybe I'll get back to it one day. But I mean, I look at the application essays as a chance to maybe engage in a little bit of that. I know it's not meant to be a novel or anything like that, but maybe there's a way to tell your story in a compelling way where you learn something about yourself. What would you say about that?
Yeah, I think that's right. And sometimes people also panic about, is this the story? I think everyone has several very good possible personal statements in them. And so part of the process is pulling out what could be the best one for you at this moment, but then also realizing you have other opportunities to tell interesting things about yourself through the diversity statement, through some of the supplementals. So there are various ways you can go about it.
And how would you help an applicant who comes to you, they have their resume, maybe they're KJD, maybe they've been in the workforce for a while, choosing topics? I feel like that's always a really difficult challenge where students say, should I write about X or Y or Z, and how do they make the decision?
Yeah, we usually have some prompts that we give our students so that they can sit down, free write, just not think too much about, oh, how am I presenting, but getting ideas on the page, anecdotes on the page, things that have influenced you either towards law school or just generally in life. And then when I sit down with what a student has produced, I'm really able to see topics jump off the page. And through that process, we usually identify something that really works well. And then also at the same time, we see supplementals that might be lurking in the background there.
So there would be, say, they would free write or brainstorm a potential rough draft, or maybe a couple of rough drafts, or based on those prompts that you shared.
No, usually I would just have them brainstorm and free write a few paragraphs per prompt. And then based off that, I sit down with them and go through their responses, and we pick out a topic. Then we kind of verbally outline it together, kind of think, what's the narrative arc here? What's going to go in paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? And then they go off and draft, but not until we've had that conversation. That's how I usually do it.
So you see a seed of potential in their responses to the prompts. And then based on that, you say, I think there's something there. I'm going to recommend we draw that out further.
That's right. Exactly.
Okay. Are there any topics that you see as being maybe overused or cliche, or maybe even off limits this cycle? I'm thinking, for example, current events is being a topic that maybe students are maybe too drawn towards.
Do you mean things that might be controversial? Political?
Maybe controversial, maybe political, maybe just cliche. I want to save the world, as we see a lot of that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the public events are cliche at this point, because not that many people write about them. They write about something more personal to them, something that's influenced them. I think that there are students who are very involved in current events, and so they can't really get around. They have to write about it because it's on their resume. Sometimes that can be tricky, and you do want to be politic about it because you don't know who's going to read your personal statement. I think most of us try to put our politics aside when we're reading applications and realize there are different points of view. Everyone should be able to express their point of view without being penalized for it. But you do want to be a little careful. You don't want to go too far and risk offending the person who might be reading your essay. So sometimes I worry about that, and we try to really constrain that in a positive way.
When you say like we try to avoid bringing our own personal opinions into it, for example, do you say that as a former admissions reader, or as someone who would be working in the admissions office? As I wonder, I know the students are sometimes a little bit concerned around expressing a controversial opinion or a hot button issue.
Yeah. I'm then harking back to the days when I was sitting down and reading. And I really think, and I hope that admissions readers do that, because we do want to support many viewpoints in the world. But I certainly did. Sometimes I would read an essay, I don't really agree with this, but I'm not going to penalize that person for it, because that's not my job.
Of course. And there should be a place for folks of all different opinions to be in the law school classroom without regard to the particulars of their opinions. Are you seeing any trends in terms of, we were talking earlier with another admissions officer and talked about use of AI in application essays. I'm wondering if you're seeing that as well, or applicants drawn to using AI?
Well, for us, it's a big no, because we don't allow students that, as far as we know, we don't allow them to use AI, because the law schools don't allow them to use AI. Now, there are a few law schools who say it's okay to use AI, but for the most part, it's very clear in their application that they're not allowed to. And so we take that view too, that you're not allowed to. That doesn't mean you can't use Grammarly or something like that for your proofreading, but you are not allowed to use AI in your application. Whether someone does or not, I've had a few students where I'm like, this does not seem like it came out of that person. But that's really the danger, isn't it? That if something doesn't seem like it came out of you, that's not a good thing for it to leave the admissions officers with. So, and I do think what's going to happen is the LSAT writing sample is going to get more important. If the admissions readers get a whiff that this might not be the true voice of the student, they'll go look at that LSAT writing sample. And if they don't match, you've got a problem.
And then for those who aren't aware, I mean, the writing sample, that's administered, it's proctored, where you're not going to be able to use any external support of any kind. They're going to get a real look at what your true writing ability is. And folks tend to underemphasize it because it's not scored. But as you said, in the world of AI, or maybe for folks who are non-native English speakers, they might have more reason to look at that.
That's right, because you don't know theoretically, they should be writing their own personal statement. Yes, we advise them, but we don't write it for them. That would be wrong. But admissions readers don't know the extent of help that someone got. So they do look at that LSAT sample for that reason.
And I think that probably maintaining your own personal voice is really important to make sure there's continuity or congruency between the writing sample and the application essays, right?
Yeah, that's right. So when I advise people, I always tell them, I want to make sure it stays in your voice. So if I give you a suggestion, don't take it if you think it's not genuine to you. And, I'll tell them if it's really right or wrong, but sometimes it's just a matter of style, and I do want their style to come through.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, what do you think are some of the biggest mistakes that applicants are making these days, or how you could help them avoid them?
Yeah, I mean, I do think there's a lot of misunderstanding around the various questions, the prompts. What are they looking for? What's the right tone? When is humor appropriate? When is it not? Or when does something come off a little differently than the student might think it does? So I think there's lots of ways we are able to advise them and help them move their essays to a much better place. I think around strategy too, I think sometimes people think, more is more and more is better, and it's just not. It's kind of exhausting to read too many essays, or essays that are absolutely maximized in length every single second. And then other students come to it and they just don't put enough effort into it, or they want to skip over some really important steps. So I know that's a longer answer, but it really does depend on the student. There are many different ways students get it wrong. And so we try to help them navigate that in the right way.
So it's about, part of what you said, I think, was around like developing the story, developing the essay in multiple stages, would you say?
Yeah, I think it is iterating. It's thinking through the story you want to tell, thinking through, how does this land? Am I describing it in a way that's interesting to people? Is it genuine to who I am? Is it the best story to tell? Also, then, am I telling other stories? Am I complementing? And am I fleshing myself out with my other stories and with my other essays? So that's important too. Yeah.
No, go ahead, please.
Well, I was saying there are lots of other potential errors too. Sometimes people overestimate the value of one good thing, like an LSAT score or a GPA. That's great to have, but that combination of the LSAT and GPA is really important. And sometimes people don't quite understand that, or they think, oh, I have a 175, so I'm going to waltz in. Well, you still have to really pay attention to every other element, even if you do have one or two outstanding elements to your application.
Of course, it's the full story. Now, I'm going to share with you a really common essay topic I hear this from several applicants every cycle, and I'm wondering if this is a cliche topic or maybe there are ways to tell it in a more unique way. So let's say I'm a law school applicant. I'm a child of immigrants. My parents came to this country. They struggled to navigate the bureaucracies. They were taken advantage of by an immigration attorney, and now I want to become an immigration attorney myself to right the wrongs from the past and serve future immigrants properly. So is that a story that you hear often as well? And how would you help someone tell that story in a more unique way?
Yeah, I mean, it is a story that you hear, but I don't think to the extent that I would consider it cliche, right? Because it's a motivating story. And if that is someone's true story, I would not want them to feel that it's not a story worth telling. So I think it's about bringing in personal elements, what made that different, bringing in some, contextual elements. You can tell that story really well, and it's a really interesting one to read. Yes, it can veer toward being overused, but I would definitely hesitate to suggest someone not use that story if it is their truth.
Yeah, and how would you help them tell it in a way where it ends up not being about their parents?
Well, okay, that's a really good point. You start with your parents, right? You might put yourself in the moment where that became a thing, where you were the US educated student and suddenly you were reading and speaking English better than your parents. They were overwhelmed. You sat at the kitchen table, you helped them. That would just be the first paragraph. And then you move on. You move on to what you did with that, how that experience shaped you, changed you, maybe how you fleshed out that initial interest by doing certain legal jobs, internships, something like that. You definitely want to avoid just repeating your resume, but after that first paragraph, it's probably time to move on to you.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So your current motivations in the present day, and maybe goals for
or walking them from your 8-year-old self, forward. Maybe spending a little time in college, a little time after college, depending again where you are. And I'm sorry, I'm a little wobbly. My computer camera wasn't working, so I'm on my iPhone. So
it's all good. No, I appreciate you joining despite that. It looks fine. To shift gears a little bit, I know that this cycle we have a lot more applicants applying. There was a big increase last year. Yeah. There's another big increase this year. I'm wondering if you could speak a bit to as what you see as being the reasons for the spikes in applicant volume and how that
Yeah.
could impact those applying this cycle?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's too early to know if the spike is going to continue. We assume it's going to continue, but of course it's September 20, whatever. And so we're assuming based off LSAT takes that it is going to be just as high as last year. But of course, it's just the beginning of actual applications coming in. So, what is that? It's a difficult time. There's a lot going on politically, socially, culturally in our country. I think, people sometimes hide in law school while it's a difficult time. You could get out in 3 years and hopefully the world will be better. I mean, I think that there's a lot of that. But also, I think it's a path. Like the young people, maybe they get out of college or they're in college and they're kind of panicking, like, what am I going to do? And unfortunately, this is a little bit me, where I just wasn't sure what to do. So I went to law school. Maybe not the best decision at the time, but so I do encourage folks to take a few years if they can and want to, and it's something that appeals to them. They're only going to be a stronger candidate if they do that. But then, of course, plenty of KJDs make it through too.
Exactly. I mean, it's the sort of thing where bad economy, political turbulence, it's a way to wait it out, right? I mean, you come out with a JD on the other side and more earning potential to wait out a bad economy. By the way, folks, if you have questions, feel free to drop them in the chat, either here on YouTube or on Instagram, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. I think another reason for the spike could be, and this is maybe more last year than this year, but maybe the removal of logic games, maybe making the test more appealing, less intimidating, less material to study. Do you ever have folks talk to you about that factor, the LSAT in particular?
I think that cuts both ways. I mean, this was kind of last year's conversation. Was it last year or the year before that
last
it went
year,
away? Now I'm forgetting. Yeah. I don't work on the LSAT prep, so I don't get too deep into that. But certainly, I've seen students be sad that it's gone because it was their strongest strength, and so they all were rushing to take it before it went away, and then other students were waiting for So I guess it depends. I don't have data on that. Maybe you do, as far as what percentage of students find it less intimidating and easier for them. I'm not sure about the data there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's something more anecdotal than anything else. I think the other factor maybe is that the LSAT being offered more frequently in general has made the LSAT easier to take, and that makes it more accessible overall. And there was a big push when Kelly Testi came into LSAC. Maybe that was 2019, 2020. They moved it from 4 times a year to the current 8 times a year schedule. So that might be contributing as well. We have a question.
Sorry, just quickly. The other thing that I see sometimes is someone who takes the LSAT too many times versus the person who thinks, well, I didn't quite get out what I wanted, but I'm over it. I'm just taking it once. Like those are both errors, I think. Trying to get, and I know it's hard, but trying to get it at that second or third time is really what we hope for.
Exactly. Ideally, you want to be one and done or two and done at least. Not overdoing it. Yeah. We've got a question here from Lee asking, what about older applicants, like someone who's in their mid-30s, worked as a social worker compared to younger students who were pre-law? So I'm guessing this is more like how strong is my application based on my background?
Yeah, I mean, I think I have worked with students who are in their 30s, 40s very often, and they very often have very, very good results. I think law schools are really valuing employment and a career, and you've proven yourself already in one area. You're trying to build on that. So I don't see it really as being a detriment or something that's going to hold you back. I think it's about telling the story. For the older applicant, we always encourage you to not just talk about why law, but also why now. Why at this moment in your life is this a good step for you?
Yeah, so making a compelling case for why you want to go to law school and how your background relates to it, if you can draw that connection.
That's right. That's right. And then, and just show how you're a good candidate, what you've learned in your career, what you've learned in your life, and how that's going to make you both a good law student and a good lawyer.
Exactly. We got another question here from the new Ghana. I'm getting my MBA now, and I want to go to law school right after that. Will this hurt my admissions and come across as though I'm not sure what I want to do? How do I tell a story around this? So maybe a perpetual student.
Well, I mean, I think I would have to have more context to really be able to strategize that. I have occasionally seen what I think are perpetual students and they don't do as well, but that's a different scenario than this might be. Let's say you graduated from undergrad, worked for 4 years, went to get an MBA for 2 in law school. I don't think that's a problem because a JD MBA is a very common degree and it can be very useful for certain people. I would caution you to think about whether you really need it. Some people do the JD MBA when maybe just the JD or the MBA MBA would have been worth it, but that's more of a personal choice, but I would certainly think that through. But that seems to be a common and very valued degree in certain sectors.
Yeah, no, certainly. I think it could be valuable depending on, there's a lot of folks who do it simultaneously. So I wonder about like doing one versus the other versus doing them back to back. Do you have any recommendations around that?
Well, I'd want to understand, why didn't they do the JD MBA combo to begin with? If it was something that occurred to them after they started the MBA, you could start the JD right in between there. If it's already too late for that, you're about to finish the MBA. I think as long as you tell a compelling story, if you've got the right grades and the right experience and the right LSAT, and you tell a story about why you want to continue on with your JD, I don't personally think that's going to be a detriment.
Thanks for that. Another comment coming in here. This applicant says, I've gone to the military for 7 years, worked in corporate for 4 years now, and I wanted to get into business law. I could get to do the JD MBA combo. So it's not too late to do.
Oh no,
it's not too late
to do that. I don't think so. I don't think so at all. I've worked with quite a number of military and former military. They tend to do really well. I think law schools see something very valuable in that experience, and so I think that it's not too late for that.
Thank you for that. Any other advice you have for applicants? Anything you think that students typically overlook at this point in this cycle towards the end of September, when there's still some more chances to take the LSAT?
Yeah, I mean, I really hope that people can be finished with their LSAT, earlier in the cycle. But for me, September, October are still really great times to take the LSAT. I try when we have the opportunity to plan a strategy, I try for November not to be part of that strategy, but it's okay. If you're at this point in the cycle and you're not quite there, it's okay to take November. And so do that, but then don't throw everything at it. Alongside that, be preparing your application so that you can actually apply November 28th or whenever it is that the score comes out. So I think, and then also to think this is a short-term problem, right? Yes, if you are still taking the LSAT November, you're trying to get your applications together, you have a life, a job, whatever, it's not going to be a fun couple months, and that's okay, but just kind of block this out. But this is what happened. Maybe the planning didn't work so perfectly. It's worth it to give it these 2 months and just go for it. That's what I would say.
Just knock it out. All right. Well, I really appreciate you taking the time to join us today, Brigitte. Where can folks find you or reach out to you if they're looking for support with their applications?
Yeah, I'm at accepted.com. You can find me there.
Wonderful. Accepted.com. I'll encourage folks to check it out. Really appreciate your taking the time and hope to have you back again in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. All right, folks, I really appreciate everyone joining here today. This is the September LSAT score release live stream. We are covering everything LSAT law school admissions, and I'm giving away free LSAT tutoring private one-on-one to every single person attending this live stream today. You can take a picture of the QR code up there in the corner or unpluggedprep.com/start down below. Link is in the description on YouTube or in my bio on Instagram. I'm offering these free LSAT tutoring lessons to literally every single pre-law out there watching this live stream today. I won't be doing this forever though, because I'm going to be pretty tired after today's live stream, given that we're going all day. And so if you do want to have that chance to get personal feedback on your situation privately one-on-one, the best way to do that is to book that free LSAT tutoring lesson with me today. Once you book your free LSAT session, you'll see an opportunity to get the LSAT kickoff package with 3 hours of private one-on-one support. If you join that kickoff package today during the live stream, you will also get a private cocktail hour with me personally today at 5 p.m. Eastern time. I'll meet with you privately one-on-one today in that small group setting to go over your LSAT and law school admissions situation. That opportunity is only today if you get the kickoff package during the live stream. Otherwise, you could book the free LSAT tutoring lesson for today, and I'll be doing it for not too much longer because I'll be pretty tired and need a break after today's live stream. Now, I know a lot of folks are thinking about taking their LSATs October, November, January, beyond, getting ready for test day, avoiding that LSAT test day score drop. But there are ways to mitigate the drop that we typically see of students dropping 5 to 8 points from the practice to the actual. And of course, there are proctor issues, tech issues, and nerves and anxiety. I think for proctor issues, if you just say to your proctor, hey, this LSAT is actually really important and I need to take it seriously. I need every advantage I can possibly have. If you ever need to interrupt me during the exam for any reason, please pause the clock, pause the timer. The LSAT is strictly timed. That will go a long way to mitigate or reduce the likelihood of having issues with your proctor. I know a lot of students who got their scores back were having issues with the proctor. They saw the score drop. That's the number one thing you can do to avoid the issue is just ask them, please pause the clock during the exam if you have to interrupt me. For tech issues, I recommend having a wired Ethernet connection, wired plugged into your modem directly, not relying on potentially shaky Wi-Fi that could interrupt your exam. And then as for nerves and anxiety, I have two big thoughts. One of them is that you have anxiety when your practice test scores don't match your goal. If you want a 175, your practice tests are 160s, you're anxious because you know that you're not near your goal. And so we've just got to raise your baseline. If we raise your practice test average going into the exam, you'll be less anxious because you know that you're actually capable of hitting your goal. If you're far off from your goal, you're anxious because you have a worry that's actually warranted that you're not going to hit your goal. And so proper preparation does a lot to reduce the anxiety. But I'm not saying anxiety isn't real. It is. To reduce it, aside from that, I would recommend mindfulness meditation, box breathing, basically just closing your eyes for a few minutes, focusing on your breath. You do that before the exam. You do that during the 1-minute break between sections. And you do it during your 10-minute break between sections 2 and 3. And you do it every single day between now and test day for as little as just 5 minutes a day, even 3 minutes a day. If you did that for 2 weeks till October or a month and a half till November or beyond, that would really actually build your focus muscle nicely so that if you find yourself spiraling during the actual exam, you could take a moment to pause, slow down, focus on your breath, even just for 5 seconds. It will then call up your reserves of energy from everything you've been building over the few weeks from now till your test. I know it might feel silly, but this is not spiritual in nature necessarily. No one has to see you doing it. Doesn't mean you believe in this or that, but it means that you can train your focus like a muscle so that when you're nervous during an exam because you are struggling with a particular question, you bring it back, you focus on your breath, and you know that while the LSAT as a whole is incredibly important, of course, no one particular question will make or break you. No particular section or exam will make or break you, but you've got to train the muscle of letting go from what came before to the present moment because you can't change last section. It is what it is. It's complete. You can't go back to it. And who knows? Maybe it was the unscored extra experimental section, in which case it wouldn't even matter at all. So those are some quick thoughts for you on getting ready for a retake in November or January. This is an open Q&A, folks. If you have any questions at all on anything LSAT and law school admissions, you can drop them in the chat here on YouTube or on Instagram. We'll get to as many as we can. If it's an LSAT question, of course, I'll tackle it myself. If it's admissions, we have more admissions experts coming in throughout the day, and we can get feedback from them on your situation as well. And by the way, yes, the free tutoring is really free. It really is no obligation. There's no credit card taken. We're not charging anything for it. I just really want to help out every single pre-law that I possibly can. I know the LSAT process can be pretty stressful and not everyone has the benefit of getting personalized support. I know a lot of folks are using these apps where they drill questions by type or they're taking full exams with their self-study. But the thing is that if you're not getting feedback on your mistakes and you don't know why you're getting things wrong, you might end up just making the same mistake again. And there's a limited number of practice tests. There used to be 100 exams in the old format back when logic games were on the test. Now there are only 58 numbered exams in the new format, and you could actually burn through them faster than you'd think. We used to have 1 to 94 numbered plus a half dozen that were unnumbered. Now we only have 101 to 158 in the new format. And if you're a gunner aiming for 170, 175, you're probably going to work through most of them, if not all of them, over the course of 3 to 6 months. If you're taking it in November or January, you only have a couple months. So I'd recommend focusing on the newer 10 or 20 exams or so, but you want to use them effectively. You don't want to just use them randomly to measure yourself and be happy you're sad about the results and then just jump into the next. So slowing down, taking fewer exams, reviewing them in more depth, ideally with a physical mistake journal or error log is one of the biggest things you can do to boost up your score, because that's going to allow you the opportunity to learn from your mistakes. And you can articulate your thought process in a mistake journal, error log. Max was talking earlier about the rubber duck method, where you talk to a little rubber duck just to prompt yourself to explain things. Really helpful. But of course, even better than that is being able to talk through it with somebody live. And that could be a study buddy. But if you really want feedback from an expert to get some clarity on why you're making mistakes, to make sure that you are doing the review process thoroughly, and to get the chance to walk through an actual LSAT question with someone, I think the best opportunity is going to be through getting some private one-on-one support. And that's why I'm offering these free LSAT tutoring lessons, just to help you kick off that support process. And of course, if that's all you need, that's all you need. But if you're looking for additional guidance going forward to set you up on the path to success for a potential LSAT take or retake in October, November, January, February, beyond, especially if you're at a point where you've already built a foundation, you've already been through a course of study, maybe through watching videos or joining webinars or reading a textbook, but you feel like you need that little something else, that little extra boost for a next level. I think that getting even just one tutoring session, especially if it's for free, like what I'm offering now, my schedule is going to be jam-packed for the next couple of weeks, but I don't mind, because this is what I love to do. And I love just talking with folks, helping them through real problems. That's why I'm doing these live streams like today, versus just, sitting solo and talking about whatever topic I think might be of interest. I think it's a lot better if I could actually just help real people with real struggles having these conversations live. And so if you're looking for feedback on your situation now for a couple minutes, you can just drop a comment on Instagram or on YouTube. I'll get to as many of your questions as I can over the next couple hours or so. But if you want a more private, in-depth conversation, then I think the best way to go is to book the free LSAT tutoring lesson. Link is in the description on YouTube, in my bio on Instagram, and you could also take a picture of the QR code up there in the corner, and you could schedule a session with me for in the next hopefully a couple of days or so. I'm not sure how my schedule is looking right now at this point, because we've been on for a couple hours. But if you want to grab a time slot while you're able, of course, I'm happy to meet with you when we're able. Now I see Natasha is joining us here. Welcome, Natasha. How's it going?
Hi, good. Steve, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. I'm good. Great to see you. Thanks for joining. If you could share a little context, and then we'll get to your questions. If you could share your current LSAT score, your goal LSAT score, and when you're taking it.
Yeah, so my current LSAT score, I haven't taken a practice test recently, but my score from last April, I believe, was a 143, so it's very low. And then my goal score is 165 and above. And I'm taking it in November. Is that what you asked?
Yeah, great. Perfect. Nailed it. Okay, so we're looking for approximately 20 points from your last LSAT, 143 up to 165 or so by November. We got a month and a half. Now, what would you say is the major weak area or point of struggle that you're facing right now?
Honestly, having doubt in myself of the correct answer. I feel like I often choose the correct answer, but last minute I change, like I change it and it ends up being wrong. So I feel like that self-doubt that I have in myself, I need to learn to not do that. But I feel like that's like my main struggle right now, because like I said, I've been doing classes and the study plan with you for almost 2 weeks, and I feel like I get more I get them right, but then I ultimately get them wrong because I last minute change my answer. And then but I understand like why I got it wrong and why the correct answer is correct. So I feel like because of your classes, I've been able to figure that out, because before I feel like I was going in blind. I didn't know exactly like what to do, how to do it. And so the classes have helped a lot in improving that. But I would say that that's like my weakest thing, because like I said, before I would only get maybe like 2, 3 right, and now I'm getting like 5, 6. So that helps. And I say 5, 6 because on my study plan I do 10 questions. So out of 10, it's more like 5, 6, maybe sometimes 4. But like I said, because I've been struggling with that self-doubt. But yeah, so in here
Well,
I get 6,
congrats.
but on paper it's not 6. But yeah, thank you. I'm actually feeling really great. This is like the first time in my LSAT journey that I've been feeling a little bit better. So thank you for having this program. I'm sure a lot of people appreciate it too.
Awesome. I'm glad it's all helping. Congrats on your success. I mean, going from 2 to 3 to 5 to 6, that's like a double or a triple in terms of
Yeah.
your accuracy leveling up. So you're on the path. Maybe we just got to maintain and continue, keep that momentum going, right? I mean, you've been joining the live classes, you've been watching the videos, following the plan. We got to just build your confidence, right?
Yes, exactly.
Because
Yeah.
you said
So
you're second guessing yourself.
yeah, I feel like because I'm doing well in like the practice questions, I feel like it's motivating me to make sure that I kind of like, because I'm getting them right without the self-doubt, I need to continue with that, like you said, with that confidence in order to get even higher score on those little test
Exactly.
questions. Yeah.
Have you been doing timed work? Any
I
timed
haven't.
sections?
Not
Okay.
yet, but I do have a practice test scheduled for this weekend. So kind of see where I'm at with my score. I'll probably start trying to do the questions timed to see like my accuracy and see where I can improve.
Good. Yeah, I think that adding some time to work into the mix with another practice test with some more sections, that will ideally help build your confidence because you'll get exposure to the questions in the actual test day format, right? So, because I mean, if you're only drilling, but you're not doing timed work, you're seeing the questions on an individual level, but they're out of context. And we've got to give you the belief that you can hit the 160s and 165 by giving you exposure to that process in bits and pieces. A lot of folks will avoid doing timed work because they're afraid of seeing that timing ticker clock going down, the countdown timer, right? But we got to introduce it gradually. Like maybe you'll take a test just to get a measure of where you are today because it's been a while. You said April, and we're now in September, so it's been 5 months. So
No,
let's see.
I'm talking about last April. So
Last April, a year and a half.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's been a long time.
Yeah, so it's been way longer.
Well, I mean, I suspect that you're better than you were before. I mean, you've had a long time to study since then. You joined the programs recently, and so you're making some momentum as we saw these gains in accuracy that you're having. So you're probably in a much better place, and maybe we just need that data point for confirmation.
Yeah, exactly. I'm telling you that I do feel a lot better than previous because I worked with one previous tutor and I feel like I wasn't understanding, I wasn't getting anywhere. So now having like the classes and also the study plan, which is also kind of like the classes, it's very helpful because you get insight from not only the coach but also from other students in my same boat. So I feel like that concept is just really helpful in trying to understand the LSAT in my own way in order to be successful.
Good. Well, I'm glad it's all helping. My biggest thought for you is first, like, let's take that practice test. Let's see where you're at. Then we can adjust your study plan to account for the results of that, because that's going to reveal in a more comprehensive, accurate way of what you truly need to work on, because it's going to give us a picture not only of your accuracy, but also paint a picture of the accuracy not in a drilling context, but in a timed context.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And we also then we'll be able to give you more advice on pacing, right? So for example, how you're allocating time over the course of this section. And we could have another conversation in a week or two, but my first thought for you is what students often run into when we introduce timed sections is that when you're struggling with confidence, it's because you're second guessing yourself on the easier ones. And what I'm going to recommend to you going in to this timed exam, you said you're taking it this weekend?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So I would think the logical reasoning questions are in a general order of difficulty, meaning they get tougher as the section goes on. And so what you want to do is trust your gut on those easier ones. The first 10 or so, as a general rule, if you want 165 or above, you want to solve them in roughly 10 to 12 minutes. You're then building up a time bank that you can then apply to the tougher questions later in the section that truly need that time. And so I want to encourage you to believe in yourself, especially on the easier ones. Go with your gut. People will say to themselves, I don't think it could really be that easy. Yes, it can. It can be that. It can be that easy.
Yeah, that's what I struggle with. There's no way. Like it was like we did one yesterday in class, and and right away chose it was answer choice A, the correct answer. And right away I was like, oh yeah, that's right. And before even going through all the other answer choices, but I still went through the other ones and I was like, oh yeah, like none of them make sense. Like answer choice A is pretty solid. And even then I was like, there's no way it's always that easy. So I mean, I know it's not always easy, but there's the ones that are easy and you're like, yeah, okay, that's correct. But yeah, definitely something that I still struggle with.
Okay. Yeah. So go with your gut, trust yourself on those. And then we'll be able to, the other thing I'll say is just as we want you to be confident on the easy ones, we also want you to be strategic on the tougher ones. So when you get later in this section, say questions 15 through 22, 15 through 23 or so, that's the hard band in logical reasoning. Flag, skip, come back later for maybe a couple of them, like 3 or 4.
Okay.
3 or 4, feel that it's okay. Allow yourself to flag or skip 3 or 4 in that band so that you don't get bogged down or stuck.
Okay.
Because every question is worth the same, but some are harder than others. So don't get sucked into the quicksand of the hard ones when you can always come back to them later. Keep the momentum going.
Okay. Yes. Sounds great. Yeah, I feel very motivated to get this done. Honestly, I'm very grateful to have found your program. Truly.
No, I'm glad to have you in it. I'm excited for you to take this practice test. And so are you going to take them on a regular basis, like once a week, do you think?
I think starting this week, yeah. Yeah, it looks like I'm taking one every Sunday until my test day. Yeah. And yeah, every day until my test day, which I plan to take it on Saturday just because I work full time. So Saturday is the best day for me to take it. But yeah, so I should be taking one every week until then.
Amazing. Perfect. Good. So you'll take one a week. You'll review it as well, right?
Yes.
And you'll keep joining the live sessions in the evenings.
Mm-hmm.
And
yes.
what about your review process? Are you going to carve out time for review?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of review when I'm doing them. It takes me a little bit longer, but I review as to why this is wrong and why this is right. And kind of just connect it to the argument stimulus. Yeah, it's not like a very thorough one, which is probably on my fault. But yeah, I think after taking the first practice test, I think I'm gonna start doing a more thorough one, but I kind of just do it right then and there. Trying to understand why it's right, why we like it, and why the others may have worked, but why they didn't work. That's kind of what I'm getting from the classes too. Kind of going through that a little bit quicker than kind of sitting there and like marinating in it. But yeah, I would say probably get a little bit more thorough, especially when I'm reviewing the practice test.
Yeah, let's definitely make that more thorough. That's a big opportunity for you.
Yeah.
You take this practice test, you review it at some point not too long after having taken it. So if you're taking it on Sunday, I know you're working Monday, but maybe Monday evening or Monday during lunch, you carve out some time to do a bit of review. Maybe that spills over into Tuesday as well. Did you catch when we had Max on a little bit earlier? He's one of the coaches in the program.
No, I'm sorry. I haven't.
No, it's all good.
Yeah.
No, just
that I'm working.
You're working right now. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, they're not
Yeah.
watching this. Don't worry, they don't care about the LSAT.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe a little bit later. Go back. This is on YouTube, and so you can just scroll a little bit earlier in the live, and you'll be able to catch the segment with Max. We talked a lot about review and how to go about it, and so you can catch that. And of course, you're in the program, so we have a lot of lessons inside the program where we're walking through it with examples as well. And so if you email the team, they'll send you some links to the course videos covering review, where I walked through Socratic review for both logical reasoning and reading comp with examples.
Okay.
And that could also inform how you do it. And then we'll cover it live in class for you as well. If there's certain questions you want to cover, like certain specific LSAT practice problems, you just email it to us and we'll cover those live with review.
Okay, awesome. Sounds great then. Thank you so much, Steve. I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course, my pleasure. Anything else comes up, just let me know.
Okay, sounds great.
Have a good one. Sure.
Yes,
Bye.
you too.
We have a good question here from Lee asking, on sites like Reddit, people seem to be bragging they have been getting 170s. is that just accurate that people are doing exponentially better on the LSAT? Oh, I love this question. Okay, so there is a selection bias, especially on forums like Reddit, where people who got great scores will brag about it. And people who got terrible scores won't talk about it because they're embarrassed. And so that's a pretty typical or normal human tendency. You also don't even know if people are making accurate, reliable claims because they're anonymous, right? So who even knows if they're telling the truth? That being said, there is also this phenomenon of LSAT score inflation, meaning that LSAT scores are getting higher and higher over time. And there are a couple of different reasons for this. The consequence is that we have LSAT medians rising at all the law schools in the country. It used to be that a 173 put you in the 99th percentile. Now you've got to get a 175 to be in the 99th percentile. And the LSAT medians at the T14 law schools are all 170 to 174 or so. So what got you in 10 years ago wouldn't get you in today. And the question, why are LSAT scores rising? There's a few factors. There is the LSAT score inflation due to removal of logic games, less material to study. Before you had to study both 3 sections, logic games, logical reasoning, reading comp, with logic games off the test after the June LSAT in 2024 last year. You now only have 2 sections to study, logical reasoning and reading comp. With less material to study, you narrow your focus, you can make bigger gains. You also had the temporary LSAT flex format. With the beginning of the pandemic starting in May 2020, they moved it from being in person to being online. They also shortened it from 5 sections to 3 sections temporarily. And a shorter exam means endurance is less of a factor. You don't get as fatigued. You do better. You also have the fact that their LSAC has become a lot more liberal in granting accommodations for extra time. It used to be that they denied accommodations to many people who were deserving of them. They got sued several times. Now they're a lot more liberal in granting those accommodations. And so it's easier to get time and a half and double time. And of course, given that the LSAT is quite strictly timed, if you have more time, you can get a higher score. So all of those factors combine to raise the LSAT medians and contribute to this LSAT score inflation phenomenon. We've got Kiki joining us. Hey, Kiki, how's it going?
Hey, it's going good.
Nice to see you. How's everything been coming along?
Everything's been good. I'm a little sick right now, hence the.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear it.
It's good. Yeah, I've been really enjoying the Unplugged prep. I wanted to get your advice on a few test day strategies and then application strategies as well.
Yeah, for sure. Happy to help. So in terms of context, if you could just share your current score, your goal score, and when you're taking it.
Yeah, so my current score is a 153. My goal score is a 165. I'm taking it in November.
Okay, 153 to 165 by November in a month and a half. Okay, so test day strategies. What areas in particular are you looking for guidance on?
Yeah, actually, I feel like the area I have the most trouble in is parallel flaw questions. I think they take me so long to get through. I was talking to my prep coach about them, and it's just, he was saying like, oh, like it is like one of the most harder questions. So I was wondering if you had a tip for tackling.
Yeah, for sure. By the way, there's a little bit of feedback near the mic. Maybe I don't know if something's brushing against it. But in terms of parallel flaw, my first thought is there's 2 steps. There's the flaw part and there's the parallel part. And so for the flaw part, which I recommend tackling first, can we ID the flaw in the stimulus? So I want to ID the flaw. You want to predict or prephrase what that flaw is. And then the second step is you look for the choice exhibiting the same flaw. So I think for that reason, these are actually often easier than regular parallels because they have that flaw element to them, which just means you ID the flaw. So I guess my first question is, are you able to fairly consistently ID the flaw in the stimulus?
Yes, I would say so.
Okay, so then the second step is, can you hold that flaw in your head and then scan through the choices and ID the choice exhibiting the same flaw?
Yeah. Usually when I do it, I feel like I take the structure of it and then I compare it to like if it's like, oh, like one ant has 3 apples, I'll like use that same like logic as I go through the questions. Not the questions, the answers. but I just feel like that takes me a while.
Yeah, so I guess my thought here is that you're applying a structural approach when I don't think you actually need to. And I think the structural approach is more time consuming than the approach of identifying the flaw.
Got it. Got it.
For regular parallels, unfortunately, you don't have as much of a choice, meaning that you really have to take more of a structural approach for the regular parallels because there is presumably not a flaw there. I'm not saying there never is, but they're not telling you there is. But for parallel flaw, since you know there's a flaw, just look for the flaw.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and then the second part of my question was any tips on applications as well? I feel like.
Yeah, what about them? I mean, if you could narrow your question a bit more, I could give you better advice.
That's a wide. I feel like standing out in applications essays. I feel like these days it's a little bit harder to find what they're looking for. My application kind of goes along with my personal, like I was interested in law since I was a kid because I've worked with homeless advocacy groups since I was 7, which I think is interesting because not everybody works with them at such a young age. But how do I make that point like stand out and connect to it so that it seems like pick me, you know? Yeah.
Well, that stands out already. I mean, since 7's a pretty early age, of course, a lot of folks are not doing advocacy at such a young age. So you have had a long experience with this, presumably over the course of a decade or two, right? And so you've had time to both grow as an individual through your exposure in that context. And so I would just tell that story. That to me stands out already.
Okay.
Just talk about how it shaped you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And then I guess any last like tips or tricks that you think are good for testing day? Yeah.
Well, one thought I had, to go back to what you said on the LSAT side, I mean, if you're in the 150s now looking for 165, I actually wouldn't focus on parallel flaw because that's a relatively less common type. I mean, anything parallel is noteworthy and notorious because they're so long. There's, you're reading six stimuli, the stimulus plus the 5 choices for the value of 1 raw score point. There's probably lower hanging fruit for you to go from the low 150s to a 165. If you were in the 171 range and you said parallel flaw, I'm like, yeah, that might be a point at which it's worth focusing on a less common, harder type. But I suspect that for you to get to 165, there's probably an easier or higher leverage path by focusing on a more common question type.
Got it. Thank you.
So I would, of course. So I would look at your practice test results, talk it over with your coach, but see if there is a type that maybe your accuracy might be slightly better, but because there are far more of that other type, you will get more return on your investment for focusing on that type. So for example, the 3 most common types in logical reasoning are necessary, assumption, inference, and flaw. Those are all far more important in comparison to a less common type like regular parallel flaw, or evaluate the argument. And so I would look at, is there room for you to improve in those 3 more common types? Necessary, assumption, inference, flaw. Nail those first, get your accuracy a lot higher in those areas. And then you could dig a bit deeper on the parallel flaw or the regular parallel if you'd like.
Got it. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. If anything else comes up, just reach out, let me know. I'm happy to help.
I will. Thank you. All right.
Of course, Kiki, have a good one. You too. Bye. All right, folks. So again, I'm offering free LSAT tutoring lessons to everyone out there watching this live stream. I don't know how full my calendar is yet, but if you haven't booked a call yet, please do so today, because I won't be doing those for a while after this. I'm going to need a break after this live stream. We're about almost 3.5 hours in. We'll probably be going for at least another 3.5 hours, if not longer. I'll stay as long as I can to address as many questions as I can. You could check out the link in the description below the video, unpluggedprep.com/start. in my bio on Instagram, or take a picture of the QR code to book your session today. Once you book that session, you'll have a chance to join the LSAT kickoff package with 3 hours of private one-on-one coaching. And if you join that kickoff package today during the live stream, you will also get a private cocktail hour with me via Zoom this afternoon at 5 p.m. Eastern time, only for those who get the kickoff package during the live stream. So please book your free tutoring session if you're interested in getting more support. Get the kickoff package, and I'll help you out with anything at all LSAT and law school admissions while I can. Anna, whenever you're ready to join, just give me a thumbs up and we're good to go. You need to, okay, awesome, fantastic. Welcome, Anna. Thanks for joining.
Good to see you.
Great to see you as well. So thanks for taking the time today. I appreciate you taking the time on your busy schedule, given LSAT score release today. I know it's always a busy day for all of us.
It's an exciting time.
It is, certainly, yeah. If you could share a bit for those who haven't met you about your background in law school admissions.
Yeah, I one time was Dean of Admissions at University of Chicago Law School, where I also went to law school back in the day. So I really sat on all sides of that table. I remember what it was like applying to law school, going to law school, graduating from law school, practicing law as a freshly minted lawyer. And I still practice from time to time. My specialty is entertainment law. But for many years now, I've been running an admissions consulting business, working with applicants as they navigate this process.
Oh, wow, fantastic. Thanks for sharing that. Now, I know there's been a lot of changes in the admissions process over the years. We have, for example, one time sensitive factor I think a lot of folks are concerned about is the elimination of the Grad Plus loans. I'm wondering if you've been following that and what you might see that as impacting for folks applying this cycle to start next cycle.
Sure. It used to be the case that if you were applying to professional school, which means, among other things, law school, you could borrow the full amount to go to law school, which was not always financially the smart choice for someone. That actually led to financial ruin for some people. Just, woo, free money. I can just borrow, borrow, borrow. And that's not always the wisest thing. But now with the new regime, there are caps on how much you can borrow for professional school or grad school in general. I think, as I understand it, one of the theories is that, this will rein in this sort of inflationary aspect of grad school tuition, and it will force law schools, among others, to rein in their expenses that they pass along to students. I think that remains to be seen whether that actually happens. One practical outcome might be that some people are just shut out of law school, or they're shut out of attending the law schools that they want to go to. So unfortunately, this might be a big present, a nice gift for people who are independently wealthy and for whom paying for law school is not an issue. And for everyone else who would need to borrow, this is a very real constraint, and it really puts the burden on you to crunch those numbers before you enroll somewhere and make sure that you can afford to attend. And whatever debt you do take on in the before times or now, whatever debt you do take on, you should crunch those numbers anyway and make sure that that's a really realistic debt burden that you can carry. It does require you to have a crystal ball to some extent and see into the future and really strategize around what your career options are going to be coming out of any given law school. And if your law school debt assumes, I need to go get a big law job and I need to make six figures right after graduating, well, then you have to be realistic about what law schools make sense then for you to take on that kind of debt. So those are the kinds of hard analyses that you need to be doing before you go to law school.
Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, so it seems like on the surface, folks might paint this as being a consumer protection measure of sorts, or a way to cap how much law schools would charge in tuition. But in practice, there are folks who just can't afford it in any way other than taking out the loans, and so they're not going to even have the opportunity. Now, I know that some folks have been making the case that maybe this will lead folks to choose schools where they can get more merit aid. Do you see schools going that route?
Possibly. I mean, the whole merit aid situation, that's the diplomatic version. The non-diplomatic version is the whole merit aid racket. Is a bit of a race to the bottom in the sense that the tippy top law schools, they have plenty of wonderful competitive applicants to choose from, right? And they have to turn away many more than they can admit. And then there are all these other law schools. There are about 200 plus ABA approved law schools, and they're all fighting over the same pool of people. And, I'll use merit in scare quotes because, of course, it doesn't really have much to do with merit. But if you have the numbers that are high for that school, meaning undergrad GPA plus LSAT, that they might give you a big old coupon towards your tuition. They call it a merit scholarship because it makes you all feel good. Oh, I got a merit scholarship. It's just a coupon, no more, no less. Everybody, it's like an airplane model. Everybody sitting in that classroom in law school is probably paying something different. It's like undergrad too. This is kind of the broken way that we finance higher education in the United States. So it's a variable pricing model, as the economists would call it. And so absolutely, you should be trying to drive that price down as much as possible. As a practical matter, that also means, yes, whatever you invest in pushing that LSAT score up as high as possible is a smart investment, could very well pay for itself in terms of the coupon you get. There are schools that don't give coupons for merit, for numbers, but most of them do. Undergrad GPA is usually water under the bridge, mostly by the time, or entirely by the time you've had a law school. LSAT is still a needle you can move. And so I would argue it's a very good investment to try to get that score up as high as possible, because it can affect price at many law schools.
Exactly. And that's the part I focus on, of course. And beyond that, there's also the soft factors, though, like the application essays, the resume, the letters of rec, and that's where you come in. And so given that GPA is pretty fixed and LSAT and the other application factors are what we can move the needle on, I mean, how can we help applicants get the highest possible merit aid offers at this stage, focusing more on the essays? I mean, how do you, for folks who are in this situation now, where let's say they've taken the September LSAT, for those who are happy with their scores, or maybe they already have a plan in place for tackling the LSAT side of things, what would you recommend to them at this stage when it comes to putting together essays in this new world where diversity statements are not as much of a thing? We have a whole menu of application essay prompts. We have the AI as a factor. What are you helping students do in terms of navigating essays at this stage?
Hopefully you're only applying to law school once, so you don't really necessarily have to track all the historical, developments if you're applying this cycle. But I will say, I think in terms of the essays, actually not much has changed substantively. They have slapped new labels on the same bottles of wine. So sort of famously, for example, Harvard used to call it a diversity essay. And now it's effectively the same essay, but it has a different label because I guess they decided incorrectly, in my opinion, that the D word is no longer permissible. There's absolutely nothing in that Supreme Court decision that prohibits you from using the word diversity or calling it that. But anyway, they're playing it safe. So now it's a sort of this lived experience essay, all the same thing. Nothing has changed. So you're still writing a lived experience essay for many of the schools you're applying to. Some schools still use the D word, others don't. Same wine, different label.
Okay, thanks for that. So you can still talk about your personal background. You can still talk about race, ethnicity, sexuality, all of that.
100%. Yes.
Okay, that's going to reduce a lot of stress for a lot of folks.
Now, I hope so, because it does. And I will say, from wearing the admissions officer hat, it is really interesting to learn those things about people. And I would say too, to think about diversity or personal lived experience very broadly defined. You might assume, oh, I'm just XYZ, fill in the blank. I don't have any diversity to offer. If that's your mindset, I would say think harder, because there's something about your lived experience that is actually not average, normal, shared by everybody. So think about what those things are.
Mm-hmm. And then call it out in your essays.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Good to know. And then I guess that ties into another question that I think a lot of folks are still unclear on. Like, is there a URM boost? Is affirmative action still happening? Can one assume that it is? How are law schools handling that? Do we even know?
I can't really speak for all these schools,
yeah, of course, they all
and what's happening, but I will say, I imagine they are following the law as it stands now. And so I imagine they're very particular about making sure that they're not violating the current state of the law. So they're, and we've seen with certainly with public institutions where there's more disclosure around some of their stats and their data, there's a drop off, unfortunately, among for certain demographics, which is a foreseeable consequence, unfortunately. But that's the world we live in right now. Mm-hmm. Personally, I hope it doesn't last. I think it's ridiculous.
No, thanks for sharing that. Yeah, I mean, what would you say to applicants who want to put together the strongest possible application if nothing has changed, but things appear to have changed. We also have, I mean, one topic we haven't touched on yet is the use of AI in essays, and
Mm-hmm.
how folks should or should not think about writing essays in a world where
Mm-hmm.
we all seem to be relying on AI for a lot, but there's this one
Yeah.
area that we're not supposed to touch it with.
Yeah, the schools have not been, or most of them have not been very clear or intentional around what their own policies are in the admissions process. I would say assume that you're not supposed to use AI for your essays unless the school specifically says, yes, you may. But even if you're allowed to, I would say AI, in the current state of AI, changes every day, of course. In the current state of AI, a generative AI will help you write a really average, dumb essay. And that might be enough, depending on what you're going for. That might even be better than what you would come up with on your own. I hope not, but if you want like a solidly kind of dumb, boring essay, AI can do that for you. If you're aiming higher or better than dumb and boring, please trust yourself enough to have something interesting to say in your own voice, and it'll be much more interesting than whatever generative AI can come up with for you.
So for the best outcomes, actually just do the work and have
100%.
your Google Doc there and just work with that.
I would not take shortcuts with that. I would think really hard about what sides of yourself you want to show in these essays. Now, there's some essay prompts that are kind of silly. So from where I sit, I think the Why School X essays are dumb. Because guess what? You haven't gone to law school yet, let alone that particular law school. How are you supposed to sort of have all this inside baseball knowledge about what it's like to go there, especially because schools do such a bad job differentiating themselves from each other. That's the great irony. They expect you to somehow rise from the pile and distinguish yourself and stand out with your application. Law schools themselves do this very badly. As applicants all know, right? I mean, if you're kind of researching different schools, oh, they're all interdisciplinary, they all do public interest, they all blah, 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 right? I mean, it's all the same wugga mugga marketing that they do. And so I think it's actually very difficult for applicants to get a good handle on what is distinctive about different schools. It does help. Unfortunately, again, this is a benefit if you have the means. It does help to visit these places. One of the things I find interesting is that people who did a college tour when they were applying to college, it would have been unthinkable for them to apply to college, let alone enroll in one without having visited. A lot of them don't visit law schools at all. And I'm not sure where that disconnect comes from, but it's very common. And you're making a huge investment in a law school. So, sure, you can just go by rankings if that's what you want to do. But if you actually care about the experience you're going to have there, it does help to get on a plane or a train or automobile and go see it for yourself. It also can help you in the admissions process because many schools do ask for that Why School X essay. As I say, I think it's a dumb essay. And that's where I'm sure people go to town with ChatGPT because how do you know what it's like to go to law school there, right? So I imagine that happens a fair amount with the Why School X essays. Even the ones that people write themselves and genuinely have researched, they kind of blend together. As I say, I think they're a waste of time, but a lot of schools still ask for them. They just set up as many hoops as possible for you to prove your love. There are some schools that don't ask in the essays, but if they offer an interview, I guarantee you 100% that will come up in the interview. So you still have to have a thoughtful answer, whether it's in written form or spoken. So factor that in when you're doing your research and thinking about your essay prompts. I think and I'm not anti-AI categorically. I think you just want to be really strategic about what you're using it for. If you're using it to do research, obviously hallucinations. I mean, I see bad AI results all the time, and I would say, please don't rely on them. You might still have to do your own research. But when it comes to telling your personal story in a personal statement, AI can't really do that well for you. It can't really invent a story for you that is faithful to you. It's getting better at approximating our voices and our writing styles, but I promise all of you watching this, listening to this, you all have it in you to write a 2-page double-spaced personal statement on your own. It's not Moby Dick. You can do this.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, I mean, it is not that long. It's not a whole thesis.
No,
It's not
it's not.
basically, you don't need word salad. It's basically going to take your details, put word salad around them, and possibly make something up as well on top of that, that it suspects hypothetically
Yeah.
somebody like you might have that characteristic.
And it doesn't have to be flowery. You're not applying for an MFA in writing. It doesn't have to be the world's most beautiful writing. It has to be clear. That's really important. You have to know what you're saying. A lot of people don't. And that's the quickest guarantee for a lousy essay is if you don't actually know what you're trying to say. But once you figured out what you're trying to say, it shouldn't feel like pulling teeth to come up with 2 pages double spaced.
And you also, I imagine, you want these essays to be succinct, right? And I feel like ChatGPT is the opposite of succinct.
Well, I suppose you could put that into the parameters that you're aiming for a certain word count or whatever. But yeah, I mean, the page limits for these essays force you to be succinct. And that's not always easy. Sometimes people have a lot that they want to say, and then you have to use a lot of editorial judgment about what's going to make the cut for those 2 pages, give or take. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't rely on GPT for that either, honestly.
So when you're working with applicants and you're helping them, say, brainstorm their essay topics from scratch in a human expert-driven process, I mean, what are the steps you're taking them through to develop it when they might be, suffering from an over-reliance on AI in other areas of life, and they need to take off those training wheels or crutches?
Sure. So the most versatile topic for your personal statement is going to be the why law essay. You're going to need that almost for every school you apply to. And for most of them, that will be the main essay, the personal statement. And for that, you have to know why you're applying. And if you don't really know why you're applying, you're going to have to do some soul searching, or you're not going to have a good essay. If you do know why you're applying, okay, then you go into execution mode. And that's not always the easiest thing for people either. But once you know what you want to say, okay, then you can start executing and you can start refining. The thing for me that distinguishes a totally perfectly serviceable but not terribly interesting why law essay from one that is memorable and stands out and makes you 3-dimensional is, as the reader, as the admissions officer or the proxy for the admissions officer, I want to understand, why are you here knocking on my door, asking, begging to spend all this blood, sweat, tears, money, heartburn, energy to get this degree, full stop, let alone from your school? Why? It's a perfectly reasonable question for them to ask and wonder about. And so really, that's how you want to be thinking about that essay. Why do you want to do all these crazy things and make all these crazy sacrifices to do this thing? Why is it so important to you? And in order to answer that, you have to demonstrate that you've thought about what you want to do with this degree. What kinds of problems do you want to be solving? What kinds of people or organizations do you want to be helping? And then ideally, in those 2 pages double spaced, as the reader, I can feel that fire in your belly. And you know what? That's hard to fake. And when that fire in the belly exists, it really does leap off the page. And that's when we're working with people who are applying to law school, we're really trying to understand their motivations so we can help them figure out how to communicate that fire in the belly. And some of them have very well articulated, well reasoned motivations for going to law school. If you don't have that fire in the belly, you're only applying because your parents are making you, or it's path of least resistance and you don't know what else to do. It's going to be really hard to show any fire in the belly or even have a well articulated essay about why you want to do this and make all these sacrifices and go down this path. Which is not to say, oh, don't go to law school. That's completely off the table. It's just, it might not be that this is the right thing for you to be doing right now. You might have to go live a little. You might have to go do some soul searching. You might have to really go talk to some people, educate yourself more about this whole project and what you're getting yourself into. So it might just be a question of timing. But Yeah, anyone who's been on the admission side of the table, you can spot those a mile away. Oh, they're applying kind of for all the wrong reasons. And so even if ChatGPT or somebody else has made it sound all pretty, you can't really fake that.
So it's about communicating the passion, the fire in the belly.
Yeah.
You have a real drive to do this, and you need to do it. You
Mhm.
want to do it. You desire it deeply.
Yeah. And why? Like
Yeah.
what is supporting that desire? And can you point to specific experiences or observations? Again, 2 pages double spaced is not a ton of room to play with, but you should be able to point to some specific things that make that argument credible. It has to be believable.
So then there's some pre-work to be done before developing the essay to actually think through
I
that
think
about that why.
the pre-work is the real work.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the lifting.
Mhm.
Execution, great. People need help with execution. That's fine. The execution is not the hard part, honestly.
So would you say that in that case, I mean, some of the work that you're doing with the applicants is a lot of it is the pre-work prior to actually the drafting, but rather helping them figure out and draw out of them that why.
Drafting, we help people with drafting. I would say that's not the huge value add,
Mhm.
because that's not like a well-drafted essay is really not the end goal. It's necessary, it's not sufficient. And the hard work really is the stuff that comes before.
And then beyond the personal statement, I mean, it's about crafting a whole package, right? Because we need some sort of congruency or consistency between the different parts, and they complement each other. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. Schools, this is true for undergrad too, but certainly law schools, they use the H word a lot, holistic. Uh, what does that actually mean? I think one thing that's not always clear is when they describe the process as holistic, they're actually giving you a really important instruction for how to do your applications, which is that they don't read any part of the application in a vacuum. They're never going to read your essay in a vacuum, which is why if you're getting help with something and it's for the process and someone is just working with you on the essay, full stop, that's not how an admissions officer is going to read your essay. They're going to be looking at all the components of the application together. And so that essay really has to work as part of that whole. And that can actually be a huge gift for applicants because it means, for example, they will have your resume sitting right there next to your essay. And that means that your resume can do a lot of the lifting to communicate what you've done, all the great things you've done. Show them off. That's what the resume is for, right? And it really lends itself to that sort of bullet point approach to what you did and what you accomplished. That frees you up from having to do all of that or even a fraction of that in your essay because you can assume, okay, this is going to get read together. So the essay can really be more about the why. Let the resume do the what. Here's what I've done. The resume can tell the backstory. I'm sorry, the essay can tell the backstory and really dig into the why. And you don't have to use your precious word count or page limit over focusing on the what. Let the resume do that, right? So that's just one example of how these two different pieces must fit together, but also free you up to use the different real estate of the application in the most strategic way.
Well, thanks for that. So each part's playing a different, unique strategic role that creates a cohesive whole at the end of the day.
Yeah. Yeah. So think of when they say holistic, think of it as like this is an actual instruction for how I should be approaching my application. It's not some checklist. Okay, I finished this thing, check. I finished that thing, check. As if they're all just operating in a vacuum. None of it's operating in a vacuum. It all has to sync up together and support each other. And as I say, because there are sort of strict limits to how much you can actually send them and show them and how many sides of yourself you can put on display, that you have to be very strategic about how you're using those components and how they're fitting together.
Amazing. Thanks for that. Is there anything else that we haven't touched on that you want to make sure we cover before we wrap up for today?
Well, this relates to what you do and what thankfully I don't do, which is the LSAT prep side is I would say one of the biggest strategic mistakes we see people make in the process as a whole is they underestimate how much time to allocate for LSAT prep or even taking the LSAT. There are people who think they can just study for it for 2 months, take it once, and they're done. in my experience, tell me if yours is different. I like to see people giving themselves up to a year to prep for the LSAT, which also allows them to bake into their timeline the opportunity to take the test more than once. I don't want people taking it a gazillion times. Well, you're not allowed to take it a gazillion times, but you don't want to take it a gazillion times, because if you're racking up a bunch of tests with scores that you're not happy with, or a bunch of back-to-back-to-back cancellations, the optics are not that, those are not great optics on the admission side. I would say take it 3 times max, maybe 2 times is enough for you. I would say plan on taking it more than once, and if you happen to knock it out of the park the first time, God bless, you're a unicorn. That is not the norm in my experience. Plan on taking it more than once. We have so many people contacting us right now saying, "Oh, I've just taken it. I'm still, well, today's the day. I'm getting my score, or they're getting it next month, or whatever." Guess what? That makes it really hard to even come up with a school list. You don't even have an LSAT score yet. Well, maybe you have one today, but maybe you're happy with it, maybe you're not, right? Maybe you're going to be retaking it, hoping for a higher score. Again, then you're in a bit of a pickle with, well, what's you need to be working on your applications at this point. They're already open. People are already submitting, right? In a rolling admissions universe, you've got people already submitting their applications. So I would love it if sort of the last date, or the last sort of season in which people take their LSAT would be, the summer before applications open up. Have that be the last time you take it, so that when applications open up in September, you're not even thinking about the LSAT anymore. You can be laser focused on all the other stuff that you have to do. I think it's really hard to be working on all those other components when you don't yet have an LSAT score that you want to apply with.
Yeah. Until you have the LSAT, everything's hypothetical.
But I think that's most people, honestly. That is,
True.
most people find themselves in that pickle, and it's 100% a timeline pickle. It's because they didn't start early enough.
Right. It comes down to plan ahead. My
You
GPA
have
is a
to-
3.5. I'm hoping for a 170. What are my chances? Like, well, unknown, big question mark until you actually get the 170. We'll see.
And as you know, there's so much wishful thinking, magical thinking. And that's true even with retakes. Oh, I had 3 bad days the first 3 times I took the LSAT, but this 4th time, 5th time, everything's magically going to change. Probably not. From what I've seen over the years, by the time you've taken it 3 times, you might not like the score or where it's bunching together, but by that point, the LSAT has really kind of zeroed in on how it is, scoring you. I don't see a ton of changes or like big leaps after the 3rd time. But yeah, obviously there are always exceptions, but I would say, I wouldn't take that thing more than 3 times. What's your experience with that, Steve?
You would need to do something radically different on the
Really
4th
radical.
take, really radically different. You've
And
got to
probably
change.
not doable in the same season by that point, right?
No,
You're gonna need time.
we've
If you're
got.
gonna do something radical, you need time, right?
Right. I would agree with that. We have the LSAT offered, as you know, 8 times a year now versus the previous 4. You could take it hypothetically August, September, October, November this cycle. I wouldn't recommend that. Just keep knocking on that door, hoping something changes. You got to take a serious, hard look when you're preparing for a retake and see what is the big glaring gap in my approach to this entire process, not just my approach to a question type, but am I not carving out adequate time for my studying? Or am I not getting support? Am I using my older siblings' hand-me-down book from 5 years ago, back when logic games were on the test and it was administered on paper? You got to take this process seriously, and that requires using up-to-date materials, maybe getting some more personal support. But yeah, you got to change the variables to change the equation if you really want to see a different result.
Yeah. And to do something radically different, it's not going to happen from one test administration to the next.
Not between 4 to 8 weeks.
No, but I see people thinking that way, and they're hot to trot. They really want to apply when they want to apply. Very often this is driven by parents or other influencers in their life. And you just have to be realistic, really. And if you need more time, take more time. Law school's not going anywhere.
Yeah. So we had one of our coaches on Max earlier, he was saying the exact same thing. Don't stress the process. In the grand scheme of things, another cycle isn't going to make a huge difference. And if you can plan ahead next cycle. Maybe you're late now, but you're early for next year. And as you
Exactly.
said, take it in June. Like, so let's say the summer, right? You've got February, April, and June. If you could aim for February, April as a backup, June as a second backup,
Mhm.
you can then take the summer to work on applications and hit submit in September.
Exactly. That is the vastly preferable scenario.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Thanks for calling that out, Anna. I appreciate that. As always, where can folks find you or reach out to you if they want to seek out your guidance or support?
Yeah, just come to my website, annaivey.com, ANNAIVEY.com, and there's a contact form there that you can use to reach out to us.
Wonderful. Anna Ivy, same as your name on the site here.
Yes,
I really
exactly.
appreciate your joining and staying on here during this busy score release day. I wish you all the best and hope to have you on again
Anytime,
soon.
Steve. Good luck with your marathon. I'm impressed by
Thanks.
the stamina. Good luck to all your students and your audience if you got your score today. I know it's a big day, and I hope it's everything you wanted, but if not, you're in good hands with Steve.
Thank you, Anna. I appreciate it. See you again soon. Have a good one.
All right. Take care.
Bye. All right, folks. Well, we are at about, we're about at 3 hours, 54 minutes, almost 4 hours for today's live stream. The LSAT itself is typically about 2.5 hours. You have 4 scored sections of 35 minutes each with a 10-minute break between sections 2 and 3. So we're about at time and a half. If for those of you who have extra time accommodations, we're going to be going a lot longer today. If you have questions, please drop a comment on YouTube or on Instagram. We'll get to as many of your comments and questions as we can over the course of the day. I know a lot of you are thinking about whether you should cancel your score, whether you should retake or apply with what you have. In terms of canceling your score, cancellations are really an artifact of back when law schools averaged multiple LSAT scores. They no longer do. They only take the highest. And that change goes back to 2006. That's when the American Bar Association made a switch from requiring law schools to report the highest, to report the average score of their accepted students to only the highest score of their accepted students. And so cancellations, in my view, shouldn't really exist, because if you cancel your score, law schools are going to assume it probably wasn't very good. And so you have this score preview option that LSAC added a couple of years ago, where basically you get to see your score before deciding whether to cancel. Last I checked, it was $45 if you paid for score preview prior to the exam. It's now $75 if you pay for it after you take the exam. In my view, like we said earlier, I think it's really just a money grab on LSAC's part to get some fees, taking advantage of stressed out test takers wanting to see their score. But if it gives you peace of mind, I mean, why not? If that peace of mind can help you get a higher score by reducing your stress even a little bit, I think it's well worth spending that money. But again, I think most cancellations are just a mistake, because again, they're going to assume it probably didn't go very well if you do choose to cancel, since presumably you could have seen your score. My thought more is about looking ahead in terms of a potential retake going forward. And like I said to Anna just now, if you want to get a higher score on a retake, you've got to change the variables to change the equation, because if you just keep doing the same thing and expecting different results, that's the definition of insanity, right? So you've got to change something about your approach. Consider if there's a resource or type of support that you could have gotten but didn't take advantage of for your last take. Can you now seek out some additional support going forward? And that's one reason why I'm offering these free one-on-one private LSAT tutoring lessons with everybody, literally everybody, on this live stream today until my calendar fills up and there are no more slots available. I'll be taking a break from these sessions after a while after today, because I'm going to need a break. We're already at almost 4 hours for today. I'll be going another couple hours at least to bring on more special guests, talk through everything LSAT Law School admissions. And so if you have not yet already, you can book your free LSAT tutoring lesson with me at unpluggedprep.com/start right here on the screen. Link in my bio on Instagram, link in the description on YouTube, or also check out the QR code, take a picture of it up here in the upper left-hand corner. Once you book that free LSAT tutoring lesson with me, you'll have a chance to book an LSAT kickoff package and get 3 hours of private one-on-one coaching. If you get that kickoff package today during the live stream before we end, you will also get a private cocktail hour with me today at 5 p.m. Eastern via Zoom, only for those who get the kickoff package today before the live stream ends. Now, we've got a month and a half till November, 3.5 till January, 4.5 months till the February LSAT. that is plenty of time to make a significant improvement or boost in your LSAT score, provided that you change what you're doing. And so, one big thing I would be thinking about if you're taking any of those dates is how can you carve out the time? How can you make the LSAT a priority in your schedule where you're able to take reasonably at least one timed practice test per week, maybe two timed practice tests a week if you're on a shorter time frame, along with allowing time for detailed review after you take that exam. If you're working full time, maybe you're taking a half hour during lunch, maybe a half hour or a full hour before work, maybe an hour or two after work. That's getting you 3, maybe 4 hours of LSAT prep time during a weekday. Yes, it is possible. It just requires making the LSAT a priority. Now, that typically requires, in my opinion, this is just me, in my experience, I like to wake up early to get things done. I find that if I'm waking up early, it's not to goof off. If I'm staying up late, maybe my brain is fried and I just want to veg and watch Netflix or something, but waking up early, I'm here to play to win. I'm going to make whatever my priority is my priority. Today, I woke up at actually 4 a.m. I was excited for today's live stream. I couldn't sleep that well, but I was ready. I wanted to prep. I got up early. I wasn't watching Netflix this morning. I was preparing for this live stream. I worked out a little bit. I ate a little bit for an early breakfast, which I normally don't do, but I didn't want to get hungry during the stream. So I had a little protein to get my brain powered for the day. Tim, you ready to dive in? Just give me a thumbs up if you're good. Awesome. Hey, Tim, well, thanks for joining.
Thanks, Steve, for having me.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for joining. So today we're talking through everything LSAT, given score release today. I know you're one of our coaches over at LSAT Unplugged. Could you share a bit about your LSAT background, what got you to where you are today? Any student successes you've had recently you could share that might shed some light or insight for those watching?
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously I wanted to go to law school. I didn't have anyone that I knew or family who went to law school. So going to the LSAT, I didn't know anything about it. And I think it was definitely overwhelming at first for me because I can be an impatient person. I just wanted to know everything, know how to get every question right. And so I think in my own journey, sorry, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. You're good.
Perfect. In my own journey, it was learning how to properly take my time and actually understanding the test. And I think in my own tutoring, it's been really beneficial for the students I've taught. For instance, I just had a student, his diagnostic was about 151. He just scored a 167. And he was like me in that the first few weeks of him practicing by himself, he was just sort of going in without much understanding of trying to properly get these questions ingrained in his head, how to approach them. And just with some changes in his diligent practice as far as his approach goes and really taking his time and trying to understand question types, understand what the test is actually asking of you, he was able to improve his score a lot. And so I think that's an important thing in this journey, is having patience and really focusing on our approach.
So changing the approach, changing the process in terms of how you engage with this test, right? And so when you're working through questions with students, looking at that LSAT review process, what do you typically find students are making in terms of mistakes with maybe not going deep enough in their review, and how do you talk them through or guide them through solving questions more effectively?
Yeah, I think it's really helpful to understand the inherent logic behind some questions. For instance, if you take like sufficient versus necessary assumption, I think at times you can be reviewing your test, see you got one of those wrong, take 20, 30 seconds to be like, oh yeah, I got it wrong. I see that. I see that, why that's correct, and not really take your time in fully understanding, okay, this is a sufficient and necessary or a sufficient assumption question, for instance. I need to maybe for me and for some of my students, I'm like, take half an hour on a question if it's sufficient assumption. That might help you get every single sufficient assumption question correct down the road, because you are able to spot, you're able to fill the gap, you're able to predict, because you took this time to fully engross yourself in, okay, this is a sufficient assumption question. What do I need to do to recognize that, to be able to predict the answer, to be able to see the correct answer, to be able to cross out the wrong answers quickly. Instead of just when I'm reviewing, I think when you're reviewing and you see that correct answer, it's really easy to be like, oh, of course that was the correct answer, and just move on, instead of really breaking down, why did I choose the wrong answer? What was and when I say why, like the logical thought behind why I chose that. And then what actually makes this correct answer the perfect correct answer, because every single answer choice on this test is the perfect answer. And it's important to recognize that like we erred completely when we chose it wrong.
Yeah. No, LSAT crafts these choices very deliberately and precisely. And there is objectively one correct answer and four wrong answers, but the work is in understanding what made your wrong answer choice tempting, right? Like what led you astray? What led you to pick it?
Yeah, and they want to trick us. There's a reason why that choice was tempting, most likely, especially as you get better and better in the test and better in your approach. And as you get further into the section of whatever you're doing, LR or reading comprehension, usually those questions in the 20s, there's going to be a tricky wrong answer that seems correct. And there's usually a clear logical difference in the answers. It's just, can we in our approach be able to more and more recognize that?
Exactly. So that's the approach. I mean, we use this framework at LSAT Unplugged called the Socratic review method, where we dive deep into exactly what led you astray regarding the different elements of the question, right? You got the stimulus, you got the question stem, you got the choices.
Exactly, yeah.
I find a lot of students will overly focus on question stem types and maybe not look as much at the other parts. Do you have that experience too?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's interesting, because for me, as I got better in the test, I wasn't really even focusing on the types. It was more just like, this is the question. In my approach, why I think that was beneficial for me is it was very much, I'm focusing on the stimulus completely before I'm getting to what it's asking of me. And I'm seeing if I can see a logical flaw. Oh no, there's no logical flaw. Okay. And things like that, of taking it step by step from the beginning and not getting ahead of ourselves of like, oh, it's a flaw question. I need to be able to turn my flaw brain on and see, just take the stimulus in with intent, with purpose, and see what you see. And the more and more you really focus on this approach of, am I noticing anything? Am I reading this word for word? Am I noticing keywords that might change the logical meaning or the meaning of the stimulus? The more and more you can, then the question type helps you out because you understood the stimulus. And then you can predict somewhat the answer choices. And then you won't be going into the answer choices, blind, basically. And like, I don't know what one to pick. You'll have an idea of what the correct answer choice will be.
Yeah, I mean, so much comes down to actually just understanding the text of the question. I feel like students will read the stimulus. They don't really get what it says. They go to the question and the choices hoping that's going to clear things up, but it actually only just causes more confusion because they only make sense in the context of the argument. You got to know what the argument's saying. And that means maybe slowing down a little bit more on the argument and on the passage, certainly in reading comp.
Yeah, I think in reading comp for sure, in both sections, honestly, if you go to the answer choices not having as much of an understanding as possible of what this question is asking of you, it's really a recipe for getting a lot of answer choices wrong that you could have gone right. Because I mean, there's 5 answer choices. Yeah, maybe you can cross off 1 or 2 very quickly, but there's going to be 1 or 2 that might be tempting if you don't have a full grasp of the text itself, of what the question is based off of and what the question is asking you. So.
I'm wondering, Tim, if you could share some advice for those who are taking the LSAT coming up in October or November, getting ready for test day. Any tips you give students in the final weeks and final days before the test, just to set them up for a smooth test day experience? I know some folks took the September LSAT, got their scores back. They experienced a bit of a drop from the practice to the actual. So anything you could share around any of that to gear students up for success on their next take? I'm going to take a quick bio break for a second. I'll let you answer that, and I'll join back in a few.
Sweet. I think with the test itself, like the test day itself, I should say. If you've done it right, you've probably taken a lot of tests where it's or practice tests where it's exactly how the test would be. The issue is with the test itself, you're going to, if you're taking it online, have proctors. If you're taking it in person, have other people around you, and those are changes to the environment that will affect you to some extent. But that doesn't mean they need to affect whether you get choices, answers, or questions right or wrong, right? So I think trusting it on test day that, hey, I've practiced exactly like this, so I don't need to panic because I know what this feels like. If we've done what we're supposed to be doing to get the best score possible, then we've probably, I would hope so, be ready for test day, in that our mind should be like, oh, I'm just taking the test. I'm just taking a practice test. As far as like the final month or two before the test, I think being really specific with our practicing. And I think if you're going to practice the LSAT, study the LSAT, making sure you are fully present and fully there. There's no point in just forcing practice hours if you can't be mentally fully there. You're practicing so that on test day, you're completely ready. So if you're kind of not always focused, or you do like one question, you do something else, and then make sure if you're doing a question, you're fully locked in. Now that if you're doing some drilling questions versus a time section or the test fully, of course it's going to be different, but you're still going to be fully focused on the question. So I would say being really purposeful in how you practice. If I'm going to do drilling questions, meaning I can take as long as I want on a question, I'm trying to get it right. I'm trying to understand the question or the logic behind the question fully without worrying about time, then I'm doing that 100%. If I'm doing a time section, I'm doing that 100% in that I'm trying to get every question right, but I'm not taking 10 minutes on a question. I'm going. I'm having my strategies. So really breaking up the kinds of practices we're doing, where that way we can better understand, okay, this is my mindset for this kind of practice. This is my mindset for this kind of practice. But within that overarching mindset, I am fully focused on every single question. I'm fully focused within this allotted practice time I've set aside.
Nice. Thanks for sharing the tips, Tim. I just caught the end of it a little bit, but I think a focus is really key. I mean, do you ever talk about like mindfulness meditation or breathing exercises to help you stay focused during a test when maybe you're spiraling?
Yeah, I always try to take a deep breath before every question or every reading comp section in general, just to calm kind of the nervous system. I was sort of talking about how I think if we can get the sort of spiraling freakouts out of the way when we're doing our practice tests more and more, the better we'll be able to be ready for actual test day. I was sort of saying that if we've done what we're supposed to do to get the best score possible, it should be, like I've done this before, I'm here before. Obviously, things like having a proctor or being in a room with other people on actual test day can change that, but that doesn't have to affect us getting the question right or wrong. As long as we've sort of, I think if we can make our practice hard as possible or harder, in like I'm doing a practice test, I'm making it as much like what test day is going to be like, then it'll ease us more and more into when we actually have to take the test, where we can actually take a breath and kind of tell ourselves that we've been there before.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that breathing exercises can help to reduce the anxiety a little bit, but that's also in combination with just proper preparation. If you've done it all before, you've seen it all before, you've done the dry runs, you've done the practice, and there's really nothing new on test day. There's no curveballs they can throw you because they've published so many old exams that it's all in there.
Yeah, I remember feeling that on my own test day of sort of like, oh, like the first couple of questions, were so, I was almost like not even reading it. Although thankfully, those first couple of questions are usually some of the easier ones. And then I was like, wait a minute, I've been here before. I've done this a million times at this point, where you get in the rhythm of it. But again, if you don't have that foundation of diligent practice, of and maybe getting a couple of those spirals out of the way on the practice tests, where you just have a LR, a reading comp section, where you get caught up on maybe one section in reading comp or a few questions towards the end of LR, and it might have ruined your whole section. But then you're like, you can better go back and be like, why did that happen? What was going on? So I think as much as we can get out of the way these moments, the more and more confidence we'll have come test day.
Yeah. No, I think that when you start making the spirals during the exam practice test versus the actual is a really great insight there. We want you to make the mistakes now so you don't make them on test day. I mean, every question you're getting wrong on a practice test, and that's not just questions though, it's also like the time management mistakes or the pacing mistakes or the endurance mistakes
Yeah.
where you get fatigued. And so if you can make the mistakes of any sort now, you learn from them, you don't make them on test day, because we can walk you through that review process. And that's part of what we do in the coaching, right? We talk you through that post-game analysis and guide you through the review.
Yeah, exactly. And I think especially students get better and better at the test when they're practicing. They often view wrong, or I felt this way, and I think some of my students have too, where they get a question wrong and it's almost like not the end of the world, but in the moment, very upset, or like, how did I do that? And for me, towards the end, it became more fun in a sense when I would get one wrong, because I could really, then I would really dive into it and be like, okay, why did this happen? And then it's such a great feeling, because the beautiful thing about this test is it'll just repeat the same logical things. There's a rhythm to it, right? So then you get a question down the road, you've done the review and work to understand exactly why you got that wrong. And then in your practice in a week or something, you get basically the same question as far as the actual logic. And then you're able to be like, oh, I got this. I did it, perfectly correct. And I think the more and more we can do that, have some patience for ourselves. But again, this is all caveated with is our approach sound? Are we really improving? Because I think students, I notice, don't improve as much when the approach is kind of all over the place, and different question to question. It's funny, I golf, and someone timed Tiger Woods during his prime of his pre-shot routine. And it was basically the same amount of time, and he would do the same exact things every single time before he would hit the ball. And obviously he would still hit bad shots sometimes, right? But the more and more sound his approach was, the better and better he hit the ball. And I think it's very similar with the LSAT, with a lot of things in life. We can control our approach. We can control our mindset in that. We still might get a couple wrong, but the averages will continue to increase the better and better our approach is. So.
Exactly. I think that the pre-game warm-up or rehearsal, you see this in so many sports, there are rituals involved, right? Rituals before the big game, and they're remarkably consistent. It almost becomes religious in nature, but it's more just about getting yourself in the headspace. And the consistency from practice to actual carries over with the warm-up, with the actual performance as well. So I think that was a really great insight that you shared. We're always giving students guidance on their warm-ups before test day itself. It's something we do inside the program. And so Tim, I appreciate you coming on, and if any students want to work with you, just reach out. Tim will join us here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you for joining us today, and I'll talk to you soon, Tim. Have a good one. Thanks.
Sweet. Thanks so much, Steve. Appreciate it.
Sure thing. Bye. Gigi,
Bye.
You ready? Awesome. Fantastic. Gigi, thanks for joining. So tell me where you're at in terms of your LSAT situation, current score, goal score, and when you're taking it.
Yeah, so first of all, I wanted to thank you for doing this. I really appreciate being able to get that one-to-one advice and just insight. In terms of my LSAT, my goal score is about a 175. I
took an LSAT in August. I'm at a 163 right now, so still got a ways to go, but I'm actually working with one of your tutors, so I've had my first class and it's been going really well. So
Awesome.
I'm excited to see how it moves forward.
Great, great. Well, I'm excited to have you in the program. So we're looking for 12 points from
Yeah.
August, and you're taking it in November, right?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Any particular weak areas or pain points you're struggling with right now?
Specifically, logical reasoning tends to be my harder section of the two, and the biggest thing I've noticed is assumptions questions tend to get me, as well as flaws and deduction. So those are the main things that I'm hoping to improve upon, because that's like where the majority of my problem area is.
Cool. Well, there's a massive opportunity here because those are all really common types of questions in logical reasoning. They're the
Right.
three most common, in fact. I mean, we have necessary assumption, inference, and flaw, three
Right.
highest leverage areas. And so if you told me I'm great at those and I'm terrible at parallels, I'd be like, well, parallels, there aren't that common, so that's not as much room to improve. So we just got to get you some quick wins in each of these areas. Within an assumption, we have both necessary assumption and sufficient assumption, asking for very different things. Necessary assumption being far more common, so I'd focus on that specifically. With flaw questions, people will often talk a lot about the classic logical fallacies like mistaken reversal, mistaken negation, correlation, causation, ad hominem personal attacks, things of that nature. But
Right.
LSAC has moved away from the common fallacies or the classic fallacies towards more that are more unique to a particular argument where the author has just failed to consider something.
Mhm.
So I would think about that as you review flaw questions. Don't over index on the classic fallacies. Just focus more on hard flaw questions. And then the last thing I'll say regarding deductions, I'm going to relate that to inference questions like must be true, where
Mhm.
maybe there's a bit more formal logic involved in those than there used to be. LSAC has tended more towards formal logic since removing logic games about a year and a half ago or so.
Mhm.
So it's not anything new per se, meaning they've always been on the LSAT, but now their prevalence has increased a little bit. So I would focus on your ability to diagram conditional statements, make inferences or connections between them,
Mhm.
and we can give you some drill sets that target those specifically.
Yeah, and I think that was something I worked on in my last test or tutoring session, which was really helpful because I have never been good at diagramming. I tried to do it when I was studying on my own, and at one point I just gave up because I just could not seem to figure out how the diagramming was supposed to go. But it has been definitely eye-opening how important and helpful diagramming can be when studying for the LSAT and when preparing and practicing for it as well. I was wondering if I could maybe talk to you more about admissions related questions, just because that's kind of as you know, as I study for the LSAT, I'm also getting ready to apply to law school this cycle, and I have a lot of questions about that because it just seems like a very complicated process.
Yeah, shoot.
Yeah, so primarily one of the things that I would love to hear from you about is that I haven't been working for the last couple of years, and there was some personal stuff going on in my life where I was unable to work. And due to that, I'm a little bit concerned that my law school application will seem a little bit empty compared to other people's. What sort of advice do you have in terms of what law schools typically, especially if you're looking at a higher ranked law school, what do they look for, and what sort of I guess resume builders can I add, if any, and what should I be striving towards in terms of my applications?
Yeah, great question. I think that folks tend to overvalue or overemphasize the resume side of things when it comes to law school admissions. This is my take, of course. Admissions folks may say different,
Mhm.
but I look at the process as being primarily numbers driven, meaning LSAT and GPA. So if you can get that 175 on testing, that's going to solve a lot of your resume worries.
Right.
That being said, though, if you're comfortable sharing it in your application, I would recommend sharing, if you can, something about the reason why you were not able to work for a couple of years, because it's one thing to not work for a couple of months. Plenty of people don't work for a couple months because they graduated from undergrad and study for the LSAT instead of getting a job or can't get a job or whatever. But for years, I think that it would raise a reasonable concern on the part of law schools to say, will she be able to make it through 3 years of law school? Have those reasons why she couldn't work, have they been resolved so
Right.
that she'll be able to have the stamina to get through 3 years of law school, which I'll be frank is taxing. Law school's not a cakewalk. It's a lot of work, right? So would you consider writing some sort of addendum talking about why you weren't able to work? And then could that addendum clarify that those issues have been resolved since then?
Right. Yeah, I think absolutely that's something I would be comfortable adding just because it is a part of my story and it has been a part of my journey to law school. So it's definitely something I hadn't considered, but something that I'm willing to and consider.
Yeah, I would consider that necessary, and you don't need to make it long-winded. It could be concise, just a paragraph or two at most. But just don't leave the question open. Don't make them guess as to
Right.
why there's that gap in the resume for a few years. And then if there have you been able to do even if not working, have you been able to maybe do some volunteer work or work in the community of some sort? Have you been able to use that time in some other way?
Yeah, so I not as, as hands-on as I would have liked, but I prior to quitting my job, I was actually working at a nonprofit consulting firm. So when I quit that role, I did start doing some, pro bono nonprofit consulting for some local nonprofits. So just a couple here and there whenever, someone asked for advice, but I kept in touch with them, made sure that I was able to help provide them with some grant opportunities or at least a plan on how to look for grant opportunities that would be helpful to them. And recently I joined the board of my local library. So I've got a couple of things, but nothing I would consider, very taxing in terms of time or effort.
Okay, cool. I mean, I think that you've got a couple things there that you can include on your resume. That combined with the addendum,
Yeah.
addressing and saying that you are able to work again and you are able to get involved in things again. I think that should do a lot to assuage any concerns they might have. And then you just maintain those activities going forward as well. And you include them on your resume, you keep it up to date. If you ever send a letter of continued interest down the line, a lot of students will apply, not hear back for months and months and months, just the way of things. Then you can send a follow-up where you give them a quick update, and that update includes that you're still active in these things. So rather that will then lengthen the duration. Let's say you apply, you take the LSAT in November, apply end of November, you send an update in maybe February or March. That shows them that you are sustaining that.
Oh, I see. Okay. That's good. And then send letter like end of February-ish.
Yeah, basically, you want to maybe allow 3 months, let's say,
Right.
from sending in your application to just give a quick update saying like, hey, I'm still interested. It's called a letter of continued interest. Highly recommended for anyone who's waitlisted. But even if not, if you're waiting a long time to hear back because law schools just delay giving responses because they hold all the cards and they can afford to make you wait, so they do. So just give them that update. And in your case in particular, I think it'll be useful for you to be able to show them that your nonprofit work or volunteer work on the board, for example, and such, like all of that has continued. So it's not like I did it for just a month or two. I've done it now for 5 months.
Right.
And that way you can show them that you are able to sustain a position of responsibility over a longer period of time.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, thank you. One final question. So I'm sure you get a lot of questions about personal statements and what sort of topics people are writing about for their law school applications, what are some topics that you feel are oversaturated? Like, what would you recommend against students writing about, or prospective students writing about, in terms of their law school applications?
My take on this is that a lot of students will tend to over-index on politics or current events, and that isn't necessarily a bad thing to do. But when you make it too general in nature, like, and you say, I want to change the world or I want to change the system, I think that reveals a certain degree of naivete around like the impact that you will necessarily have. Like no one single individual will change an entire system. And I
Right.
think that ends up being so vague as to not be useful. I would instead say, I would narrow the focus a little bit. And
Ah,
ideally, if you can narrow the focus to an area where you have some degree of experience and
mhm.
be able to tie your previous work to the work that you want to do in law, that'll make it more believable that you will actually carry through on that.
I see.
I also wouldn't want someone to use their essay as just a place to share their opinions about the world or their opinions about politics. I think I would want to instead share more about experiences that you've actually had to make
Mhm.
it more concrete and personal and specific,
Right.
and then tie that into the goals. I think any topic can be done well. It's all in the execution. I think one
Right.
of the admission officers we had on earlier was saying how like I can't give feedback until I actually see the essay. I think that's quite fair because the devil's in the details. It's all about the execution of that topic. And so I think that any topic, even a controversial one, can potentially be done well. Certain hot button issues are a bit more of a minefield than others. Think about anything where where the country split 50-50 on it.
Right.
Some of those topics, it might be better to steer clear. I think as one the admission officer from UVA, Brigitte Sir, was saying how admission officers will do their best to avoid their personal takes on things impacting their judgment on you. And so if they have the opposite take on you on an issue, they're not going to auto ding you for that or
Right.
deny you. But you should still be somewhat measured and I think humble in your approach to this. Like you're not using it to preach.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you so much, Steve. I really appreciate this.
Yeah, of course, Gigi. If you ever want to send over your essay draft for a take since you're in the program, I'm happy to take a look.
Oh, that would be great. Thank you. I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
for sure. Of course. Yeah. Thanks for joining. Talk to you soon.
Yeah, you too.
Bye. All right. Awesome, folks. So we're at 4.5 hours in, still going strong. If you haven't already, you can feel free to please book your free LSAT tutoring lesson with me at unpluggedprep.com/start. You can also take a picture of the QR code in the upper left corner, open an offer to everyone watching the stream, anything at all. Free LSAT tutoring lessons, I'm here for you. If you book the kickoff package today, which you'll see after you book your lesson, you'll get a private cocktail hour with me at 5 p.m. Eastern today. But that's only good if you join the kickoff package during the live stream while we're still going strong. Rob, you ready to dive in? Awesome. Fantastic. Great. Welcome. How's it going, Rob? Thanks for joining. Are we good?
Good.
Awesome.
Great.
Fantastic. Thanks for joining, Rob. Great to see you.
Good to see you as well.
So I'd love if you could share a bit more about your background. I see here you put helpfully on your page, Dean of Admissions, UCLA School of Law. Could you share about your experience at UCLA Law working in admissions?
Yeah, so I've actually been here 19 years, so it's hard to believe. And before that, I was Dean of Admissions at Cardozo Law School for 11 years in New York City. So coming up on 30 years of law school admissions work.
No, so Cardozo, then UCLA Law. And for anyone curious, Rob and I share the same last name, but we have no relation that we are aware of. So just disclaimer, full disclaimer there. Have there been any changes at UCLA Law in terms of the application essays this cycle or last cycle? I know that there have been a lot of changes in admissions overall with, in terms of diversity statements or in terms of AI. Have you been changing the prompts at all in reaction to that?
Not really. We do ask that people submit their own work. We don't want them to use AI in the admissions, in writing their essays and things like that. But it's challenging on our end to figure out if that's being done or not. The one work we know that is clearly the applicants is the writing sample they do for the LSAT. But I haven't seen any major changes in terms of the types of statements that people are submitting. The major change has just been the volume, which has just been through the roof. Frankly, last year we had the second largest applicant pool that we've ever seen in the history of the law school.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So applicant volume has been up a lot this year and also last year. See, this year LSAT numbers are up. Of course, we'll see what happens with applicant volume, but I know last year it was up in aggregate, it was like 20% year over year, roughly, right?
Yeah, we were up close to 25% at
25
UCLA.
at UCLA.
Yeah, yep. So it was a busy year.
Yeah, I'll bet. I mean, how do you navigate in terms of, does that like extend the cycle or delay decisions? Like, how do you deal with the increased volume of applications to review?
We actually were able, fortunately, to employ more people to help us review them. So it didn't really extend the cycle, didn't really delay the process. But I do think that when you're applying in a year where there's significant volume, it's best to apply as early as you can. Of course, you want to have the strongest application that you can, but if you can get it in earlier, and that doesn't mean it has to be today in September, but I think, sometime in the early fall, maybe, shoot by mid to late November if you can.
So that would mean that, for say, someone ideally, if they could knock out the LSAT by November of this cycle, get it in by the end of the month in November.
Exactly, because most law schools are going to make admissions decisions on a rolling basis.
Right. So the earlier you get it in, the sooner they can make their decision and
Earlier.
render it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, last year I would say in the 24 hours of our deadline, we received over 1,000 applications. So that does tend to slow us down a little bit. And also, ideally, you don't want to be in that pool. There will be people admitted from there. We admit on a sort of modified rolling basis, but it still is a rolling basis. And I think the earlier the better.
Yeah, definitely. What are some of the biggest mistakes that you see applicants making this cycle or in general, if we could give any guidance to those who are thinking of putting together their applications now?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the thing that comes to mind perhaps is sort of not maybe just relying too much on rankings in terms of deciding where to apply, and not giving a lot of thought to your own research and the factors that matter to you in choosing a law school, and also perhaps maybe just reaching too high. I think it's important to apply to a range of schools, right? Some schools that are more safety schools that have uh, median scores right around yours, right? Your LSAT, your GPA, excuse me, but also definitely apply to some reach schools as well. That's fine. I just think you want to have a good list and give some real thought to that before just finalizing your applications. And that way, at the end of the process, you'll have some good choices to make.
Mm-hmm. So some targets, some safeties, some reaches, cast
Right.
a bit of a wider net,
Exactly.
but not just only go for the elite of the elite just because.
Exactly.
And also
Yeah.
research the school a bit.
Research the school, get information, directly from the school if you can. I mean, it's one thing to listen or to read in the various chat rooms or Reddit, and go on these online forums, but just take some of that information with a grain of salt, because you don't really know who it's coming from. And I think you can get better information directly from the source.
Mm-hmm, exactly. It's more reliable that way. It's more vetted.
Exactly.
You can trust it. Yeah.
Yep.
That makes sense. I mean, what are some of the unique attributes of UCLA law in particular to inform applicants, because they're not going off of the rankings purely?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things I guess I could say about the school. The thing that comes to mind is I feel like it's an incredibly diverse curriculum. One of the hardest things for our students is deciding what classes to take. There's literally hundreds to choose from. And then there's 40 different experiential, clinical classes where you can get some hands-on experience. And I feel like we delve into areas that are really critically important to society today. Anything that people are talking about, we most likely have a specialization in or a center in, whether it's immigration law, whether it's environmental law, climate change, health law, reproductive rights, um, voting integrity. We have the Safeguarding Democracy Project, LGBT law and rights through the Williams Institute, critical race studies, which not that long ago was very much in the news. We have a whole specialization in that. So I think a lot of people think of UCLA as, we're in LA, so entertainment law. We have that, but we have a lot else besides.
Sounds like it. Yeah. I mean, one thing I'm curious about is, a lot of folks talk about artificial intelligence potentially disrupting the legal field and lawyers needing to be able to use these tools. I'm wondering if UCLA has any classes or clinics around that.
We do. We've actually just started through our Institute for Technology Law and Policy, and just in the last 2 years that we've offered some classes in AI. And the goal we know that our students, we're not training them to have one job that they're going to have for the 30 or 40-year career or however long it is. They're going to move around and it's going to change. And so the education has to keep up with that. That's another thing I'm impressed about with the school is just the number of new classes every year that are offered. I'm copied on those, and it's interesting to see the faculty developing new courses. Of course, we're always going to teach the basic stuff. You have to have a course in evidence or business associations, tax law, trust and estates, but also new things come along as well.
Definitely, yeah. What are some of the things that you wish applicants knew before applying? Like, we don't want them applying super late, but we also want them to do it right.
Yeah. Well, I think I wish they knew that the process really is a holistic one. There are people reading the files. It's not just based on the numbers. That's not to say the numbers don't matter. They're important, and you need to think about that in terms of deciding where you're going to apply. But you also, need to put effort into the other components of your application, right? We're going to read the letters of recommendation. We're going to read your personal statement. We're going to read your LSAT writing sample. We care about, your resume. So all of these things are important as we're reading through the files and trying to make the decisions. The goal is to enroll a class of collegial, collaborative students who come from a wide range of backgrounds, experiences, have different interests, because you're going to learn a lot from your faculty in law school, but you're also going to learn a lot from your fellow students. So I guess that's what I would say. The numbers are important, but so are the other components of the application.
And we had a question from a student who was asking about a gap on her resume and worried about that, to the soft factors question here. I mean,
Yeah.
she's likely going to have a strong LSAT score. She's got a solid GPA, but she has a gap on her resume that's a couple of years in duration because of a personal matter. I advised her to share that personal matter if she's comfortable in her addendum.
Yeah.
She's taking on some volunteer work and positions there. What would you say to an applicant who's concerned about having that kind of gap, and a longer gap, but also maybe a shorter gap too?
Yeah, I mean, I think what's the most important advice I can give to that is you don't want to have the person reading your file guessing as to what was going on. And I know it can, in some cases, may be uncomfortable or maybe very personal, but I think it's important to the extent you're comfortable at least sharing some details about what was going on and what you were doing during that time frame. You don't want the admissions reviewer to just make things up or to think, that you weren't doing anything or whatever.
Right. Okay. Thanks for that. Are there certain topics that you think are off limits for essays because they're maybe too controversial or too political, or do you feel like it's in the execution?
I think it depends, and so it's hard to answer that without. I think the answer is yes. I think there are some essays. I think part of it is the execution. The bottom line is you don't know who's going to be reading your application, and we, of course, are trying to be as fair-minded as we can in the review process. We want to enroll a diverse class of people with, as I said, with a wide range of backgrounds, experiences, and interests. But the point of the personal statement, and I think the mistake that sometimes I get is I read a statement, and at least for us anyway, I get to the end and I have absolutely no understanding of why I just read that. In other words, it might be very interesting and it might delve into their background. It might be a very interesting story, but it's in the context of applying to law school. So somewhere in there, at least for us, and again, you have to read the prompt for each school carefully, but for us, we want to know something about why you're applying to law school. So the better ones that I read kind of weave that in. It's a story about themselves, their background, their experiences, and it also kind of ties together to why they want to go to law school. And I think especially if you're applying right out of undergrad, trying to get that in there is important.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think that you've got to communicate that somewhere in your application, and maybe for so-called KJDs going direct from undergrad to law school, they might need to share more than others. Do you think, to make that clear, or just we say for everybody?
I think it's for everybody. Yeah, I think it's for everybody. I think it maybe is a little bit more of a sometimes you, even if it's not as evident in, let's say, through the personal statement, maybe it's clear in the resume, right? You see all these experiences that people have had. Having said that, I just want to say it's not critical to have prior legal experience to applying to law school. but there's some reason why you're interested, right? And it's not just because you can't think of what else to do or the next step. And that's why I was mentioning it in the KJD context.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Anything else in admissions that you think applicants are potentially overlooking right now?
I don't think so. I think it's just important for them to realize that if they're applying this cycle, that it's going to likely be another busy cycle. That's not a reason not to apply to law school if you want to go to law school. You just need to realize that it's a competitive process and to just be giving some thought to where you're applying. And as I said earlier, apply to a range of places.
Do you think that the higher applicant volume is going to lead to more delayed delayed decisions?
It's certainly possible. I think we're going to make every effort not to do that, right? To begin admitting, just like we always do, on a rolling basis. It does make things more challenging on this end. I think sometimes people don't give a lot of thought to what it's like on this end, right? And it can be challenging when you have 5, 6, 7, 8, 10,000 applicants and you're trying to enroll 200 or 300 to predict yield. And so it's, at least for our standpoint, last cycle, what we were very careful to do, we just have to be careful not to over enroll. And so we admitted more of our class than is typical from the waiting list. And so I guess I would say, if you are offered a spot on the school's waiting list, don't necessarily presume that that means the process is over for you. If you remain interested, follow the instructions and show your interest in that school.
And speaking of showing interest, what about best practices for letters of continued interest, or what not to do when it comes to that? Because if folks are waiting longer, they might need to provide an update of sorts, right? There might be a good idea for them to do so.
Yeah, I guess the best advice I give there is that each school may have their own specific instructions. I know when we send out information on the waiting list, we try to provide clear guidance on how to submit updates, how frequently to send letters of continued interest. We welcome them. It's the only way we know, and that's where we focus on our review of the waiting list, right? Because there's some people who say, yes, I'd like to be on the waiting list, and we never hear from them, and maybe we sent them that notice in December, and now it's June, we haven't heard anything, whereas other people perhaps have sent a letter of continued interest or an updated resume more recently, and so the committee is going to focus more on those files.
Thanks for that. No, that's good to know. We have a question here in the comments asking about the work you do before applying to law school. Does that play a major part in acceptances, like doing a law internship specifically versus working in healthcare as a social worker? Would that impact admissions one way or another?
I would generally say no, and I think it's important for people to have the work experiences that mean something to them. It might mean that your primary goal in working before going to law school is to save up some money, right, to help you finance it. And so you get a particular job that pays very well, right? Maybe you're waiting tables, maybe you're managing a restaurant, it could be one of a zillion things. What's important to do is what is most meaningful to you. There's a lot of skills you can get through a wide range of job offers. I think the last thing you want to do is accept a job just because you think it's going to be impressive to somebody who's reviewing your application. Do what you want to do.
Thanks for that, Rob. Well, I really appreciate your taking the time here to join us today during score release, no less. I know it's a really busy day for a lot of us.
Everybody out there. I know it can be stressful, and just remember you're more than just your LSAT score.
Definitely. Really appreciate it, Rob. All the best. Hope to have you again back soon.
Good to see you.
Awesome, folks. Well, here we are about 4 hours and 45 minutes into the live stream. We're going to keep going. If you have any questions on anything LSAT or law school admissions, please drop your questions here in the chat, and I will get to as many of them as I can. If it's LSAT, I might just knock it out now. If it's admissions, I might try to knock it out, or I might save it for another admissions guest who we might have on in a bit. And yes, this recording will be available on YouTube as the live stream. And so through the same link that you're watching it on now, it's still going to be accessible to rewatch later if you want to catch any part of it from any phase of it. We've had, of course, a mix of LSAT admissions throughout. If you got your September LSAT score back, if you took it and you're looking for guidance on next steps, just drop your score in the chat. If you want to drop when you're planning on taking the LSAT going forward, whether it's October, November, January, February, I'll get to as many questions as I can to give you some guidance and feedback in terms of your next steps going forward. Now, one question I've been getting a lot is around how to decide when to take the LSAT for a retake if you're going for, say, November versus January. And so November gives you about a month and a half till your test. January gives you 3.5 months, which is more than double the time. And so think about like how much time can you reasonably carve out over the next month and a half to study for this? Is say 6 weeks or so, is that going to be enough time for you to achieve your fullest potential if you really do the math? So 6 weeks, let's say, with a rate of say 2 to 3 hours a day, 5, 6 days a week, that works out to roughly say 15 hours a week times 6 is 90 hours in total. And 90 hours in total would maybe let you do, say, 10 or 12 exams, review of those exams, maybe doing some private one-on-one tutoring or coaching sessions, maybe joining some classes, maybe watching some course videos. Relate that to how much you actually want to improve your score. If you want to go up 5, 10 points, maybe you can do it. If you want to go up 20, 30 points, though, I would say do a really serious hard reality check and think about, if I've got to do 20, 30 point increase, how much do I actually need to learn? How much material do I need to cover? For someone who wants a 5, 10 point boost, it could just be as simple as reviewing your mistakes, taking practice tests. Those two things alone could get you there if there's maybe 1 or 2 specific weak areas you've got to focus on. But a 20, 30 point increase, if you're in the 140s or the 150s, to be frank, you've got to work through a full curriculum, essentially. 20, 30 points, if you're in the 140s, 150s, that means that you're not just weak in 1 or 2 areas. You've got to cover the majority of the question types from a foundational perspective. Might not sound nice, but that's just the frank truth, is that someone in the 140s or 150s doesn't just have 1 or 2 weak areas and they're not like pretty good at the LSAT. They've got a lot to cover. Now you can get there, and I'm not saying that everybody needs to score a 170 plus, but the median LSAT score is a 151. And so if you're below a 151, you're frankly below average for where you are right now. And there's a lot to cover. And if you're in the 150s still, there's also a lot to cover. You can do it all, but unless you're able to study full time and do nothing but LSAT for 2 months, I would recommend giving the LSAT more time given its relative importance in the law school admissions process. If you look at the admissions indices on the Law School Admission Council website, where law schools publish how they consider LSAT versus GPA, nearly every single one of the 200 or so ABA approved law schools weighs your LSAT score more heavily than your undergraduate GPA. And if you look at any of those law school predictor sites where folks put in their acceptances and their LSATs and GPAs, it's a pretty straight correlation between GPA and LSAT determining your odds of admission relative to a school's published LSAT and GPA medians, which, by the way, you can see in their ABA 509 reports that are published on the ABA website. And that's what US News, of course, pulls for their rankings, and you can see them there as well. I'm not saying that it's only LSAT GPA. Softs do play some role, and there are people who outperform their numbers. But on average, on balance, all else being equal, if you're below both the LSAT and GPA medians, your odds of acceptance are low. If you're above both medians, especially if you're above the 75th percentile, your odds are pretty good. And the higher you are above the medians, the more scholarship money you're going to get. And so it's worth giving yourself the time to achieve your fullest potential. And of course, applying earlier is better than applying later, all else being equal. Like Dean Schwartz from UCLA Law was saying, like, get them in by November if you can. But if you need more time to achieve your fullest potential, if you feel like you need 20, 30 points, November is against the odds. But January, with 3.5 months, more than doubling your study duration, it really improves your odds a lot. And especially if you're an undergrad and you have winter break to study, that could be a real crucial time to make significant gains. And even if you're not an undergrad and you've got some time that you can carve out where you can only do, say, 10 hours a week, giving yourself 3.5 months versus 1.5 will do a lot to boost your odds of acceptance. And if you took the September LSAT and it was your first at-bat, treat it like a learning experience. It was a dry run. It gave you some exposure to the Prometric software, to taking the LSAT officially, whether in person at a testing center or remotely from home, let's say on your own device. It was an early exposure that could hopefully mitigate some of the stress of taking it officially. And getting a higher score through a retake will do a lot more for your odds than rushing in your applications. And by the way, another benefit of giving yourself more time is that you're going to not only have more time for the LSAT, but also have more time to work on your application essays and put together the strongest essays possible. Now, if you're done with the LSAT, if you're not retaking, of course, that's totally fine as well. And you can switch gears and focus on your application essays fully, just doing your personal statement, why our school essay, diversity statement or adversity statement, your resume. If you haven't requested letters of rec, this is a great time to request them now. I would recommend doing it sooner rather than later, because that is the one piece that you're relying on somebody else to do for you. And you value it more than they do. You're going to prioritize it more than they do. So ask it for it now. Put together some bullet points for them in terms of what are some specifics they could include, especially if it's an old college professor who you haven't talked to in a while. Maybe they need a little booster for their memories in terms of what you did for them. If you wrote a paper for their class or gave a presentation of some kind, what your grades were, like all of that could be useful to help them flesh it out a bit more and make it a bit more concrete for them. The best essays tend to go through round after round of draft. I'm thinking back to my own college essays. This was going back quite some time, but what I did was, of course, there was no AI back then, but I basically would write a draft. I would print it out physically on a printer. I would then go over it with a pen. I would make crossouts, changes, and I would show it to several people. Like basically everyone I knew, every family, friend, or relative, I would show it to them. And even if they only gave me one little tweak, asking 20 people to give you feedback, you're going to make a lot of changes. And of course, you can make your own judgments as to how good the recommendations are. But that's a really solid way to improve your essays and make them stronger. And of course, getting feedback from an expert is even better. We have a lot of experts we had on the live stream today. You could reach out to one of them. But my thought is, don't do it solo. Definitely don't use AI for it, but don't do it alone either. Like, your essays are another factor that you can impact. I mean, your GPA is pretty fixed most likely at this point in time. You're probably out of undergrad or almost finishing it up. And your relative marginal improvement that you can boost your GPA for one semester is going to be pretty minimal. But your LSAT score, major factor that you can influence. Your application essays, also major factor that you can influence. And you're also going to have about 2 weeks or so, maybe even 3 weeks between taking the LSAT and getting your score back. And during those 2 to 3 weeks, you can go really hard on your essays. In the meantime, though, the LSAT's still the biggest needle mover that you can impact. And so I'd recommend, of course, giving it the due consideration, making it the priority. I mean, it's funny how your LSAT score weighs more heavily than all of undergrad combined, and people have a hard time carving out 10 hours a week to study for it while they're in undergrad. Or even when they're not in undergrad, right? I mean, you've got, if you're working full time, which I imagine more folks are maybe working than in school right now, but you've got, even if you have work from 9 to 6 a.m., 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., you've still got before work, during work, after work, and weekends. And weekends are huge. You could take your weekend and use that time to basically double your study duration. If you're doing 10 hours during the week, plus another 10 hours between Saturday and Sunday, you've now got 20 hours. And if you can go from doing 2 hours a day, 5 days a week, to doing 3 hours a day, 5 days a week, you're now tripling from 10 hours to 30 hours. So you've basically got like a second job between your full-time job and your LSAT job. And your full-time job is for the present, to make your salary now, make your living now, but the LSAT's for your future. So if there's anything that you can do to get support from your boss, support from your coworkers, maybe lighten your workload a little bit, maybe drop down from full-time to part-time so you can give your LSAT more attention, it's going to have a big impact on boosting your score. And it's for your future, right? So make the investment in yourself, carve out the time, get support from those around you. And if you want more help, if you want personal feedback on your study plan or your weak areas, or you want support just getting the highest score possible, I'm offering these free LSAT tutoring lessons to everybody watching the stream today. You can take a photo of the QR code up in the left-hand corner there, or you can click the link in the description on YouTube or the bio on Instagram, unpluggedprep.com/start. I'm offering these free LSAT tutoring lessons to everybody out there studying for the LSAT. I don't know how long I'll be doing that for, though, because I'll be pretty tired after today's live stream. We're almost at 5 hours now. Can't believe it. We'll still be going longer, though. And if you book that free LSAT tutoring lesson, you're going to see a chance to get our LSAT kickoff package with 3 hours of private one-on-one coaching. If you get that package today while we're on the live stream before we end, you're also going to get a private cocktail hour via Zoom with me today at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, where I'll talk you through your LSAT admissions, any questions that you have. I'm happy to help out as many folks as I can. I'll stay on until I answer every single person's question during that private cocktail Q&A. In the meantime, if you have questions for me on LSAT or admissions, you can drop them in the chat on YouTube or on Instagram as well. I'll answer as many of those questions as I can. I see we've got Judah joining here. Judah, you ready? Just give me a thumbs up if you're ready to go. Awesome. Fantastic. Welcome, Judah. Thanks for joining.
Thank you so much for having me, Steve.
Awesome, Judah. So Judah is one of our coaches over at LSAT Unplugged. Judah, if you could share a bit about your LSAT journey and how you help students, how you got to where you are today.
Absolutely, yeah. So I started studying in summer of last year, around June or July. I ended up studying for about 6 months, and I ended up scoring a 174 on the January 2025 LSAT. It was about a 6-month study process, and I had a good kind of leg up to start. I studied philosophy and political science, so the philosophy definitely helps. It helps to have a good understanding of formal logic. So I started in the low 160s and then was able to achieve a 174. And now I'm very happy to be able to help others do the same and teach them kind of how the test works and how to succeed on it.
Interesting. Fantastic. Thanks for that. It's interesting because the people who write the LSAT actually have philosophy PhDs. And I'm wondering how you see any similarities or commonalities between the difficult, dense philosophy texts that you might have been reading relative to the way the LSAT questions are constructed. Do you see any analogies there or similarities?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of what's difficult I find about the LSAT isn't so much the logic. A lot of the logic on the LSAT, even on the harder questions, tends to be rather simple in terms of the kinds of inferences you're making. What becomes hard is the way that they phrase it. So there's a lot of use of double negatives, especially on the LSAT, in ways that, like, colloquially, we just wouldn't speak. We wouldn't use language in that way because it's not very effective at getting a point across, at communicating. But part of what they're trying to do is test your ability to parse complex language, the kind of language that you're going to encounter in legal documents, for example, that can be very, very old and not written in the most clear manner. So part of it is learning kind of the basic logic, sufficient assumptions, necessary assumptions. That's kind of the bedrock of doing well on the LSAT. And then after that, it's noticing how to kind of, parse these complex texts and like figure out what is it that they're actually saying.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing that. Yeah, it's funny how they make it complex in its wording, and you've got to then kind of disentangle and deconstruct it to get down to the core. I'm wondering, when you work with students and you engage in that sort of deconstructive process, what are some of the ways that you help them get to the root issue in terms of getting the main point, for example?
Yeah. One of my favorite things to do with students is to ask them to rephrase the passage or just an answer choice in their own words. I'll ask them, what are they really saying? What does this mean? Are you able to put this in your own words? And that, I find, serves as kind of an understanding test. If someone is able to articulate the idea and in their own words in the way that they would speak every day, then it means that they really got what's there. And I find that a lot of times when people pick wrong answers, they pick them because they think that it sounds like the right sort of answer. And of course it does. All of the wrong answers sound like the right sort of answer. But if you don't understand the answer choice, I'd say don't pick it.
Fair enough. Yeah. Well, that's interesting. I mean, if you don't understand it, I think it's fair to say don't pick it. But can you also necessarily exclude the answer? I mean, working by elimination, isn't it possible that even a wrong answer you don't understand could still technically be correct?
Yes. I suppose that would be the one exception to the rule. If you understand the other 4 answer choices and you're confident that it's not those, and you haven't fully pieced together why the right answer is the right answer, there's only 5 options. So if you've eliminated the other 4, then yeah, you're good to go.
It's rare. I mean, that's a rare situation, but I just mentioned that because I personally encountered that situation before where it was one of those, tough technical science questions where it's not my forte, but I felt like I had no choice and I got lucky. I didn't deserve it, but I still got it in the end. But to bring it back to the more common situations, I mean, what are some of the biggest traps you see students falling into, and in their LSAT studying in general or on test day, and how you help them avoid those?
Yeah. One of the biggest traps I see students falling into is becoming obsessed with all of the tips and tricks that you might find online and spending their time kind of memorizing all these types of questions and things to look for instead of just like engaging with the test. I find that a lot of the LSAT questions are asking very, very similar things. Even if you break it down into question types, there's a lot of overlap between what they're asking. A lot of them are just asking you about like different pieces of very similar conditional statements. So I find that the approach that work best for me and that works best for many of my students is just kind of take the exam at face value, if that makes sense. Just like read through the passage, read what they're asking you, and then tackle it like that. And if you have trouble understanding what a particular kind of question is asking, then we break that down and I'll explain like what the requirements are. But I find a lot of people will get burdened kind of by all of the complexity in the LSAT prep space before they've actually had like real experience with the test, to the point that it can seem maybe more complex than it actually is. I always think that the test is kind of the best teacher here.
Yeah, there's a lot of noise out there, and it's like people want to do everything but just actually do LSAT prep tests. I mean, there's no shortage of them. There's 58 of them. That's in between the 58 on Law Hub and then plus the additional material. We've got roughly like what 8,000 questions available to study from, and most people don't go through even a third of them, right?
Yeah, yeah, quite a few. I mean, I definitely think that the official prep materials from Law Hub, probably in conjunction with some form of support, like tutoring, like the kind of thing that we offer at LSAT Unplugged, is pretty much the best way to go. But that direct interaction with the test is always something that I really highly prioritize with my students.
Exactly. The official questions, but unfortunately, they don't have the explanations. And then, of course, they can't give you feedback in your own process. And so that's where we come in to support students. And so when you're working with students, let's say they bring you a question and they say, I got this wrong, or I can't resolve it, I don't understand it. I mean, what's the process that you would walk them through to help them gain clarity on their approach?
Yeah, yeah. So the first thing I start with is the passage. I make sure that they understand the passage, what the structure of the passage is, and really crucially, what the conclusion of the passage is. That is, if there's an argument within the passage. Once they have a good understanding of the passage, then we'll move along to the question stem and make sure that they understand what's being asked of them. A lot of times it's just like they missed like an except, like all of the following could be true except, and then they missed that, so then they went for the wrong answer. So sometimes just going through the passage and then through the question, then they'll just catch what it was. If you've gone through both of those, they understand them, and they just still don't quite get the logic behind it. Then what I do is I start with the answer choice that they went for, and I explain what's wrong with that answer choice. And then I'll jump to the right answer choice and break down why it logically follows from whatever they're asking in the question.
Yeah, it makes sense. Just breaking it down to its component parts, step by step, stimulus, question stem, then the choices, and particularly focusing on the one that they chose and got wrong. And then, of course, the unappealing right answer and what ultimately makes it correct, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Now, are there any strategies that you maybe in your own journey or you've seen students adopt and then find a better approach? Like, what are some of the misguided or mistaken approaches you might see students fall into? You mean you alluded to like the noise online, but beyond that, are there any specific formats or forms of studying that you find are less effective that students tend to adopt?
Yeah. One in particular that I would point to, especially when students are starting out, provided they have enough time to study prior to their test, I don't think people should constrain themselves to the 35 minutes when they just start out, at least if it's hard for you to hit that. A lot of my students would commonly be missing a lot of questions and not understanding them, not because they didn't have the capacity to figure them out given enough time, but because they were too early, I think, rushing themselves and constraining themselves to this kind of tricky time to hit. I find that at least what works for me and what works for a lot of my students best is just doing untimed sections when you start out so that you can really get a good grasp of the conceptual elements of the fundamentals. Once you've got those, most people get faster pretty naturally. I started out doing untimed sections. When I started, it took me like an hour, hour and a half per section. By the end, I was finishing a lot of them in like 15 to 20 minutes flat. And I didn't do 35-minute sections like to train my speed. I just trained my understanding. And then the more you understand, the faster you can do the questions. But I think that a lot of times people aren't getting as much out of the test as they can, as much learning as they can, because you really need some time, I think, for it to kind of sink in, especially at the start.
Yeah, it's funny how you talk about how you get faster by just deepening your understanding. It's people will ask, how do I speed up? It's like you're trying to run before you can walk. Like if you actually just take the time to understand the different sections, the different question types, the different methods of reasoning, you're going to naturally speed up.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
I mean, I feel like I've been doing this for 20 years now, and the only thing, I mean, it's not like I had formal training. I just worked with the exams, like you talked about earlier, and through getting the exposure, through putting in the reps, I mean, you get a muscle memory for the different questions and the different types of methods of reasoning that show up. And so when you see a new question, the surface level, it might look new, but under the surface, it's something you've never seen. You've seen it all before. I feel like that's what makes me go faster is because I just have the exposure. I put in the reps. And so I think about for you, for example, like you're teaching the same questions over and over, right? And so you see the patterns. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the ways that I think this really comes into play and really becomes helpful for students is when you encounter a passage that is just like, especially the science passages, I find things that are when the subject matter is something that's maybe very esoteric or things that you just haven't heard of, or some dinosaur name that has like 7 syllables in it that you can't really pronounce right. You just kind of become overwhelmed. You're like, oh my gosh, what is it that they're talking about here? But then if you think, all they're doing is the same thing that they were doing in all the other questions. They're just giving this thing a longer, more complex name so that I get tripped up and don't see the logic. Then when you start thinking about things in these kind of more abstract logical terms, then I'm reading the passage and I think, okay, well, all A are B, but not all B are A. And when instead of reading that like very long name. And by having kind of that logical grasp of the passages that I think you just kind of naturally acquire through a lot of extended practice and familiarity with the test, it really helps you on those hard questions. It takes away a lot of the difficulty.
Yeah, no, one of the ways they ramp up the difficulty is by including those multisyllabic terms to refer to actually quite simple concepts. I mean, I could imagine there was one question where they used a formal scientific term to refer to aspirin, I think it was. And then for your dinosaur example, yeah, I mean, it could just have been T-Rex for all we know, but they called it something else. And so if we think, okay, if we can take the complex placeholders, put in something simpler instead, then it makes it that much easier to navigate, and you realize it was never that bad at all.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I think a lot of what we're doing for students is like stripping away the ways that LSAC has ramped up the difficulty to reveal what at its core might be a lot simpler. But the difference between a level 5 question being the hardest and a level 3 might be nothing more than the way they dress it up.
Yeah, agreed. And I find with explanations as well, especially when the questions concern kind of more complex or more abstract subject material, if we as instructors are able to break it down to something more simple and then explain the logic at that simple level, it often also helps students understand it then at the more complex level with the subject matter.
Yeah, definitely. I would 100% agree with that. Now, a lot of students, they get stressed about LSAT test day itself. I know we've got a lot of LSATs coming up in the near term. We have both October and November. I think a lot of folks who took September might go for one of those as well. Could you share any advice that you give students for test day itself? While you do that, I'll take a quick bio break while you do that.
Yeah, for sure. So for test day, you've done all your studying. All of your prep is essentially done. Any returns that you're going to get on continued studying are going to be just marginal at best. So what you want to do for test day, in my opinion, is make sure that you are fully comfortable and very, very well rested. What this means is the days before and the days leading up to it are really, really important. So one of the best things that I think I did before I took my LSAT was exercising the day before, because it allowed me to get really, really good sleep that night before. So just think about the basic things. Make sure that your few days leading up to the exam, especially the days right before the exam, are pretty calm, that you're getting enough like movement, that you're eating well. All of those basics can really make a big difference in terms of your ability to focus on the test. For test day, just think about it like it's just another practice test. Ideally, you'll have done at least a few practice tests at this point. So if you get to the test and you just see it, it looks exactly the same as all your PTs did on Law Hub. And I think that kind of familiarity and the kind of approach that doesn't give it too much importance, right? It's just another prep test. You've prepared for this. That would be my tip for test day. I think that's the best way to do it. Typically, when people don't do as well on test day versus their practice tests, it tends to be mostly anxiety, and you can ameliorate a lot of that anxiety by simply just increasing your comfort with the test and just increasing your exposure to the test. So yeah, increasing exposure to the test and then also really focusing on the days leading up to the test is probably going to be your best bet for test day. If you've got more time, it's a good thing to be thinking kind of more in advance about your studying to make sure that you're not trying to cram anything before test day. Ideally, you've got a study schedule that's at least a month, a few months, 6 months out. That will make the week leading up to the LSAT a lot more stressful. A lot less stressful. If you're already comfortable with your prep test scores, you already know that if you're like in the right headspace, you can do this thing, you can succeed on this test, then all you've got to do on test day is just nail all the basics and execute properly. I will say as well, I wouldn't do anything on test day that is like very far outside what you usually do in terms of nutrition or even just caffeine. Probably a little caffeine I find is good. Drink a coffee. You wouldn't want to do anything too extreme. I think you'd want to do whatever you did essentially for your prep tests so that you can mirror that exact environment. Another tip is if you're taking the test remotely, if you can, it's really nice to take the test in like the exact same place at the same desk, probably on the same laptop that you did your studying. All of those factors can kind of increase your familiarity and then comfort on test day.
So I just caught the last bit, a little bit of that there. But yeah, I think that if you mimic or replicate everything that you will do on test day prior to test day, then test day itself becomes like just another run through, and that could probably mitigate the stress a lot, right?
Exactly. That's exactly the point I was making there.
Yeah, exactly. I think we want to probably recommend, I like to say at least 10 full exams before test day, ideally, which from now till October gives you roughly 2 a week. From now till November would give you roughly 2 a week, which I think might be doable for those who are maybe working full time. Do you feel like 2 a week is reasonable for someone who's studying full time? I'm like kind of torn on it based on someone's situation.
Yeah, I think it depends on people's work. For people who work full time, 2 a week is probably on the higher end of what people can do. I've had clients who work full time that do it, but that's on the higher end. I think 1 a week, if you like working full time, is like achievable. It's doable. You take out a Saturday and you do that. When I was studying, I did 1 prep test a week for most of the time. I did like closer to 3 or 4 a week, just over November, December, kind of leading up to the test. But I think, yeah, around 1 or 2 a week, I think that's probably reasonable. I think 10 is a good number to hit. I've had students do very, very well with around 6 as well. I think below 6 or 5, and it's a little bit trickier. So I'd say try to hit it like at least 6, but 10 is definitely a good number to aim for.
Yeah, no, I would agree that if you're working full time, then 1 a week is probably the most you could reasonably do and have adequate time to review. I was thinking more 2 a week for those who are studying LSAT full time with no other obligations. But yeah, 5 or 6 a week, 5 or 6 total, like may not be enough reps, especially if you're shooting for a top score. If you really want the 170, your competition is going to be doing 10, 15, maybe even 20. I mean, a lot of them are gunners, right? To get to the top 5% or top 1%, you've got to do something a little bit more extreme. And that might mean giving yourself 3, 4, 5 months, which isn't always popular to say. I've gotten criticism for suggesting to do 5 or 6 months for your prep, but I think if you want to do 30 or 40 exams, which for some might be overkill, for others might be necessary to hit a 175 plus top 1%.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I did 6 months, and I mean, I was shooting for a 99th percentile score. And one of the things that I ended up doing a total of 20 prep tests before I did the real one. And even though by my 5th or 6th test, I had broken into the 170s, one of the things that I really got out of doing those 15 additional prep tests was I was able to decrease my variance. So like when I got my first score in the 170s, I would get like a 163 and then a 171 and then a 164. So it was fluctuating around a lot more. And my last 3 prep tests were 175, 175, 174. So it was all very, very constrained around there. So one of the things I think that you can get as well from increased prep is not only increasing like your top end score, but minimizing the bottom end variance, which can give you a way better chance of scoring in the range that you want to for your test, especially if you're gunning for these like top level scores.
Right, and that predictability in your score from reducing the variance and the fluctuations, it gives you more security going in because you know that you're probably going to hit somewhere in that range, which you did, right? I mean, the test is remarkably consistent. I mean, you will have a little bit of margin of error or score fluctuations, but they've calibrated these exams to a remarkable degree.
It's true. It's true. Yeah.
They have this score band of, I think, 3.5 points on each end, which is what they say in their data reports. But I feel like once you've done enough exams, it actually narrows quite a bit. I think the fluctuations are more when someone hasn't studied quite as much, because the 3.5 points on each end, that's more for the average student taking the exam, which of course runs the whole gamut, 120 to 180. But for the gunners who are in that more narrow range, who are studying a lot more, it's going to be more narrow overall, I think.
Yeah, I generally tend to agree. I do have some students, especially starting out, that will have like really wide ranges, like 7 or 8 points or more. But typically, it does kind of come down. The one exception I would say is for students, in my experience, who struggle with ADHD. If they're having focus difficulties on the test, that can lead to them performing like drastically worse than they maybe would have, such that they could score like maybe even 10 points lower. But it's not really up to their like intellectual ability. It's more so just like test conditions and the day of. And their focus. But as a general rule, I do think around 2 to 3, once you've done a good amount of prep, is probably what you're looking at.
Yeah, I think the variance for those starting off earlier, I think a lot of it will come down to, as you said, focusing like, are you taking the test in actual real world conditions versus with distractions or the phone? I've had people say to me, I got this score, but it was 4 separate sections added together, which is not a full practice test in terms of test day conditions, or you're talking to friends, or your roommate's interrupting you, or you're hungover. Like all of that will play a massive role in how you do. But taking tests timed, it's going to be a lot more narrow because they've got X number of questions of this difficulty versus this method of reasoning or that.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things that worked best for me in my prep is I was able to end up taking my test remotely just on my computer at the same desk where I did all my prep tests, and it's on my same computer. It looks the same. So all of those kinds of things definitely really play into it there.
Do you like, in your experience, what have you heard from students about in-person versus remote, like taking at a testing center versus in your own house or apartment, for example?
A lot of it comes down to the person and kind of their, I guess, living conditions. If you live by yourself, or if you are able to have like a quiet space or a quiet room that no one can go into, I quite like testing remotely just for that familiarity aspect I was touching on. But I know a lot of my friends are in college and they like live in a dorm and they don't really have a good space to take it. I know someone who just took it in a classroom building and like put signs on the doors, and she was like, don't do that. So she ended up going to a testing center and performed much better. So I'd say if you don't have like a good space, or if you're just not great with the computers, you're worrying about it going wrong, your Wi-Fi is not great, whatever the case may be, any of those kinds of things, I'd say just go to a testing center. But if you're able to do it remotely, it was something that I think worked very well for me. You do have to be kind of attentive with the proctors, and especially if you have accommodations, it's my understanding that they often don't like immediately know what your accommodations are, so be prepared to like remind them, and they will switch out proctors throughout. So it could be at times a little complex, but if you have clarity on what your situation is, if you get your room all the way set up, I think it's a very nice alternative to going in person. And then you don't have to worry about the commute and all of those kinds of extra stresses.
Those are really fair points. Yeah, I think that for me personally, I would prefer to take it from home just due to the comfort of the environment. I have to go anywhere, no other people around. My only concern about it is the remote proctoring. I've heard too many horror stories about it being unreliable. Maybe it's gotten a little bit better over time, but I do hear of those situations. And so I feel like in-person removes that element, but then it brings in the randomness of who else is in that environment of the testing center. So I think the considerations you raised were pretty balanced overall, and people just got to look at their home environment, living situation. The one thing I'll say for anybody taking it at home is definitely use an Ethernet connection, wired, order it now. It's like there's so many of them on Amazon for like a couple bucks or something. It's well worth ordering that so you can plug into your modem, then your connection's a lot more reliable.
Yeah. The other thing I would warn people about is mirrors. It's kind of hard to find like their exact requirements, but a lot of them, or a lot of the proctors, don't like when you have mirrors in the room. So make sure to cover them up, put a sheet over them. That's one that's maybe a harder one to find, but they will cite you for it sometimes.
Yeah, it's a security thing. They're not vampires though, but it's something about security. I think they're worried that you're going to try and capture the test data or something from the screen.
Right, right.
Are there any things that, looking back, you wish that you had known earlier in your LSAT journey that you try to recommend or impart to students now?
I think the biggest thing for me would have been maybe just stay off the LSAT subreddit a little bit, like after the test, leading up to the test. Other than that, I think my prep went really well. I would really emphasize the just putting time in on the actual test. I think that's one of the things that I did well and that served me very, very well in my prep. And I know a lot of students that are preparing that are not really inclined to do that. So I really push them towards that. And I'd say if anyone's starting to study for the LSAT, just take a practice test. Just start doing questions and you'll figure it out.
Yeah, I think that Reddit ends up in social is like kind of social media-ified essentially. Now, it didn't always used to be that way, but I think they've tended in that direction. And as a result, it ends up being a form of procrastination like anything else, right? I mean, there's no random secret you're going to find in some random thread that pops up today. The LSAT's been around for many, many, many decades, and very little has changed. And of course, I cover the changes, but it's remarkably a consistent exam. And the 58 numbered exams that you have in Law Hub are the best source of material to study from. So just take
Right.
full advantage of them and don't do fewer of those and read more about the exam. Just do as many as you can and then review them thoroughly, talk through them with somebody, either a study buddy or even better, a coach or an expert like Judah, for example, kind enough to join us here today. Judah, any last parting words of wisdom you want to share with folks watching?
No, I think we've pretty much covered all of it, Steve. Thank you very much for having me.
Awesome, Judah. Thanks so much for joining. Really appreciate you taking the time, and definitely encourage folks who are joining LSAT Unplugged to seek you out specifically. This is Judah over here to get some support for the LSAT. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Steve.
Thanks, Judah. All right, folks, we're at about 5.5 hours now into the live stream, still going strong, having a lot of fun today during LSAT score release. If you haven't already, please feel free to book a free LSAT tutoring lesson with me at unpluggedprep.com/start. Also, you can take a photo of the QR code up in the corner here. I am offering these to everybody watching the live stream today for free, but I won't be doing that forever. I'm going to take a break after this because it's quite a long day and I'm going to be kind of tired after this, but I'm staying on for a little bit longer to answer your questions, anything at all, LSAT, law school admissions. And if you book that free LSAT tutoring lesson today, you're also going to have a chance to book an LSAT kickoff package with 3 hours of private one-on-one support. And if you book that kickoff package during the live stream, you will also get a private cocktail hour Q&A with me today at 5 p.m. Eastern in about 3 hours. So join during the live stream if you want that. We have Lee joining us on Law School Prep. Lee, give me a thumbs up when you're ready to join. Awesome. Fantastic. All right. Welcome, Lee. Thanks for joining.
Absolutely. 5 hours, Steve. Wow. It's the West Coast over here. So I don't know what I've been doing for 5 hours, but I've not been on a live stream.
You'd be surprised. Some folks do. Because the thing about the LSAT is that they release the scores at 9 a.m. Eastern time, which is not any fair consideration for those on the West Coast. It's some East Coast of primacy here because LSAC, I guess, is on the East Coast also. So some folks waking up early to check their LSAT scores and like, what do I do? Next steps. And so that's what we're here to help out with. But I appreciate your joining today to talk through law school prep, a little bit of a change of focus for us. You're over at Law School Toolbox. If you want to share some about your background, what you do for folks who are starting law school in terms of getting ready for success in 1L.
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Lee Burgess. I'm the co-founder of the Law School Toolbox and the Bar Exam Toolbox. We offer courses, one-on-one tutoring, and free resources for students getting ready for law school, in law school, and those studying for the UBE, now the Next Gen, and the California Bar Exam. We also have a very popular podcast with law students and pre-law students called the Law School Toolbox Podcast. I've been working with law students and bar takers for the last 15 years, inside and outside the classroom and online. You can learn more about what we do at lawschooltoolbox.com and barexamtoolbox.com. And we're always up for chatting with folks about how to get ready for that first law school experience.
Fantastic. Well, that's really important. I feel like folks kind of tend to walk into law school without a clue. They feel like what worked for them in undergrad is not going to work will work in law school when it's radically different in terms of an experience. What do you feel like are some of the common mistakes or misconceptions entering 1Ls or under that they should keep in mind before classes start?
I mean, there are a few of them.
I'm sure.
So we'll start with, I wanted to really focus on two things around this question. So one is that you must enter law school with the right mindset, because with the right mindset, you're going to be able to take on some of these challenges and not fall into the biggest mistakes that folks make. So I'm a big fan of Carol Dweck's work, who wrote Mindset, so which is a great book. But really the idea is you need to have a growth mindset, because you are going to stumble in law school. Everybody stumbles in law school. I don't know any law student who just got there and was like, yeah, this was cake. I mean, maybe they exist, but I don't think they're telling the truth. There is something that is going to make you stumble, whether it is the type of material, whether it is the workload, the abundance of reading, the overall stress of the environment, the high stakes of the exam grading. It's a lot. And so you must be ready with the right mindset to take those tumbles and realize that it's a learned skill and that you can get better and better. So that is definitely one mistake folks make, is they go in and then the first stumble, they say, oh, well, I must not, maybe I shouldn't be a lawyer. Maybe I shouldn't be here. Now, some people should not be in law school. If you hate it, if you're like, I never want to be a lawyer, like save your money and walk away. But for many people, a stumbling block does not mean that you shouldn't be in law school. So you need to be aware that it's a learned skill. You can go to your support services at your schools. Your schools will have professors called academic support that will be there, and you need to reach out for help. Of course, if your school doesn't provide you what you need, you also need to reach out to folks like my team who can help walk you through it. So the first big mistake is not having the right mindset. Second biggest mistake is doing a lot of busy work and not doing high impact studying. So the one thing about law school is you can spend a lot of time doing passive reading multiple supplements on one topic, recopying notes, listening to recorded lectures, listening to bar review provider lectures that may be on the topic. You'll get all this free access to all this stuff, and people just let it like wash over you. You're like, oh, I spent 8 hours just consuming all of this information. But unfortunately, that is not really the high impact work. Law schools, like having a big legal job, you need to do 40 plus hours of billable work a week, which actually is a lot of work, including going to class. And if you're studying outside of class, if you're reading, if you are studying those materials, you need to focus on being productive and retaining information. And for almost everyone, that means doing your reading without distractions and interruptions. I've been doing some research on this recently, and my latest fact is that you lose 23 minutes of productivity every time you get interrupted to get back into the flow. So every time your phone goes off, or you're texting your friends, or you're checking your social media, you're actually making yourself work slower, and you're not getting the benefits of what you're doing. So you need to, set aside time to do that heavy lifting, do deep work, and then, also do the hard work in class. I still believe that taking notes, unless you have a learning difference, is still the best way. The science says it's the best way we learn. No, that is not fun, but it helps with retention. So you have to do that sort of work. Hey, turn off your phone and your internet in class if you have your laptop out. I think that's really important. But that is also heavy lifting. It's not as passive. Taking transcription notes, like everybody's like, oh, I'm a courtroom, like recorder, that is not helpful. You have to do the heavy lifting of processing the information. So then you're going to have to take those class notes and turn them into what we call outlines, which are basically just organized notes to help you study for exams. And you also can't do busy work around that. You can't make like a 200-page outline and not understand what any of the law means or how it applies to facts. So you need to be testing yourself. You need to be doing practice. You need to be getting feedback. All of this is to say, none of this work is easy and passive. All of it is high impact and active. And so if you're sitting in the library being like, law school's not so bad, I just read all this stuff, it's fine. It's likely that you are making the big mistake of doing busy work and just clocking the hours and not actually getting the work done.
Wow, thanks for that. No, so it sounds like basically you've got to actually distill the information and make it your own, right? You have to process it. It's similar to what we say about for the LSAT, right? You've got to take the passage, take the argument, and then paraphrase it, put it into your own words, explain it to a 5-year-old, prove that you truly own the material.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, I was just doing this myself with a book I was reading that is very technical. And I was taking notes on the book, and then I was explaining something I found interesting to my husband with my notes. And I'm like a student, you know, because this is what you kind of do in law school. But it's a great reminder that if you want to learn anything new, or if you're studying anything complicated, if you can't take those notes and go like, you know, I have students that talk to their pets, you know, that you can't explain it to someone or some being or a stuffed animal or anything like that, then it's not really getting in there. And that's important to know. If it's not working, you have to pivot and find a new strategy. But I think our technology allows us to just do this passive busy work, and it's not the high impact work that is necessary to learn something new and to struggle with material.
Right. There are a lot of different ways to think that you're studying. Like you said, you let it wash over you, but you're not actually understanding. I have this issue sometimes where I like to listen to podcasts while I work out, and then I find that like I didn't, my mind wandered. I didn't actually capture everything, but you don't have this prompt to rewind necessarily, right?
Right.
So, but when you're doing it by hand, as you said, you have no choice but to go methodically and not miss any steps, right?
It really does. And there is a brain process that happens when you take in the information and you have to condense it, because you can't write down everything the professor's saying. And that is an engagement that is missing if you're just transcribing notes on your laptop. And honestly, if you're just transcribing tons and tons of notes, you will never go back and read them in great detail as much as you really think you might. You're much more likely to go back to those handwritten notes and then build them out. I still type outlines and things like that. Those are larger documents. You may want to be able to edit them easily. But these learning documents, oftentimes, handwriting is still the winner. Big old school, buy a lot of pens. I will say my new trick, though, I just experimented with this week, was that I was taking notes on this book that I'm reading, and I wanted to share them with my business partner. And so I did have AI take my handwritten notes and create typed notes so I could input it onto the computer in the shared platform that we use. And it did do that pretty well with very few mistakes. I have pretty good handwriting, but not great handwriting. And I think that could be an interesting way to kind of bridge between the two. If folks really want digital formats of things, you can handwrite, and then the computer will even help you turn it into something digital that's easier to manage. So that's my new tip for the week. I've been messing with it. I encouraged my husband to do it, and his handwriting's too bad. The tech couldn't read his handwriting. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't think that would work either. But I mean, I feel like that's a way to use the tech without letting it overshadow the learning process, because that's a post-processing step. You're still the one who distilled it.
Yeah, exactly. And when I went back through and kind of proofed the notes to see if it missed anything, and it made like tiny mistakes. But even that was a great refresher. Like I skimmed it. That was what I remember. And then, you know, but that was 5 minutes. I mean, you could really do this with some of your notes. You could even, you know, take reading notes, which we call briefing in law school. You could take those on a notebook. And then if you really want them to be on your computer, you could scan them and put them in. I think it's an interesting way to use some of this tech that helps you digitally carry stuff with you without having to use the digital technology to, you know, take the notes and to process that information.
Right. So it's basically like, it's like optical character recognition, right? It's like taking it and kind of digitizing it, but you still took the notes. So do you feel like a lot of students who are, let's say, a lot of folks watching this live stream now are going to be starting law school maybe a year from now? So maybe they can learn from what you've been seeing now in terms of students maybe over-relying on technology as they enter 1L now. Like, what have you been seeing in the past couple months, say this summer leading into the fall, in terms of students getting ready for law school, but making some of those mistakes around, say, using Otter to capture everything the professor says? Do you see that a lot?
I mean, some professors won't let you use Otter. So that is one requirement. You better make sure that you're not recording a professor who doesn't want to be recorded. You know, here's the thing. I love tech and I love a good life hack. And I think there's a place for these AI tools and the ability to condense things down. I do think that cognitive offloading your learning into AI is a mistake. AI is not at that point yet. I just read a really interesting article yesterday from New York Magazine on doctors and AI and how doctors are really struggling with the best way to use it, but that it was very unsettling to one young doctor because he felt like he was letting AI do the doctoring, and then he was like checking AI's work instead of like doing the doctoring and having AI check his work. And, you know, as lawyers, AI is entering the legal profession. We cannot pretend that it's not. It is going to replace a lot of menial tasks. It's going to make some lawyering a lot easier, but you're still responsible for the work that you produce. If the AI makes a mistake, which it does all the time, if you don't think AI is making a mistake, then you're not checking its work carefully enough. It makes mistakes all of the time, and lawyers are getting into massive professional responsibility problems because they are just blatantly relying on AI tools. We are not there yet. And so if I was in law school right now and entering, I would want to make sure that if I was using AI, I was using it to better my lawyering, to help assist me be the lawyer. Maybe it's compiling information. Maybe it's, you know, looking for patterns in my notes. Maybe it's, you know, whatever you're allowed to do. Your school may have restrictions, but it's not to replace my cognitive processes, because if I want to be employed as a lawyer, I'm still responsible for my intellectual capacity as a lawyer. That's what I'm licensed for. And I cannot just offload that at this point to AI tools. I think that is a really important thing to keep in mind. It's also very important to realize that you are going to need to rely on a lot of these other soft skills that right now AI cannot do, right? Client consulting, decision-making, negotiating, alternative dispute resolution, advocating for folks, litigation, trial work, right? I don't think we're going to have AI attorneys in trials anytime soon. I don't know. Maybe I haven't read anything about that. I'm sure that they could. But these are the skills that aren't easily replaceable. And so I lean into those skills at school. But even if you are using AI in your research, even if you are relying on it for some things, make sure you can also do that cognitive processing yourself and don't over rely, or you may get in trouble assuming that the computer is flawless when it really makes confidently a lot of mistakes, especially in the legal realm. The last thing I'll say about that is if you are interested in how law schools are using AI in the classroom, we have a great podcast episode from earlier this fall with two professors from the University of San Francisco who are actually teaching AI as part of legal writing. And they're kind of on the cutting edge of this. So it could be worth a listen, especially if you're thinking about joining law school in the fall.
Oh, nice. That's really cool. Now, one thing I see you're alluding to is the hallucinations, right? Where it just makes stuff up, gets it confidently wrong. We were talking earlier about people using AI for their law school application essays and how you are liable for what you publish, what you produce, what you submit. And if you don't proofread it and it makes something up about you and it claims that you did something that you didn't do, or it makes a claim about the law school that isn't true, it could get you a denial essentially, because you're then committing a form of fraud essentially.
Yeah, I mean, this is really tricky stuff because it is a new frontier. But I've caught it lying to me. I mean, it'll draft something, or even if it's based on something that I have written, and I'll be like, where did you find this information? It's like, oh, you're right. I made that up. Like it's surprised, I'm like, I don't really enjoy how it like blows smoke.
No, it's not okay.
It's not okay. But yeah, I mean, in the end, you are still responsible for the work. So using the tools to better your work is different than allowing the tools to do the work and then you just hoping that the tool did a great job. And I think that that's really a different perspective. I know that they're talking about this in intellectual property rights is, an area of like, if AI helps you, who owns the intellectual property, whose work is it? But I think it's an important thing to think about, that these are tools at this point to assist us in doing our work, not to give it work and have it do work for us. And I think that you don't want to offload, we call it cognitive offloading. We don't want to like give our cognitive work over to AI when you're still responsible for it. Like I'm a licensed attorney. If I filed something with the court that was written by AI and I had not checked it, I could be disbarred for activities like that, right? I mean, like the stakes are really high. in your professional life. So they should be high in law school as well. Because if you rely on these tools in law school and then you do not develop the skills to appreciate your professional responsibility as a lawyer, that could get you a lot of trouble in practice.
For sure. That you got to start developing the skills now. I feel like folks are so over-reliant on using ChatGPT just for everyday life stuff. It's like we've all forgotten how to write an email for ourselves. And so I'm wondering, I mean, for folks who need to rebuild that writing muscle, we've got 11 months till they're starting law school, roughly next August. What would you recommend that a pre-law, a 0L, starting 1L next year, what should they be doing now to start building up those skills to succeed in 1L in the fall?
So the first one is you need to work on your attention and your ability to do sustained deep work. This is something that most of us struggle with. I was struggling with it last spring. I had a very intense spring of things going on, and I was working a ton. I was being pulled in a lot of directions. And by the time I went into summer, my attention was totally fractured. Like I was churning through a lot of work, but I was not working at my best. And so I did a self-imposed project over the summer. And I said, I am going to read 8 books in 9 weeks because I need to get off of my devices and I need to retrain my brain. And the very first time I sat down to read a book, every 10 to 15 minutes, I would think about checking my phone. And I think that's generous for most of us if we do this exercise.
Pretty good, 10, 15 minutes. You made it.
I know, right? For me, that was not very good, but I realized for a lot of people it is. And that was a little horrifying for me because I realized I couldn't sit on the couch and I had no other things I was supposed to be doing and just read a book. So I spent the whole summer with my 8 books in 9 weeks project, and I did finish all 8 books. And by the end of the summer, I could read for 2.5 hours. I was on a plane. I read for 2.5 hours without stopping. I just read for 2.5 hours. And I think that experience, it's a very deep, larger discussion. But the one thing that it really showed me, and it made me think about for folks who are entering law school, is you need to be able to sit and do sustained work in some manner, reading large volumes of information without interruption or the need to interrupt yourself. So you need to train your brain to read hard things for long periods of time. That's just because and I think it sounds silly to say that sometimes when I say that to folks, but then I realize that many of us are out of that practice. We are really out. We skim things. We read on laptops. We read on our phones. We do not slowly and methodically read texts that we're supposed to retain that information. So if you can try it at home, take a book, try it, see how long, set a timer on your phone and see how long it takes you to try to check your phone. Because I'm going to guess it's going to be sobering, and you're going to realize that maybe you don't have the sustained attention skills of which to start to do this hard academic work. You can do pre-law programs. We have one called Start Law School Right that kind of introduces how law school works, the way you do all of these things you need to do in law school, briefing, outlining, essay writing. Those are great. And they're important as well, especially if it's, an area that you really want to feel like that you understand a little bit more before you start. But if you cannot sit and read, the reading, it's like an hour of reading for each credit every week. So most people are reading 16 hours a week. I don't know. Do you read 16 hours a week?
No.
Right? So I think that's a really sobering thing to think about is that, and it's not like you're reading novels. You're reading, very dense, academic sounding texts, right? Court documents often are very academic. And when you're a 1L, you're reading old court cases, which are even worse because the language doesn't flow and
Marbury, right? Marbury.
Right, you're reading Marbury and Penoyer versus Neff. All of these. So working on that skill, I think, is so critically important. Show up with the best learning skills that you can. I would also recommend that you take you can take a social media break and find out if that changes your attention span, changes how you can interact with things. I am on week 6 of my latest social media break, and my cognitive ability to retain information and to work for long periods of time is better when I am not constantly distracted. So you should experiment in these, 10, 11 months before school starts with what are the things that you can do to make you the best version of yourself, to show up to be the best law student. And unfortunately, it is a lot of these things that don't sound very fun, but they do make a huge difference. And if you can be a better learner, have better attention, have the ability to do the work, you will enjoy this experience so much more. Law school is an immense privilege. You are likely spending a huge amount of time and money to go to law school. I'm the daughter of 2 lawyers. I believe being a lawyer is a privilege. It is something I take very seriously. The first time somebody looks at you as a lawyer and asks you to help them when they are in crisis, that is a huge responsibility. You must have skills to step forward for that person. And that's not just in practice. It will be friends and family who will turn to you because you have that specialized knowledge. And so going into this experience, saying, how can I be the best lawyer I can be, because it is an important thing to be if this is the path that you want to do. I think that gets lost a little bit sometimes when we talk about law schools, like, why should we even be here if the computers can do it all? Someday someone will turn to you in crisis and ask, because of your expertise, how can you help them walk through a difficult path? And you want to say to yourself, I have done the heavy lifting, where if I don't know the answer, I can find them the answer, but I can help them on this path. And that is a really powerful thing. And if we outsource all of our cognitive work to the computers, we can't show up for people that way. And I think that that's concerning to me.
It is, no, definitely. I mean, so much of the lawyering profession is human, right? You're helping people navigate really difficult life challenges. Think about custody battles, for example, divorces, criminal situations, right? I mean, look at what the work of the Innocent Project does. Like, you can't, if you want to draft a boilerplate NDA, that's one thing, but there's so much more than that. I mean, I feel like maybe AI can do a lot of what LegalZoom has done with those templated documents, but that's only like the tip of the iceberg. I feel like helping human beings on a personal level with empathy, like, it's not able to do that. And I don't think people want it to do that.
No, because people very seldom call their lawyer because everything's going well.
No.
I mean, I guess, like, when you have to do some sort of things, you have to have a trust and estates lawyer to, like, make sure that you have estate plans, and everybody should have an estate plan. So I'm a huge proponent of that. But still, you don't call your estate lawyer and just be like, hey, for fun, could we draft some wills and trusts? That sounds awesome. Can we talk about advanced healthcare directives? That is the best, And these are hard conversations, and the law is a challenging thing. You want to be, the best lawyer you can be. And if you want to I practiced corporate law. I mean, it's still, you have clients who are relying on you. It's still a lot of responsibility. What you do has major consequences, even if it's just financial, it's still major consequences. And you need to be able to know that you can do your best. And it really starts with, how do I show up to study? How do I show up in class? How am I showing up to do my legal writing work? How am I doing each of these steps to kind of train yourself to show up in those moments when you are in the profession? And I think if you can keep that at your core and just remind yourself that that's why you're doing it, even when you don't want to do it, when you don't, no law student wants to do all the reading. I get that. But there's a reason why you're supposed to do the reading. Like, the reading is important. The reading teaches you how to think like a lawyer. Struggling with hard text, the struggle is part of what you are learning how to do, because sometimes the law is very hard. Keeping that kind of at your center allows you to get through those times and you just really don't want to do it, or you think you could just ask AI what happened in the case and be prepped for class. That's not the point. Right? The point is reading the case and you understanding what happened as much as you can. One thing, other side note though, if you have, learning differences and challenges, and these tech tools are really enabling you to have access to this legal education in a different way, amazing. But even if you have ADHD, and a large portion, in my opinion, of the law school population has ADHD or is undiagnosed, it is even more important for you to figure out what you need to do to bring that attention and do the heavy lifting. It might be more challenging. It might not be like 50 minutes of reading. It might be 35 minutes of reading and then a mini break. You've got to figure that out for yourself so you can go into law school knowing how you're going to do this work. we all have different strengths and weaknesses. It's about finding that, that balance for yourself. And you can do that with novels. Like if you just want to read novels, if you like sci-fi, read a stack of sci-fi novels and try and figure out what those, that rhythm is for yourself. But it's really important to figure out the best way to study hard material and have that attention span.
You want to build that muscle. I think it's important because, I mean, you're paying a lot of money to be in law school, and you don't want to outsource your thinking during law school either. It's like, well, you're losing the benefit of having signed on for this. And this is a long journey. It starts with the LSAT meeting me here. And then, of course, we have 3 years of law school. We have the bar exam. And at what point do you really want to take ownership of the process and learn the material for yourself and build the confidence and security of knowing that like you've got what it takes and you can do it. I think that we've just lost a lot of that through technology and the crutches that it gives us. But navigating the dense text, hopping on a plane flight and choosing the book to at least have that confined space where you have no choice but to do it, I think is a good first step. If you have, winter break coming up with the holidays and whatnot, that might be a time where you're going to have that opportunity, or a train ride, whatever it is. Like you can make the choice, not choosing a movie, not choosing a game, but instead just bring literally any book. It could be a popular novel or popular nonfiction book that is actually fun. It's a good initial step.
Yeah. I mean, I was not reading like challenging literature over the summer. I was reading like summer beach reads, like the reality TV of novels. Because I was saying to myself, I need this to be rewarding, right? Because I'm like, if I'm going to choose this over tech and the avoidance that is using social media, it better be entertaining, right? And so, yeah, I think that's a great place to start. Make it fun. They're always really interesting books being published. And when you get a really good one, you'd rather spend your time doing that, but you will enjoy the book more if you practice putting your phone on do not disturb and reading it, because your working memory will be better and you will remember what's in the book more if you are not constantly distracted.
Yeah, you can make a commitment, even just like to start off with like one book a month even. And
yeah, you don't need to use my 1 book a week plan. That was a lot. It was a lot. My kids were like, "What are you doing, Mom?" I was like, "I'm just turning through books." But yeah, I mean, it could be 1 book a month. Really, most books are like 200 to 300 pages. Like, unless you're reading, like, I don't know, The Lord of the Rings or the Game of Thrones books, or but those really giant books. Most books are not that long, and if you think about it, most people could read like, easily 50 pages a week. I mean, we're talking
10 pages a day.
10 pages a day, which 10 pages a day of a novel does not take you very long. 10 pages of reading in law school will take you a very long time. 10 pages in a novel does not take you very long. But if you feel like 10 pages of a novel is intimidating, which I'm not criticizing you if you feel that way, I think we can all get to those points with the way that we are working and living our lives. But then those 10 pages of law school reading are going to blow your mind. So you definitely need to figure out how to make sure that you can read a lot of less challenging work with focus so you can dive into that hard work.
Yeah, I feel like if you were to get through 11 books over the next 11 months before law school, that would do so much for folks to have built that physical reading muscle using like a paper hard book that were tangible. Like that would be really helpful. And I would even be generous and say that the LSAT prep folks are doing now could count. Like if you did like one practice test a week, that would also be physical reading. I know that it's online now, unfortunately, but there are physical prep books too. And it's all difficult dense text. It's still going to help.
Yeah, I think that's true, especially if you can shut off your notifications. I read an interesting stat in a book yesterday that said that if we know that we have unread notifications on our phones, and I mean, like my phone is sitting here. I'm not like a tech dinosaur. I haven't like tossed it out into the hallway. Knowing that you have unread notifications or unread emails lowers your IQ by 10 points. Because part of your brain is being pulled to wondering what is happening in the phone and if you need to respond to it and what have you not done and And we can't multitask. That's just everybody thinks we can, but we absolutely cannot multitask. We can only switch tasks. So when you think about it that way, I don't like to waste time. I'm a pretty busy person. And the idea that I'm like making myself less sophisticated and wasting time every time I task switch, it just drives me bonkers, because I would prefer to go take a walk or spend time with my family or watch a reality TV show or whatever is or read a book that brings me joy. It's really about the choice of how we spend our time, and showing up with presence makes everything happen faster and better. And then you don't find yourself studying all the time. You can take breaks. The time is there. It's about showing up in the best version of yourself. So all of these are muscles and skills. And if you can spend the next, little less than a year exercising those muscles, then I think you're going to be better off. And also, like, nonfiction's great too. If you like that, like I said, the Carol Dweck book on mindset, I think is really important. If you think that all the stuff I'm saying about our tech use is kind of a little wonky, I would read Dopamine Nation, which kind of blew my mind. I read that a few years ago. I think that's really great to think about how our brains respond to some of this stuff. But you can just just read something fun. Just practice focus so you can sit down and study for long periods of time without distraction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, turn off the notifications during that period, airplane mode ideally, but notifications are huge. Like, that way you're not just getting somebody saying, okay, derailing you for 23 minutes. Yes. I think that's a really good start, is just some physical reading a little bit over the course of 11 months, nearly a year. That could scale up really nicely to help folks have more success by remaining focused in law school.
Yeah. So here's one tip I always hear folks say, but I have children, which I do too. You can set up your phone so that certain numbers will always ring. So one of the things I have started doing is I have my kids' school, maybe my husband's, maybe my nanny. And if they call me, my phone will always ring. So I can put my phone somewhere else on silent and know that if it's an emergency, my phone will still ring. And we can do this for ourselves. If you're like, well, my mom may always need to reach me because she's having a health crisis, then only make it so your mom can call you. And then you can still put your phone away. You can create scaffolding to still give yourself these benefits. The excuses are just our own enabling behavior to have our little pleasure addiction machines to be able to give us hits of dopamine throughout the day.
By the way, for those who are curious, I think that's just basically do not disturb with exclusions, right? Like, you have some sort of favorites list where you put your important people, and then everything else, like all the spam calls and such, just gets filtered out.
And there's also if somebody calls you twice in a row, it will also break through. That's another setting that I like. If it's really an emergency, somebody will usually call you multiple times. So there are all these settings that you can set up to give you your own customized do not disturb option, which is in screen time, I think, on your iPhone, but I'm sure that Android has something similar.
Awesome, Lee. Well, I really appreciate your taking the time today and staying on with us. Any last words of wisdom for folks out there, or ways they could reach you if they want to seek out your support before they start?
Well, it is an exciting thing to become a law student. So, in this period of time, like I said, just focus on how you're going to be the best student you can be. Try and get your life in order. So, make sure you have a calendaring system, a to-do list system, get all your doctor's appointments and your new glasses and all of that stuff done before you start law school to lighten your load. I think that practical stuff is so important. If you have any questions as you're getting ready to start law school, or when you get into law school, if you're feeling overwhelmed, you can always reach out to us, and my business partner and I will be happy to chat with you. And if you're looking for private support, we're able to have you work with one of the amazing tutors on our team. You can always find us at lawschooltoolbox.com. I'd check out our podcast, Law School Toolbox Podcast, and we're on social as well, and YouTube. So we are around. Come find us, ask us questions. We're always happy to help. And I hope you can be excited about this next chapter, because becoming a lawyer is a very cool thing. And so you've made it through this first LSAT hurdle, and now it's time to go do the actual work of becoming a lawyer.
Wonderful, Lee. Really appreciate it. Definitely encourage folks to check you out. Law School Toolbox, Start Law School Right is the course. And I'll talk to you again soon, Lee. Thanks so much.
All right. Good luck with the rest of your live stream.
Thanks. Bye. Hey, Sam, you ready?
Yep.
Hey, Sam, welcome. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you?
I'm good, thanks. I'm good. Thanks for joining. So tell me a little bit about where you're at LSAT wise, your current score, your goal score, and when you're taking the test, and I'll do whatever I can to guide you and support you.
Awesome. Thanks. Yeah. So I just got back. I took the September LSAT and I just got back my score. I got a 163, which is lower than I thought it was going to be and lower than my goal score. I want to try and hit about like 173, 174. However, I was taking practice tests and surpassing the 170s. So I don't know if it was just like an off day for me or what, but yeah, that's about where I'm at.
Got it. Thanks for sharing. So you experienced a significant test day score drop from the practice to the actual, right? And that's actually quite common. We see students drop maybe 5 to 8 points on average. Could be bad proctor, tech issues, nerves, anxiety. And so part of it is to raise your baseline but going in, but also part of it could be maybe one of those factors played a role. Looking back on it, did see anything seem off to you during the test itself?
No, not like particularly. I was noticing that like I was getting pretty fatigued about halfway through, which like I don't know, isn't particularly uncommon for me. But yeah, my guess is that just like for whatever reason, I was especially like zoned out a little bit.
Gotcha. Okay, so fatigue, unusually fatigued endurance was a bit lower than typical based on your practice test experiences. How many practice tests did you take going into the exam?
Full practice tests, I want to say like 8. And then I was doing like a section or 2 pretty much every day.
Okay, so 8 exams in total. And over what period of time did you take those exams?
Over like about 2 months. I started studying in June, and then took it in September.
So it was roughly 1 exam a week or so.
Yes.
Okay, that sounds pretty reasonable cadence. I usually recommend at least 10 exams, so 8's not too far off from that. And remind me when you're retaking it now. You have a plan for retake?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna retake it in November.
November. Okay, so we still have another month and a half. Are you going to maintain that same once a week cadence of practice tests?
Yeah, that is definitely my goal. It'll be a little bit different probably with school starting. I had like a lot of the summer off. But yeah, my goal is to still take one like every Saturday.
Okay. I think that's a good move. I would also think about on the days that you're not taking full practice tests, could you do not only a single individual section, but maybe here and there, could you do 2 sections back to back?
Yeah, I could probably do that. Like today is my first day of class, so I don't really know what the term will look like in terms of like homework, but that should be pretty doable.
Good. I'm just looking for more ways that we could potentially get you more endurance at bats, because 2 sections back to back is not a full exam, but it's half of one, and that's going to give you something. Yeah. I would also think about, do you have any kind of pre-test ritual or warm-up that you do or could do that might help with maybe potential anxiety?
Yeah. I mean, I usually try and like get up at least a couple hours before the exam. That way I like have enough time to kind of fully wake up and like switch into testing mode. And then I will usually do like a drill set of just like 10 questions just to kind of switch my brain into like, LSAT academic mode. But I don't do much beyond that because I don't want to like risk over exhausting myself before the test starts.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I think that even 10 questions is a lot for a warm-up. Okay. I would usually say maybe just 2 or 3.
Okay.
I mean, 10 questions is almost half a section.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Yeah, so I'd say the idea is that you're really just looking to get your brain fired up a little bit so that the first questions you're doing are not the ones that count. And ideally, these should even be ones that you've seen before where you already know the answer, where it's just kind of going through the motions, kind of like lifting a barbell with no weights on it to work on your form before doing the actual. So just something to think about there. I'm also thinking about, like, do you do any breathing exercise or mindfulness or visualization? Like, does any of that speak to you at all?
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. I like think I already kind of naturally just have some of that integrated into my day, and like have just kind of like grown up doing, sort of, you know, being aware of my breathing and like noticing when I like am like so focused that I kind of stop breathing. But yeah, so yes and no.
Okay, so you do it in general, but you haven't done it like that much LSAT specifically.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. You might, since you already are somewhat like attuned to that, maybe it's worth incorporating some of that more consciously with your LSAT specifically, so that you're not just doing it at other times of day, but you're doing it specifically prior to a practice test or one of these timed sittings. And maybe you do it a different version of it for your practice test. So if there's a way that you could modify it in some way, it doesn't even really matter what, just make it personal to you, whatever feels most natural. But if you could do something that is LSAT test specific, where you only do it prior to these timed sittings, then you do it on the actual as well. That could be another way to ground you or orient you, so that test day itself is connected to all those prior sittings.
Okay.
My goal here is to lower your stress arousal or your sympathetic nervous system, so that test day feels more comfortable and smooth.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think that like for me, I guess what like kind of threw me for a loop is that I like exited the test feeling very much like that felt very normal, and that felt like every other practice test that I've taken. And I don't particularly have something to point to of like, oh yeah, like I know I didn't get a good sleep beforehand, or I know like whatever factor. And so, yeah.
No, I hear you on that. I mean, my other thought is around the fatigue element. One thought I had was to have you do more 2-section sittings in addition to the weekly practice tests.
Okay.
To reduce the warm-up duration from 10 questions to only 2 or 3. To work on the mindfulness or stress reduction prior to your tests. Those are all the things that immediately come to mind for me, since nothing jumps out specifically.
Okay.
Are there any other, I mean, I'm trying to think of what else I could recommend for you specifically here around all of that. Did you take it in person or remotely?
I took it in person. And I think that like, for the most part, it kind of needs to stay that way. I went through quite the process of trying to find a place to take the argumentative section in a way that like fulfilled all the LSAC requirements for the space. Yeah.
Well, that's another disconnect, right? I mean, we're switching from the testing, we're switching here from taking the tests in a more comfortable environment to an in-person Prometric testing center, and you're suggesting that maybe it's not so easy for you to find a quiet environment to take the exam that meets the rules and requirements.
Yeah, I'd been taking all the practice tests just like at my university library, which is like quiet and for the most part like felt very similar to the Prometric testing center. It's just that, yeah, any like quiet space to take it officially is like either has glass walls or is like, you know, not completely closed off for, you know, X whatever reason.
Mm-hmm. I hear you on that. Yeah, I mean, it's a struggle. It could be that your test day experience is somewhat different in the Prometric Center versus these other environments. Do you feel like they are similar or dissimilar?
They felt pretty similar. The only thing I would say is that the testing center was in a like windowless room, and so I have not like everything I've been doing is usually a lot of natural light, but like I don't know if that's something that would particularly make much of a difference. But yeah, that was like the only thing I noticed, is that it was like darker than I am normally working.
Are you going to take it at the same center again in November?
It will kind of depend on what is available. I am currently like halfway between a center to the north and a center to the south. So I went to the north one the first time, and we'll see which one I can like get in with in November.
Right. I mean, if you can try to book the same one again, then at least you know what to expect.
Mm-hmm.
known knowns, unknowns versus unknown unknowns, whatever that is, right? I mean, we want to be as familiar as we can. So maybe can you take it in a dark windowless room, as unappealing as that is? Maybe that's what you want to do for this next take, your next practice test. So then ideally you take it at the same center.
Okay.
My other thought is, can we raise your baseline in some way? I mean, it's normal to drop to some extent, maybe not as much as you did, but are there, in terms of the content of the test itself, are there any opportunities?
Yeah, I mean, I think that like with more consistent practice, it's just one of those things where like the more you flex that muscle, the easier it comes. And I know specifically I have like a hard time with like parallel reasoning or like matching reasoning. And for the most part, when I see one, I just like skip it completely because I know that it's like not worth the time it's going to take me to do that. But I mean, obviously it's ideal not to have to skip any questions. I just don't know if there is like enough room for improvement, or like if I worked on that specifically, I would get quicker enough to make it worth doing those questions.
Yeah, I hear you on that. I mean, parallels are not going to be a huge lift because there aren't that many of them, but I can give you two quick thoughts now. I mean, when I look to match on parallel questions, I look for the degree of certainty in the conclusion and the category of things they're discussing. So degree of certainty would be like, this always happens, or this never happens, or this sometimes happens, or this happens the majority of the time. So how certain are they in the conclusion of both the stimulus and the given answer choices?
Okay.
Then that's the easiest thing to look for. You can often eliminate one or two choices out of 5 with that as a first pass. Then secondly, I would look for the category of things they're discussing. That would be like all people in the world versus all people who take the LSAT versus all people who take the LSAT and score 170 or above versus all people who take the LSAT, score 170 and go to Harvard. Like we're getting more and more narrow, but you want to match the qualifications in terms of how they narrow the scope. That's a harder thing to look for, but that will also get you to eliminate another couple of choices as well.
Okay. Awesome.
I don't think parallels are the biggest lift for you. I think probably the bigger lift is going to be more focusing on test day conditions, test day environment. That's what I would be starting with in terms of focusing. And the last thing I'll say is like, are you replicating the sitting of the exam besides the room and all that? Like, are you doing the 4 sections, 35 minutes each, only one break in the middle, not checking anything else? That's the other thing in terms of seeing drops.
Yeah, I mean, I have extended time, but I'm doing that. Like
you're
I'm
matching your constraints. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. So I think that everything else checks out. I would look at what we said in terms of pre-test ritual, reduced warm-up, matching testing room more closely, and adding in some more endurance work. Those are the biggest things I'd recommend for you.
Okay. Awesome. Perfect. Thank you.
Awesome, Sam. It was a pleasure. Thanks so much for joining, and keep me posted on how it all goes.
Will do. Thank you.
Sure. All right, folks, so we're getting towards the end of the live stream. We're not quite at the end yet, so we'll still be staying on for a bit longer. But if you have questions, if things that we haven't addressed yet, please drop your questions in the chat here on YouTube or on Instagram, anything at all, LSAT and law school admissions. I'll do whatever I can to give any guidance or support as things come up. Looks like Brianna is joining. Brianna, you ready to dive in?
Yes, I am. Thank you. I'm good. How are you doing? I'm good.
Thanks. I'm good. Thanks for joining. Glad you were able to make it. So tell me a little bit of context, your current score, your goal score, and when you're taking it, and I'll guide you accordingly.
Great. So my current score, I've been scoring around a 157. My last 2 tests, I got like a 155. So kind of upper 150s, and I'm taking the October LSAT.
Okay, cool. So we're at 157, 155 range, taking October in 2 weeks. And what's your goal for test day?
My goal for test day would probably be to break the 160s, which I know is hard when my practice tests aren't at that level. But I feel like I have a very good understanding of the test, of the question types, how to approach everything. I think there's just some sort of like gap in my understanding of, certain stimuli, certain wrong answer traps that I'm getting, locked in. And timing has been my main opponent on this test. It's been very difficult.
I hear you on that. Yeah, I mean, you're really not that far off from your goal. I mean, to get a 5-point increase or so in 2 weeks is quite reasonable to me if we can identify some particular weak areas to focus on. So you mentioned timing being a big one. And then
Yes.
are there certain question types that you're struggling with in particular?
I'd say necessary assumption is my big the question I get wrong the most frequently, but it's not like I'm getting 5 necessary assumption questions wrong on a test and nothing else correct. It'll just be like every test I get 1 necessary assumption question wrong, and in addition to like role in the argument, strengthen. So it does vary.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, necessary
Yeah.
is a big opportunity though because they're a more common type.
Right.
How do you feel about negation? Are you pretty clear on negation and how to negate
Yes.
choices?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm very good at negation. So I just tend to, I think for necessary assumption, I don't look at I'm not understanding the argument well enough to fully, break that link. I feel like my goal is to get rid of the conclusion rather than kind of dismantle the argument. So I've been working on that lately. I've been choosing more sufficient assumption questions.
Okay, so do you mean that you're more drawn to sufficient assumption answers?
Answers, yes.
Okay,
yes.
yeah. So you see like attempting sufficient assumption answer, so you'd pick that, which is more strong language than a more moderate necessary
Yes.
assumption. Okay, so you're aware of your
Exactly.
issue. It's just a matter of building the habit, being conscious of the mistakes you're prone to falling for, and then maybe in addition to taking, say, how often are you taking practice tests?
3 times a week.
Oh, good. Are you just studying LSAT full time?
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right. So that is the one situation where I'd say it's okay to do 3 a week. That's good. I also want to make sure that you're reviewing sufficiently in depth. And then for every necessary question that you get wrong, look at what tempted you about the wrong answer. So if you could see you are consistently drawn to stronger language, like attempting sufficient assumption answer to a necessary assumption question, hopefully you make that mistake enough times now, you don't make it on test day. I mean, for example, there's a really classic question. It's the rattlesnake folktale question. If you just Google it, you'll find it. It's one of the hardest LRs questions of all time. That one, they put a really tempting sufficient assumption answer earlier than the more moderate and more unappealing necessary assumption answer choice. So just remember that for necessary, you want to gravitate towards more moderate language, all else being equal, because a more moderate choice is more likely to have been supported or required by the stimulus than a more extreme answer choice would be. Is that clicking?
Yes. And I feel like totally. And I've been watching all your videos, going through the Unplugged curriculum, and I'm hearing your tips. I'm telling myself to do it. But when it comes to the test, I'm still making those, same careless mistakes where I'm like, oh, how could I have put that? That's obviously, a sufficient assumption, or for this role in the argument, like I totally confuse that language. It's, obviously not this. When I'm going over it, I'm really understanding my issue. There's just something going on, during the test, whether it's nerves or timing, that I'm missing a lot of stuff. Do you have any tips on how to fix this? I've 2 full weeks before the test.
Yeah. My first thought is maybe doing 3 exams a week might be too much. I know that you have the time in your schedule, but I'm wondering if you dropped that down to 2 exams a week and you reviewed a bit more. And of course, you're in the boot camp, right? So you're meeting with your coach consistently.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, I would do those 2 exams, discuss them with your coach, and then spend some more time on your own, reviewing your mistakes in more depth. I think that you don't need the same cadence or frequency of 3 a week. I think that 2 a week with deeper review of your mistakes, if you can linger on them a bit longer, you're then going to be more likely to learn the lesson on a deeper level so that you don't repeat it on your next practice test.
Gotcha. So rather than drilling, which is what I've been doing, go through each, wrong answer. I do make the wrong answer journal. I have like a running Google Doc with that. So that's definitely been helpful. But there's no my mistakes vary from question to question. It's, whether it's a trap answer or identifying, the wrong part of the stimulus as, the loophole or the gap in the argument.
Yeah, so your mistakes vary, but I mean, you're still noting the consistent one of necessary assumptions and choosing the tempting wrong answer. And so I feel like you might be in a place where you're making the same mistakes repeatedly and so you're learning them in theory, but not in practice. And so my thought is if you can linger a bit more on the mistakes, you'll learn the lesson more deeply. And also, if you could maybe slow down a little bit during your tests, do you feel like you might have, do you have any time, do you think, to spend a little more time on the argument itself before you go into the choices?
Yes.
Okay, I mean,
I
when
think that
you
would help a lot.
when you get to the end of a logical reasoning section, you have time remaining.
Sometimes I'll have at max like 3 to 5 minutes.
That's a good amount. 3 to 5 minutes at the end of a section, right? I mean, that's maybe even more than you need.
Okay.
So in other words, if you slowed it down a little bit and gave yourself an extra 10 seconds per question, and out of the 25 in this section, and you had only 2 or 3 minutes instead of 3 to 5, maybe that would raise your accuracy more.
Gotcha. For sure.
I think that 5 might be too much of a buffer. I think that if you had even just 1 or 2 minutes remaining, but you slow down, you would make fewer mistakes because you would allow yourself more time to implement what you're learning during your review.
That's a great idea. I feel like if I'd understand the argument, I'd probably even answer the questions quicker.
Exactly. It all comes down to understanding the argument on a deeper level. And I think that you're doing so much else right. I think this might just be the missing piece. Slow down. And then before you start your exam, review your mistake journal, think through the mistakes that you're most prone to falling for, and just give yourself that quick reminder. Like if you can distill your mistake journal lessons or takeaways into a bulleted list of maybe 5 or 10 or whatever it is, and you just review them before each practice test and then before the actual, I think that might be all you need to get your 5-point increase.
Yeah, no, that's a great idea. Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. Anything else?
I guess I have a question for reading comprehension. I kind of have the opposite problem. I'm much slower on RC. I do the tips that I think your program specifies, as well as 7-stage, which is like doing the low res summaries. Like I just map a little bit on structure. And I have a very good, I'll finish the article. I have a really good understanding of the structure. I can pretty much say what's going on sequentially, like in paragraph 1, like a very, very broad understanding, which is what I was told to come out of it, knowing like a broad understanding and no structure and author's opinion. But then when I get to the questions, I feel like they're very specific. And for every question, I have to go back into the passage and double check, look over it. And I'm just wasting so much time. And I don't think I've ever fully completed reading comprehension.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the low res summaries, the skeleton of the passage, getting the structure down, that's going to help with the global questions like main idea, primary purpose, passage organization, all of that. But that isn't necessarily going to help you solve the detail-oriented questions which come next. So I do think that going back to the passage text is okay. The key is knowing where the details are so you can find them when you need to help you solve a specific question, so that you're not scanning through all 450 words or all 4 paragraphs or whatever it is, but instead you can hone in specifically on, like laser focused on that key line, like the end of paragraph 2 or the beginning of paragraph 4, where the details are that you need. So when you read the passage, can you look for where those elements appear?
Gotcha. And do you recommend highlighting? I feel like there's a mixed consensus on that one. I know you say to write, the people who do the best write the least, do the least on the paper, but what would you recommend? Because when I do nothing, I'm not getting a good understanding of it. I'm more interactive when I, force myself to write and highlight.
I almost don't want to give you an answer on this personally, just because your exam is in 2 weeks and this is not the time to try anything new. Broadly speaking, as you've heard me say, like I find this to do the best mark very little or not at all, just because it takes time. And the highlighter tool is kind of glitchy, so I don't love using it. I hear you on what you're saying though about how you feel like not doing any notes at all is not working for you. What's your current approach actually like right now?
Like I'll read the first paragraph, paraphrase, tell myself, give myself like a translation of what it said in plainer English. I do that for each paragraph. And then I highlight the anything of the author's opinion or important words, or different like point of views if it's a debate or critique passage. And then I'll pre-phrase the main point, and then I go into the questions.
And how long is all that taking you?
Almost 8 minutes.
to read the passage and solve the questions?
No, 8 minutes for reading, highlighting, writing everything down. So it's taking up so much time.
Do you get extra time on test day, or are you taking standard 35 minutes?
The standard.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, of course, if that whole process takes you 8 minutes and you haven't gotten to the questions yet, and you only have an average of 8:45, I mean, you're not finishing the section, are you?
I'm not, never. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, the status quo isn't going to work, right? You've got your test in 2 weeks. We've got to do something radically different here so that you actually can complete the section, or at least complete 3 passages. So my first thought here is we've got to shave off some of what you're doing. We got to have to reduce the upfront work. If we could even bring it from 8 minutes on your initial read to 4 minutes on your initial read, that would do wonders for your ability to have time to solve questions.
Yes.
I mean, what you'll see a lot of programs give you a lot of theory or scaffolding to do as set up for the passage, but unfortunately, a lot of that doesn't actually work under real world test day conditions with the timing as you're seeing. So can we maybe try this, for example? We cut all the highlighting out. We still let you do some note taking, but less. Could you jot down only 3 or 4 words for each paragraph? Would that allow you to feel like you're doing something tangible with the text?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea because I'm usually writing down like a sentence, if not bullet points, a couple things said. So it's totally a time waster.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to find a compromise here between what I would consider to be the ideal versus what feels natural or comfortable for you to feel like you're still doing something to process the information from the passage and summarize it briefly. And so I'm cutting out the highlighter because it's a glitchy tool, as anyone will see on Law Hub directly. It doesn't work that well. It's not that precise. Third-party platforms, maybe it works better, but test day is like Law Hub. And then we keep your writing on the scratch paper very light, but it's still something. My ideal recommendation time allocation wise is 2.5 to 3 minutes on your initial read of the passage. And that way you have 5:45 to solve the questions associated. So that would be like my ideal target. I'm not saying you've got to get there. I'm not saying you got to get there in 2 weeks. Maybe you can though, because you're studying full time. But if you could even shave it down from 8 minutes on your upfront work to 4 minutes on your upfront work, that's 4 more minutes to solve the questions, and it brings you closer to having an average of a minute per question associated with the passage. So I would say try that out.
And you're going in like when I'm reading the questions, I go back into the passage and look for them because usually I try not to look back at all into the passage.
For the detailed questions, I think it's okay as long as you can go specifically to a certain part of the passage, meaning you're not rereading the entire thing, but you know that end of paragraph 2, that's where they shared the laundry list of details. Or beginning of paragraph 4, here's where they gave me a run-on sentence with lots of commas and a lot of examples.
Gotcha.
Cool. How are you feeling,
Sounds
Brianna?
good. Much better. Thank you so much for your time.
Awesome. Fantastic. Keep me posted as things happen and unfold in these final 2 weeks.
Will do. Thank you so much, Steve.
For sure.
Appreciate
Have a
it.
good one. Take care. Bye.
You too. Bye.
Awesome, folks. Well, thanks for joining. We're still not done yet, though. We're still going strong here, 6.5 hours in. If you haven't already, feel free to book your free LSAT tutoring lesson, unpluggedprep.com/start, or take a picture of the QR code on the upper left-hand corner. Link is in my description on YouTube, link in bio on Instagram. I'll be doing these free LSAT tutoring lessons for as long as I can, but the calendar is going to fill up, and I'm going to take a break from these for a while after today because I'm going to need a little vacation from doing live streams. I'll be a little bit tired, but I'm helping out as many folks as I can for now. When you book that free LSAT lesson, you will also get a chance to join our kickoff program where you get 3 hours of private one-on-one coaching. If you join that program today during the live stream before we end, and we are ending somewhat soon, you will also get a private cocktail hour via Zoom with me at 5 p.m. Eastern today in just 2 hours. In the meantime, we have a question here asking any advice for international students. My first thought is that, as we heard earlier from our admissions experts, law schools do not consider international students' undergraduate GPAs. It is entered as a 0.0 placeholder in LSAC, meaning that when law schools consider your LSAT score versus GPA, because there is no GPA for them to consider, that means your LSAT score weighs more heavily if you earned your BA outside the US. And so give more attention and focus to the LSAT in particular. Law schools will not know how to interpret your undergraduate GPA because every school has their own unique system. Sometimes there's a a translation required, for example, for them to even understand the transcript if it was earned in a country with a different language other than English, for example. And so all the more reason to devote more attention and effort to your LSAT score in particular. So that's my biggest number one piece of advice for you. My second recommendation is if you are a non-native English speaker, this is always the case, but even more so if you're coming from outside the US, you want to demonstrate your proficiency in written English and even spoken English as well. And so I would recommend that you give a bit more attention to your application essays, a bit more attention to your writing sample as a way for you to demonstrate proficiency in written and spoken English, and maybe even consider seeking out a law school interview or informational interview where you have a chance to at least connect with law schools live, to meet with them. They're always happy to set those conversations, and that way you could get a bit more face time with them and show them a bit more of who you are and, of course, your proficiency in English. We have Michelle joining. Hey, Michelle, welcome. Thanks for joining. We good?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm here.
Awesome. Fantastic, Michelle. Thanks for joining. So for a bit of context, if you could just share your current LSAT score, your goal score, and when you're taking the test.
So I haven't taken it yet. My goal score is a 172, and I plan on taking it in next June.
Fantastic. So we've got some time, about 8.5, 9 months or so. Your goal aiming for 172. Have you taken any practice tests yet?
I haven't.
Okay, cool. So we're starting pretty early in the process then. Any particular challenges or struggles that you're facing right now as you embark on your LSAT journey?
Not at this time. I think I'm just trying to get over the hurdle of like anxiety of like what to expect.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, my biggest thought to get over the anxiety of what to expect is to just expose yourself to what the LSAT is. And that could mean that you take a practice test, a cold diagnostic, to see where you stand, to get the lay of the land in terms of the different sections, the different question types. There's a lot of different types of questions on the LSAT, and logical reasoning is a bit of a grab bag. For example, you have 15 or so different types of questions: strengthen, weaken, flaw, necessary assumption, sufficient assumption, and so on. Then you have reading comprehension as well. Then we move on from there to working on pacing and time management with individual sections. And finally, pulling it all together with full-length timed practice tests. My first thought is sometimes we have anxiety because of it's a fear of the unknown. We haven't had the exposure to even know what it's going to look like. And so my first thought is, could you maybe consider taking a practice test just so at least you know what you're dealing with?
Yeah, that's definitely something I plan on doing just to see where I'm at too.
Okay, cool. My other thought, though, related to that is that I wouldn't want you to over-index on the results of that practice test, because it's going to tell you what you already know, which is that you have not yet learned the language of the LSAT. And so the cold diagnostic result is probably not going to be close to your goal, but that's okay. Just like if you were to take a diagnostic in a language that you don't speak, it wouldn't go well because it's unfamiliar. So we take the test just to get the lay of the land, see where you stand. That way you know, okay, well, if it's a 130, there's a lot of work to do. If it's a 160, not nearly as much work to do. But regardless, it just tells you that you haven't done the work yet, but you can. And you've got time. You're not in a rush. I wish more folks planned ahead like you. You've got 8.5, 9 months. Really, anything's possible between now and then. And looking at your schedule, I mean, how many hours a week do you think you could devote to this between now and then?
I would say I could dedicate around like 5 to 6 hours realistically a week, but
Okay.
definitely more if I can fit it.
Good. Yeah. I mean, I think that for now, because your timeline's a bit longer than average, 5 to 6 hours a week is totally fine for now. I mean, maybe you'll want to ramp it up a bit as you get closer and get more into this, but for now, to keep it light, I think is fine. It's a marathon, not a sprint. We don't want you to burn out on this. And I think to 20 hours a week over 9 months is probably just more than you need. But 5, 6 hours a week for now, just to slowly dip your toes in the water. If you want to take that practice test to see what you're dealing with, I think that's a good move. But again, don't over-index on it. And then you could slowly start joining the live small group sessions that we offer in the evenings. You could watch some of the course lesson videos. We made a study plan for you as well. So you start following that plan just to go through each section, each question type, to build that foundation from the ground up. Because you're going to see when you take your practice test, there's a lot of different types of questions, but we break it up systematically, step by step, bit by bit, so you're not getting overwhelmed trying to do it all at once. So For example, the study plan is going to have you say, look at some lessons on must be true questions in the course platform. Then you'll drill must be true questions, go on to the next type like strengthen or weaken questions, do the same thing. Eventually, once you've covered all the different question types in logical reasoning, you then do some individual timed sections to work on your pacing, which is basically how you allocate your time over the course of the section. Then finally, as testing gets closer, you'll do full-length timed practice tests. And you'll want to do at least 10, maybe 15 of those. In your case, maybe more because you have a higher goal and you have more time. You could even do 20 if you wanted or more. It's up to you. But I think that starting early is the best move you can make. And you're showing up asking the right questions. I think you're in a pretty good place.
Okay, that sounds good. And I have a quick question. So
Yeah.
I know you mentioned that I should try taking a practice test. Do you want it, or do you expect me to take like the one that's closest to what the real one is, like timed and everything, or?
So if you want to get an accurate read of where you stand, I would do it timed. But again, like, don't be discouraged by whatever the results are, because even for someone who's built a foundation, the first test typically isn't as close to their goals they want it to be, because endurance is real. To do 4 sections, 35 minutes with only a 10-minute break in the middle is a tall order. It's why people struggle with the LSAT. Aside from just the content, it's also the time management and the endurance. But if you want to get a realistic depiction of where you would stand if you took it today, the official one today, I would do that practice one timed. I wouldn't do 158, which is the newest numbered exam in Law Hub, because I'd want you to save that for later. But maybe you do an exam in the 140s, for example, just a random one. Doesn't even matter which one. You get 4 exams on Law Hub for free. You get more with Law Hub Advantage, which I recommend getting, of course. But just do one exam, see where you're at. It'll give you both exposure to the timing, the pacing, endurance, as well as just the content itself. But I really just want you to do this so that you don't fear the unknown, but you have some exposure to the known, and hopefully it isn't as bad as you expect or think it might be. And then you just say, okay, well, I know what it is at the end of the road. Let me devote myself to this to build the path to get there. And that's what your personalized study plan is going to do for you. It's going to help you build that foundation first, then do time to work, then do endurance work with full exams later.
Okay, sounds good. Sorry, some couple of follow-up questions.
Yeah, shoot, please.
Yeah, thank you. So the first one being for the practice test, on LSAT Unplugged, on our portals, do we have like practice tests available to kind of see where we are? And then also, just to clarify, you recommend taking it before even like, I guess learning about like the foundation or like the fundamentals of what's on the LSAT?
Yeah, great question. So we're going to build study plan. We're going to build practice tests into your LSAT study plan. We're going to allocate them for you between now and test day. We don't do practice tests from the beginning, though. Usually, we usually start with doing questions by type for drilling so that you can better understand the proper perspective from which to view each section and each question type. And then as it gets closer, we'll move from drilling by type to doing individual sections to work on your pacing. And finally, full exams to work on your endurance. And because Law Hub is the only platform that replicates exactly what you'll see on test day, we're going to have you do your practice tests in Law Hub as well. Students typically drop 5 to 8 points from the practice test to the actual, and part of that is because they haven't properly simulated test day conditions. And part of that includes the interface being different on some third-party platform versus Law Hub. So we're going to have you do everything in Law Hub directly so that you're acclimated to the format and the functionality of the tools and everything like that. And was there another question? Remind me what the other one was.
No, that was pretty much it. I think I guess maybe more clarity would be needed. Would be on well, actually no, I think you kind of answered it. So just to make sure I got it right, practice tests will be integrated within the actual course itself. But as of right now, if I wanted to take one, would you recommend doing that like by today or whenever, like before I start doing the actual courses?
Yeah, so that brings me back to the question I was going to address. So I don't normally recommend that students do practice tests before having studied because it can burn through practice material. But if you wanted to do a single practice test just to establish a baseline to see where you stand today and help you potentially reduce or mitigate some of the anxiety you might have around the unknown nature of this mysterious black box called the LSAT, I would have you do one just to see what you're dealing with. If doing that one feels like a bit much, you could even just do a single logical reasoning section so that you get some exposure or familiarity with the nature of what they're asking you to do. So you'll see, okay, well, there are 25 arguments in logical reasoning, and there are 4 reading comp passages in the reading comp section. And so you'll get a sense of what is the nature of the type of language they're throwing at you. And then you'll get a sense of your ability to navigate and evaluate it. But that's it, just maybe just one or even just a couple sections just to see where you're at. But then dive into the course material, go through the lessons, follow the study plan, and you'll naturally be exposed to practice questions over the course of the plan.
Okay, and for this first one, if I wanted to take it, do you have something available for that before like doing it within the courses, or do we have to go to Law Hub to use one of those?
Yeah, just go into Law Hub. I mean, Law Hub has 58 numbered exams in there. You get 4 of them for free, and then you get the rest when you do a Law Hub Advantage subscription. Well worth it. And then I'd say pick one of them in the 130s or 140s. You could just say 140 for simplicity. Do prep test 140. Do it timed if you want to get a real accurate baseline, or do a random section if you just want to see what it's like. Just for exposure, that's really it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. You answered all my questions.
Awesome, Michelle. Anything else comes up, just reach out, let me know.
Thank you.
Of course. Hey, Carter, how's it going?
Good. How are you, Steve?
I'm good, thanks. I'm good, man. Good to see you. How's everything been coming along?
It's been going well so far. So things have been moving along well. I think still the pieces I'm struggling with the most are just in the reading comp itself. Specifically, I think I'm still struggling on just understanding how to, not understanding it, but just getting down a lot of the skeleton of it. So when I'm originally reading through the passage itself, I still just struggle on breaking out paragraphs themselves and looking at how to make those, I guess, just how to get the most out of it and how to make it the most effective to then move into the questions.
Got it, for sure. So getting accurate understanding and summaries of the passage paragraphs in particular before you go into the questions.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. And tell me for context, your current score, your goal score when you're taking it.
Yep. No, definitely. So current score, I got a 148 and then looking to get into the mid 160s. So
Okay,
165 to 168-ish.
All right, so roughly a 20-point increase or so. And then your target test date?
November.
November. So we got about a month and a half to improve 20 points. It is a lot, but is reading comp like your number one area right now? Are you feeling pretty good on LR?
Yep, feeling pretty good on LR. And that has been what I've noticed, especially in the reading comp area. I would say if I was in the logic reasoning area itself, if I'm just doing that and you eliminated reading comp, I would be pretty close to that mark right now. So it is really the reading comp that's bugging me.
Good to know. Are there specific topics in reading comp? If we have the 4 major buckets, natural science, social science, humanities, law, any of those in particular?
Yeah, I would say I have actually gotten caught up on the law and then humanities side probably the most, just from the density of it itself. I find myself, not that I struggle getting through the passage, but then I jump back and forth a lot between the questions and passage, which then just kills my time.
Gotcha. Okay, so you have to go back a lot to the text, and you find that law and humanities in particular give you more trouble?
Yeah, some of the verbiage in the actual passage itself, I'll probably misinterpret a sentence throughout it and then be like, oh, now I have to go back and feel like I have to reread the whole thing to really understand it.
Gotcha. Okay, have you ever tried breaking down individual passages like as an exercise, just taking a passage and then rewriting the entire thing in simpler language, like paraphrasing it?
I have not yet. I've just drilled the actual passages themselves and done untimed and tried to break it down as much as I can and then move into the questions. I've never just taken a passage and then moved back.
So my thought is, like, let's say, for example, you take an older passage from Law Hub, one that you're not going to do in a timed context, and you split your screen. Like, you take your internet browser, you take one half of the browser to just look at the passage, and take the other half of the browser to open up a Google Doc, and then just paraphrase it or summarize it, putting it in your own words.
Okay.
So like a side by side. My goal here, or you could also just use a physical notebook if you want to write by hand.
Mhm.
But my goal here for you is to practice distilling the information from the passage in your
Okay.
own words to prove to yourself that you truly understand it.
Okay. And I guess so question on that then, when doing that, is that basically rewriting the entire passage or still try to do it in condensed form where you're just trying to get the reasoning out of it?
So this would be an exercise, like a drill,
Yeah.
where my goal for you is just to rewrite the entire thing.
Okay.
I'm not saying do this a ton. I'm not saying do this for weeks and weeks, but maybe do this
Mhm.
for a half dozen passages.
Okay.
That's one idea I have for you to focus specifically on law and humanities. My second thought is to get you out of the weeds of the details and just extract the main idea or primary purpose, author's opinion, things of that nature that are global in nature. So
Okay.
could you then take some other old passages and just read the passage and summarize in your own words, what is the main idea, the central point? If they could leave you with only one thought, what would that be?
Okay. No, that makes sense.
And then with these skeletons that we've talked about, could you read a passage and note where the details are so that you can go back and find them when you need to help you solve specific questions?
Okay. Yeah, no, that helps too. And I think that's what I've been trying to do. And then I think I definitely just need more practice with it because then I end up just jumping back and forth anyways, because then I'll look at it and then it might be a trust thing too, because then I'll look at my kind of summary or skeleton of it and then be like, well, is that really what it was saying? And then jump back into the passage anyways. And then, yeah. So I just think it's learning to trust myself that I am taking the knowledge that I'm getting from the actual passage and then moving forward with it.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think you've got to trust your initial read of it. But secondly, I wouldn't want you to take so many notes that you don't feel comfortable going back.
Yep.
Because
No, that makes
taking
sense.
notes also takes time.
Mhm.
And if you can at least just have some muscle memory to know, okay, well, the details are at this particular part of the passage, I'll just zoom right back to that specific point, capture the phrase that I need to support a given choice.
Okay. No, that makes sense too. And then one other question around that too, I think is because there is a different mindset between LR and RC itself and when you're going through them. And I guess do you have any tips on how to like kind of break from going from like a logic reasoning section in a test to then switching to like a RC question or just RC section?
Well, they're more similar than they are different. I mean, my first thought is that a reading comp passage is just like a really big logical reasoning stimulus.
Okay.
The difference is that you just have potentially more viewpoints.
Joints. Yep.
So in
No, that
logical
makes sense.
reasoning, it's one argument, one major conclusion. In logical reasoning,
Yeah,
in
that's
reading
it.
comp, you have maybe a couple of different parties with different positions.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Okay.
There is a small there's a small distinction though between the two that I think is worth calling out. The similarities are bigger though, but the one caveat to that is that in logical reasoning, an inference, like must be true, is 100% guaranteed based on the argument.
Yeah.
It must be true questions in logical reasoning. But in reading comprehension, when they say inference, they're more thinking about like a most strongly supported, like what is incredibly likely to be the case based on the passage, but not necessarily 100% guaranteed. There is always support in the text. There is always a specific line supporting a given choice, but their definition of inference is looser in reading comp than in logical reasoning.
Okay. No, that definitely makes sense. So I guess then looking at it moving forward, a good kind of practice strategy then is to kind of maybe go out, break down 5 to 6 passages in my own text, basically just try to rewrite the whole passage, then move forward and prove to myself essentially that I am taking what the passage is actually saying, and then move forward and then go back, break down the skeleton and then just work on the overall.
Exactly. Yeah. So
Yep.
I have 2 or 3 different ideas for you. The first is, as an exercise, you take the old passages, law and humanities, since those are your topics of struggle. You rewrite the entire thing, explain like I'm 5 style, just dumb it down, simplify it. Secondly, you look at old passages, but instead of rewriting the entire thing, you pre-phrase or predict only the main idea, and then solve just the main idea global questions associated.
Okay.
And then third, with your skeletons, don't write a ton in your notes or scratch paper. Keep it very minimal and just look at where the details are in the passage so that you can go back and find them when you need to. It's okay to go back if you can go back quickly and targeted.
Okay, no, I like that. That does sound almost exactly what I need to do, because I think that's where it'll come down, because it is like some passages and I'm sure this is the same for everyone. You'll just all the dots will connect and you'll be able to fly through it. But then other ones, you don't even know where to begin, and then the entire section just falls apart.
Exactly. We all have our own areas of topics that we like or dislike. One more thought I have for you is, if you can really like just immerse yourself in the law and humanities in particular, as those passages where like if there are some that, there's 58 numbered exams, there's roughly 400 released passages. You're not going to get to all of them in this limited time. So you can afford to take some of the oldest ones and just read them. Like whatever more pleasurable thing you were going to read or watch, just read this instead and fill your time with just reading passage after passage and actually understanding it.
Okay. No, that's also a good idea. Yeah, and just get familiar with how they actually write. And
how they write. How they write. Can you understand it? Can you get the main point? Can you see how they start going this way, but actually they pivot and go that other way instead?
Definitely.
There's a limited number of patterns that they use, and the more you can expose yourself to them, the more that you can develop comfort, so that when you see a new one on test day, you have the muscle memory, having seen many others like it before.
Definitely. And then I guess some test day strategies and stuff, because I haven't dove too deep into that. But when you get there, is there a recommendation on how to do reading comp itself? Like, say, because obviously the number of questions on them vary. So should you try to knock out the numbers first? Should you just kind of run down the line and start 1 through 4 and kind of disregard it? Or if like come across the humanities one, either kind of do the more challenging one first and try to get through humanities, or if one comes up about science and it makes sense, do that and skip humanities, I guess. Is there any recommendation around that?
Yeah, good question. So I'm generally in favor of just doing the questions in the order given, the passages in the order given, because it takes time to decide. But if you see a humanities passage and you can quickly ID it and you don't want to deal with it, I would then save it for last, so that you can build up your momentum and lock down the easier points. I never recommend doing the hardest thing first. Always do the hardest thing last, because you don't want to get bogged down in the hard and never get to the easy. And you also don't want to kill your morale and momentum getting stuck on the hard. So whatever is easier for you, do those first.
Okay.
And then save humanities for last. But if you encounter humanities and like, you know what, this isn't so bad, or it takes you too long to recognize that it's humanities, because sometimes they'll try to trick you. Like they'll have like the theory of science, which is actually not science. It's a lot more theory, right? So they have ways that they trick you with that sort of thing. But if you recognize it, then of course, if you want to do it later, I think that's okay.
Okay. No, definitely. Just because it is one of those things where in one of my practice tests, I didn't intentionally do it, but I quickly learned that it's really hard to flag a question and try to come back at, like, you can't really do that in RC at all.
No, in RC, it's not worth it because you lose the context. In logical reasoning, it's a different story, but in reading comp, I would always try to tackle the questions while you're still within that set. And if you want to, let's say passage 1 has questions 1 through 7 associated. If you want to skip number 3, then do the rest, go to number 7 and come back to number 3. That's okay. But I wouldn't jump to passage 2 and do number 14, then come back to number 3.
Definitely. No, that makes complete sense.
Okay, cool. Anything else?
Yep. No, I think that answered all my questions. So thanks.
Awesome, Carter. It's a pleasure. Keep me posted on how things unfold.
Yep. Sounds great. Thanks, Steve.
Yeah, for sure, man. All right, folks. So we're still going strong here, nearly 7 hours in. I can't believe it. I'm so excited that all of you have been joining me on this epic all-day LSAT and law school admissions journey. We are getting towards the end, but we're not done quite yet. If you haven't already, You can book with me a free LSAT tutoring lesson, private one-on-one at unpluggedprep.com/start. Link is in my description on YouTube, in my bio on Instagram. You can also take a photo of the QR code in the upper left-hand corner. I'm opening these up to anybody and everybody watching this live stream today. If you see an open calendar slot, feel free to book it. I will be taking a break from these for a little bit after today because after 7 hours, I'm going to need a break. But while they're still available, you can grab one, unpluggedprep.com/start. Once you book your free session with me, you're also going to see an opportunity to join our LSAT kickoff package where you get 3 hours of private one-on-one support. You also get a personalized day-by-day study plan, live semi-private sessions 4 nights a week in our comprehensive on-demand course. If you get that kickoff package during this live stream today before we end the call, you will also get a private Q&A with me personally, only for those who got the kickoff package via Zoom today at 5 p.m. Eastern in an hour and a half. That is only available if you join the kickoff during the live stream today. The way you access the kickoff option is by booking your free LSAT tutoring lesson. Again, link in the description, unpluggedprep.com/start, or the QR code, or link in bio on Instagram. Now I'm opening it up. Anything at all, LSAT law school admissions, feel free to drop your questions in the comments. Any particular challenges, pain points, or struggles you're facing, I'll get to as many of them as I can before I have to sign off for the call today. Yeah, thanks for your kind words, Gigi. Glad you're finding the live stream helpful. I'm having a lot of fun doing this, and I'm glad that you all are staying on here with me for today. One thought I have for all of you as you're building out your study plans, I was thinking about this as we had Michelle on a little bit earlier. She had a longer time frame going for the LSAT in June. You have a couple of ways that you can study. You can drill questions by type. You can do individual sections. You can do timed exams. You can review. You can do foundational work. I categorize all of this using the LASER approach to LSAT prep. We use that framework when crafting personalized study plans for our students inside the LSAT Unplugged program. LASER is an acronym standing for Learning, Accuracy, Sections, Exams, and Review. Learning is building the foundation. Accuracy is drilling questions by type. S is doing individual timed sections to work on your pacing and time management. E is for exams and endurance. And R is for review. And we lay it out for you in this specific order because we don't want you to burn through practice tests, wasting valuable material, but we also don't want you to linger on drilling questions by type for too long. Too many students either drill questions endlessly and never get to the exams. Other students only do the exams, but they neglect the foundation. And so the study plans that we create for you help you build that foundation bit by bit, step by step, so that you get to the exams when you need to before test day, but not too early. We typically build a cadence where you're taking ideally 1 practice test per week, assuming that you have some other obligation, like you're working or you're in school or have family obligations. If you have the liberty to do nothing but study for the LSAT between now and your exam, we'll typically build in more like 2 exams a week from now till your test, but that's only after you've built the foundation. So we don't want you to run before you can walk. We want you to use your time carefully and strategically. And so having that concrete plan of attack removes all the guesswork for you about what to do and when. And so if you join me for that free LSAT tutoring lesson at unpluggedprep.com/start, I'll help you ideate and build out your plan from the beginning. And we can, of course, iron out more down the line, but you don't want to use your time randomly. You don't want to go in without a plan because you risk making a lot of mistakes, and you want to use your time as efficiently as possible because, of course, there are a lot of other things that you could be doing aside from studying for the LSAT or aside from watching a live stream like this today. And so you've made a concrete choice to be here with me today for nearly 7 hours now. I appreciate you all staying on. And you clearly value your prep significantly. As you know, it is the most important factor in the law school admissions process. And so I want you to use your study time effectively and strategically as well through having a concrete and ideally personalized plan of attack. And so if you have some old LSAT prep book from an older sibling, a college roommate, a friend, make sure it's not outdated, right? Make sure it's not talking about logic games. Make sure it's not LSAT for dummies using fake LSAT questions. As I was talking about with Judah earlier, one of our LSAT coaches, the best source is ideally using LSAT's Law Hub platform itself. For those who aren't familiar, inside Law Hub, you get 4 exams for free, 4 previously administered LSAT prep tests with logical reasoning and reading comp, real, actual, official LSAT practice questions. If you get Law Hub Advantage for $120 for a year, well worth the investment. And no, they're not paying me to promote it, although I wish they were. You then get 58 numbered exams in the official LSAT format. There's really no reason to go beyond them. And I know a lot of folks out there are still using LSAT textbooks, but the LSAT's online now. It's been online for 5-6 years now. Ever since June of 2019, after that date, they moved it to be on a tablet temporarily for about half a year, then online to a computer once the pandemic hit. And so because it's online on a computer, we recommend studying online on a computer as well. That means not on a phone, not on a tablet, using ideally the same device or type of device that you'll be using on your actual official LSAT test day itself. And so get Law Hub Advantage. You don't really need anything else in terms of practice questions. Definitely not using LSAT for Dummies or one of those other books like Barron's that doesn't use real, actual, official questions. No reason to use ChatGPT either, which oftentimes creates fake LSAT questions that are unreliable or flawed, and it's confidently wrong when it crafts those for you and gives you the explanations for them. So steer clear of those, stick with the real deal. And then, of course, if you're looking for help, looking for support, there are a lot of options. Besides books, you've got prep courses with on-demand videos. You have live semi-private small group sessions, and you also have private one-on-one coaching as well. At LSAT Unplugged, we give you all of that as part of the package. And if you want to take that first step, get some support, get some feedback on your situation, of course, the best first step is getting a free, no obligation, private LSAT coaching session with me personally at unpluggedprep.com/start, or using the QR code in the upper left corner, or the link in my bio on Instagram, link in description on YouTube as well. Now, if you're strategizing, thinking through when am I going to take the LSAT, think about where you're at relative to where you want to be. We typically see students improving at least 5 to 10 points in their first month of the program, 10 to 15 points within 2 to 3 months. Of course, that is not a promise or a guarantee. Your results may vary. If you're studying full-time, you might improve even more, especially if you've never had the personalized support before, because when you're studying on your own, you don't know what you don't know. And so when you add expert guidance into the mix for the first time, there's usually some easy, low-hanging fruit to be gained from getting that feedback at the start. I was talking with a student last week who came to me and said, Steve, I'm having trouble with assumption questions. And I'm like, the way you ask that question tells me that you're having trouble, because there's no such thing as assumption questions. You have necessary assumption versus sufficient assumption, and they're asking for very different things. The LSAT's all about distinction, all about nuance. Similarly, you have students who are confused about weaken questions versus flaw questions. Flaw questions ask you to identify the flaw. Weaken asks you to expose a gap. And by the way, weakening an argument does not mean destroying an argument. Weakening just means making the conclusion relatively less likely given the evidence. You also have within the umbrella category of inference questions, must be true versus most strongly supported. Again, very different things. Must be true requires that it is 100% guaranteed by the stimulus. Most strongly supported means that it's incredibly likely based on the stimulus, but not necessarily 100% guaranteed. So important nuance there. And by the way, like Carter was asking me about reading comprehension, in logical reasoning, must be true means inference typically means must be true, which means 100% guaranteed or required. In reading comprehension, when they are asking for what you can infer based on the passage, they are asking for a reasonable assumption. Something that is incredibly likely to be the case, but there's a little bit of wiggle room there. Maybe they're not saying it explicitly in the passage, but they require instead a bit more reading between the lines. So take those nuances into consideration and think to yourself, what are my potential unknown unknowns? If my score is low and I want it to be high, what am I missing? And what is the fastest possible path to help me get there? And if that means I've been using a textbook that's an old hand-me-down, outdated, maybe I want to level up. Maybe I want to get some support. If I'm taking a course where it turns out it was just a webinar or it's only videos, maybe I need some more live, personalized feedback. And at the end of the day, I mean, you end up paying either way. You pay with time or you pay with money. You pay with time, meaning that takes you a bit longer to potentially reach your goal, or you pay with money by investing in support. You can get there either way in the end. It's just a question of how long you want it to take you. If you've got a year, no stress, no rush, you could take it slow. If you're taking it in November or January, though, November, you've got a month and a half. January, you've got 3.5 months. If you want to apply this cycle, then it's well worth getting support sooner rather than later. And I'll hear folks say to me sometimes that applying early is incredibly important. They don't want to wait a cycle. And I'm like, they say applying early is incredibly important. They would say, if I can't apply in January, if I can take it in January, I'll just push back a whole cycle. And I'm like, well, you have a cost to waiting a year, because it's another year of the status quo in your current situation versus another year earning as an attorney on the opposite end of things, right? And so you think to yourself, presumably you're taking the LSAT and pursuing law school because you want to increase your earning potential. You want to be doing something different, right, than you're currently doing now. And so if you're, say, a paralegal, you're going to graduate in May looking for a job, do you want to start law school 11 months from now or about 2 years from now? Ideally, you want to knock it out now. And if you can knock it out in November or January, it's still fine to apply this cycle. Even February is not too late. And all else being equal, yeah, better to apply earlier than later. But if giving yourself another couple months could increase your score 5, 10, 15, 20 points, it's well worth just going at it hard now and knocking it out. I mean, if you want to score in the top 1% and hit a 175, or the top 5% and hit a 170, you've got to study differently than the other 95, 99% of people out there. And the other people, a lot of them are using just Khan Academy or just YouTube or just the hand-me-down textbook, and their materials potentially outdated, potentially inaccurate, and only scratching the surface. I mean, you'll notice that during today's live stream, I didn't go over any LSAT questions. That's because, in part, there are intellectual property and copyright issues with that in terms of displaying LSAT content. The other thing is that a lot of folks are a bit earlier in the process, and so they wouldn't have the context to be able to get into the weeds on an LSAT question. Not saying I couldn't do it or I'll never do it, but that's not the time or place to do this sort of thing. But inside a proper coaching program, we can go over questions and give you total feedback, total clarity on the issues that you're struggling with. And by the way, if you book that free session with me, I'll go over a question with you live, personally, privately, one-on-one. We'll get you unstuck. We'll see what your struggles are, and we'll give you clarity and resolution on them and help you figure out next steps. And I want you to look at your schedule and think to yourself, if you got your result back today from September and it wasn't what you wanted it to be, what could you do differently next time around? Is there a way that you could level up or change your studying process? Is there a resource or a kind of support that you could have gotten but didn't get? Is there a way that you could carve out more time in your schedule? If you're working full time, could you maybe stay at work? If you go in person, could you stay at work an hour or two later? Stay in the office, in the conference room, or a coffee shop nearby before you go home, in which case you'll be a bit more fatigued and more likely to put on your slippies and watch a Netflix or something, right? Like maybe you need to just say to yourself, you know what, I'm going to stay professional, carve out another hour or two, make this a priority so I can knock this out in November and finally move on from it. Or you say, I'm going to take it a little bit slower, go for January instead, give yourself 3.5 months because you need that time to improve 15, 20 points. Maybe you say, I'm going to make a plan where I can improve 10 points by November, 20 points by January, apply this cycle, knock out the LSAT, and move on with life. Maybe that's the move. Or maybe you say, you know what, my semester is just too busy. I'm going to take a break from the LSAT or back burner it, take it in February or April or June, and apply early next cycle, delay a year. The LSAT, as folks have been saying today, it's not going anywhere, but you've got to make a choice. I don't want you to just say, I'm going to take November, then push it back. Then say, I'm going to take January, push it back again. Then take February and push it back again. That sort of thing just kills your morale. And I see far too many students pushing it back, pushing it back, pushing it back. So I'm encouraging you today, while we're here, make a choice about when you're going to take the LSAT and then go all in on that plan. Craft a plan around that goal, test it, and then work backwards, where you could say, okay, well, I'm going to do 5 hours a week for 9 months, or do 20 hours a week for 3.5 months. There's no right answer to this. Only you know your particular situation But I want you to make that choice because how you handle this is how you handle the next step. Because beyond the LSAT, there's your application essays. Beyond the application essays, there's law school. Beyond law school, there's the bar exam. Beyond the bar exam, there's maybe an LLM or continuing ed. But this is just the first step of a longer journey. I want you to get past this step because there's a lot more ahead of you. But you can make a choice regarding how you take on this particular challenge, the first step of many, and create the confidence, the clarity, the skill, the morale to knock this out and just move on with it. And if your result today wasn't what you wanted it to be, that's okay. You can make a change in direction for your prep going forward. You can change how you choose to handle this exam. And I'll bet that most of you have not done all 58 exams in Law Hub or done all 7,000 questions between all the sources of practice material. And so there's probably a lot of potential, a lot of room for improvement that you haven't even touched yet. Now, it could be that you just take 10 exams and go really deep on those 10 exams. I interviewed a guy who used to write actual official LSAT questions. It's on the YouTube channel if you just search former LSAT question writer. And one thing he said to me that really stuck out was that if you do only 10 exams and you know those 10 exams inside out, you'd be solid to get a top score. And I think that's true. If you do fewer exams and review them in more depth, like I told Brianna earlier, who's taking it in 2 weeks, I told her to drop it down from 3 exams a week to 2 exams a week and review those 2 exams in more depth. That might be enough. But if you want a 170 plus or 175 plus, it might be a longer road where you do more exams and more practice tests, and that's fine. I do find that those who get the top scores devote more effort to this. And I don't really think that's surprising or shocking in any way. And like Anna was saying earlier, she was the dean of admissions formerly at UChicago Law. She was saying how a lot of folks will take close to a year. And I don't think that's a bad move. I don't think it has to take a year, but I think it's worth recognizing that the LSAT is typically more than folks initially bargained for, and they need to give it more time. But I recommend making that plan now and say, I'm going to give it a year, I'm going to give it 6 months, versus just overcommitting yourself and overpromising to yourself what you can achieve and just pushing it back and back and back as a result, which not only reduces your morale around this, but it also keeps giving LSAC more money in fees to keep registering for more LSAT test dates. By the way, folks, we are wrapping up, getting towards the end of the live stream. We're not done quite yet, but if you haven't already, you can book your free LSAT tutoring lesson with me at unpluggedprep.com/start, or take a photo of the QR code, link in description on YouTube or on a bio on Instagram. I'll be taking a break from those free calls for a little bit after today, just because I'll be pretty tired after today's stream. We're at 7 hours and 15 minutes or so. I can't believe we've been going this long. I've been appreciating all of you staying on with me today, answering your questions, everything LSAT and law school admissions. You've clearly made a choice in terms of how you prioritize your prep by staying on with me for this long. You take it seriously. I just wanted to give you all the support I possibly can to help you reach your goal. And what I find is that every time I hear of a student making a 10, 15, 20-point jump, it's always the same pattern. These students stopped studying randomly and they followed a system. They got off of Reddit. They reduced their social media. They stopped using outdated materials. They started focusing on what actually moves the needle, which is doing real, actual, official LSAT questions and reviewing them in depth. It's the same thing again and again and again. They build the foundation first. They get the lay of the land in terms of the different sections, the different question types. Then from there, they move on to doing pacing with individual sections, working on how they allocate time over the course of the section. And finally, they pull together with endurance, doing full-length timed practice tests, ideally once a week if you're working, or 2 a week if you're studying LSAT full-time. The cool thing is that if you study the LSAT full-time, you can do your LSAT in half the time. I'm not saying you got to study full-time for a year. If you study full-time, maybe you knock it out in just 2-3 months. And maybe if you are graduating from college, say this fall, you then have the spring to work on LSAT. You take it in June, you give yourself a solid 4 months or so. You take it in April or June, and you apply the second apps open in September. And you have the whole summer to work on your applications. I think it's a pretty ideal move if you can swing it. Got Hans joining us. Hey, Hans, how's it going?
And about Steve, how are you?
Good to see you. Good to see you. Thanks for joining. So, for context, just share a bit about where you're at right now, your current LSAT score, your goal score, and when you're taking it.
My highest so far has been 159. I'd like to get that up a little bit higher. I am taking it in October, but I've just signed up for November test as well.
Cool, because you're at 159 right now. You've got both October and November on the agenda. What's your ultimate goal for test day?
For test day, at least a 165.
Okay, so about 6 points.
Yeah.
Okay, and how many hours a week are you able to study?
Right now I've been studying, I could probably put in a good 30.
30 a week. So
Yeah.
close to full time.
Yep.
Amazing. Any particular challenges or struggles you're facing right now?
I do think that at some points I do run into a little bit of burnout. I'll find myself performing much higher in one day. Usually at like day 5 or 6, I'll kind of hit a peak, and then that'll kind of tail off. And if I don't take my day off, if I don't just completely step away from it, my next day back is going to be a real struggle.
Yes, you need some days off.
I do.
Okay, yeah, I think it's a good move. I mean, if you're studying 30 hours a week, you could certainly afford a day off here or there. How many practice tests are you taking per week?
One so far, one a week so far on the
Okay,
study
one a
schedule.
week. Okay, good. One a week and reviewing it in depth. You're in the boot camps. You're meeting with your coach as well, right? Any
Yes.
particular weak areas on the exam in terms of specific question types or topics?
I'd have to say my two biggest problems are still necessary assumptions, and then convincing myself to choose the wrong answer and flaw questions seem to be a forte of mine. And then my performance from one section to another, there's still a fair amount of variance in it. Like I could do timed like getting 80% correct, and then go on to almost like if I went logical reasoning and got 80% correct, and then took a reading comp, and then went back to another logical reasoning, I could go ahead and not get anywhere close to 80. So it's, there's still some amount of variance. I'd like to get a little more consistent with my performance from like one LR section to another. But,
Okay, so it sounds like fatigue or burnout, maybe. Do you think that's possible?
I mean, the last test that I took, the very worst was the first LR section, and then I did better than I'd ever done on RC, and then I kind of got to where that kind of the 80% was when I was doing individual time sections of LR. I was getting about 80%. So that's where my third section went to. So it's almost inexplicable why my first section wasn't necessarily the best one that I got into. Maybe I just didn't get warmed up. I thought on the day that I took that test that maybe I could do some easy questions based on a particular type of question to begin with, just to get myself kind of warmed up and ready to go. So that might have gotten my thinking into the wrong direction. When I hit my first question, it was like, well, this was not consistent with what I'd just been doing. So I'll change that and see if I can kind of bounce back into being a more consistent on that first passage.
Okay, yeah, sounds like maybe that is a warm-up kind of situation then instead, where maybe you need to do a couple questions before you start your practice test, so that the first questions you're doing are not the ones that count. I'm not saying you do a ton, but maybe just three logical reasoning questions, or read one passage and do the main idea question only, and that's it.
Almost like a mystery. Don't gear it towards a particular type of question. Just go into a practice test, not the one that I was taking, but just start doing the first three and then head into it.
Yeah, first three. Easy questions that are going to be gimmies. Even if you've seen them before, that's fine too. The goal is not to challenge yourself. It's just so that you get your brain fired up a little bit. But I think that three logical reasoning questions, easy ones that could be a good move to get you warmed up a little bit. That might be all you need. But then I also do see some opportunity if you're saying that necessary assumption and flaw give you trouble because they are more common. So that might be if you can work on those a bit on the side, maybe review some course videos on those topics or drill some questions there, go over those with your coach. There's probably an opportunity there.
That sounds good.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that you're signed up for both October and November, right?
Yeah, I just signed up for the November today.
Good. Okay, cool. So I mean,
No.
that should give you peace of mind knowing that it's not all riding on October.
No, yeah.
Okay, good. And then with November, it gives you an additional month beyond October to give you some more exposure, some more practice. And have you taken the LSAT officially before?
I've not.
Okay.
This will be the first time.
Good. Okay, so then I would say it's probably not a bad idea to just plan on taking November anyway.
Yeah.
So that you have another at bat.
It kind of takes the pressure off a little bit.
Exactly.
I haven't taken a test. The last test I took anywhere close to this was like a medical board test, and that was over a decade ago. So
okay, so it's been a while.
It is a challenging test. There's a fair amount that's riding on it. I've been there before, but it's been a while.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's good. I think in terms of a plan for you, definitely integrate warm-ups into every practice test that you take from now till November. Just 3 questions, logical reasoning, or 1 reading passage text plus the main point question. Just do those initially. Drill necessary assumption and flaw by type, and or review lesson videos on those topics. Also discuss those with your coach. And then review, but I think that's all you got to do. Just maintain consistency, but also more days off. I think that maybe how many days off are you currently taking per week?
1.
Okay.
1.
Maybe you want to up it to 2?
Yeah. Yeah, I would assume so. You know, there's I definitely noticed in a week where it's you know, just the fatigue of it all starts building on. And it's interesting. The LSAT's pretty interesting to me because in the past I've sat there and studied for hours a day for days on end and didn't really get to that fatigue part. But you know, there's from my experience at LSAT, it's a lot more in like the practicing of a process versus, you know, just regurgitating things that you've already put in your brain. And, you know, putting stuff in my brain I'm fairly good at doing, but changing the process of how you're thinking, that's a different animal than what I've been experiencing in the past.
I'll say. Yeah, it definitely changes how you think, how you analyze, how you critique, how you engage in criticism and skeptical approaches to things. So yeah, it's a different animal. I mean, unlike the MCAT, for example, no memorization, just process. So we look at step by step. So speaking of that, I would look at, can you distill a step-by-step process for necessary assumption, and similar step-by-step for flaw questions, and then step-by-step for your day of the exam going into it, where you have some sort of pre-test ritual that includes a couple warm-up questions.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Anything else?
Oh, no.
All right, Hans, it was a pleasure. Thank you for joining me.
Yeah, thank you.
Keep me posted on how things go.
Will do.
Bye. All right, folks. Well, we are approaching the end here. If you have not yet already, you can book your free LSAT tutoring lesson with me at unpluggedprep.com/start. Or take a photo of the QR code on the upper left corner, or link in bio on Instagram or YouTube. If you book that call, and you'll see the opportunity for a kickoff package with 3 hours of private one-on-one coaching. If you join that kickoff package today during the live stream, which is ending very, very soon, you will get a cocktail hour private Q&A with me today at 5 p.m. Eastern time via Zoom. The opportunity to do that is rapidly dwindling, though, as we are about to sign off in just a couple of minutes. If any last questions pop up, I'll address them real quick before I sign off. But anyway, folks, thank you for joining. This was a blast, and I hope to see you all again very, very soon. I'll be doing live streams for the foreseeable future here on the YouTube channel every weekday that I can. And if you have any questions or need support, of course, you can always email me, help@lsatunplugged.com, DM me on Instagram or TikTok, and I'm always happy to help you all out. But again, thanks for joining. Thank you for sticking around with me nearly 7.5 hours. Wow, I cannot believe it. This has been so much fun. I will plan to do more of these in the coming days and weeks. So all the best, folks. Have a good one. Take care.